wanna see my cars on flatbed. Hey, it's a recession, selling that crack, yeah. Niggas selling suicide one bionic glue, and got Superman powers when I'm stressed new. New Corvette looking like a transformer. No seatbelt screaming on my damn lawyer. Damn, I'm knee deep in the projects, and Hollywood ain't accepting no nigga from the project. New Corvette looking like a transformer. No seatbelt screaming on my damn lawyer. Damn, I'm knee deep in the projects, and Hollywood ain't accepting no nigga from the project. New Corvette looking like a transformer. No seatbelt screaming on my damn lawyer. New Corvette looking like a transformer. No seatbelt screaming on my damn lawyer. New Corvette looking like a transformer. No seatbelt screaming on my damn lawyer. Damn, I'm knee deep in the projects, and Hollywood ain't accepting no nigga from the project. New Corvette looking like a transformer. No seatbelt screaming on my damn lawyer. Damn, I'm knee deep in the projects, and Hollywood ain't accepting no nigga from the project. New Corvette looking like a transformer. No seatbelt screaming on my damn lawyer. Damn, I'm knee deep in the projects, and Hollywood ain't accepting no nigga from the project. John Dillinger shit. Corvette looking like a transformer. No seatbelt screaming on my damn lawyer. Damn, I'm knee deep in the projects, and Hollywood ain't accepting no nigga from the project. New Corvette looking like a transformer. No seatbelt screaming on my damn lawyer. Damn, I'm knee deep in the projects, and Hollywood ain't accepting no nigga from the project. John Dillinger shit. Niggas in the hood wanna see my cars on flatbed. Hey, it's a recession, selling that crack, yeah. Niggas selling suicide one bionic glue, and got Superman powers when I'm stressed new. New Corvette looking like a transformer. No seatbelt screaming on my damn lawyer. Damn, I'm knee deep in the projects, and Hollywood ain't accepting no nigga.
Good afternoon, Black family. This is season 3, episode 6, part 2 of the Front Line Blacc News, and I'm your host, Chain Kruma. We'll be joined with Lady Che here shortly, and potentially some guests. In the meantime, happy Mother's Day to all the mothers out there, especially the ones that took care of the kids. And I've had another death in the family, Black family, so bear with me. 3 months. It's been a hard 3 months, Black family, but we're going to continue keeping on. So on today's show, on part 2 of the Frontline Blacc News, we will continue our discussions where we left off last night. We didn't get to the topics of Elon Musk extends an invitation to ex-CNN anchor Don Lemonade and ex-Fox News anchor Tucca Da Succa Carlson. Non-FBA tethers are upset they don't qualify for lineage-based reparations. We're going to dive into that. Title 14 expired this past Thursday, or this past week, Wednesday. Yeah. So get ready for a major influx of illegal immigrants coming across the U.S.-Mexico border. We have over 1,500 in our shelters here in Denver alone. And then we got our Unhoused neighbor news and our Unhoused neighbor sweeps. So I'm just going to go right into it because we're kind of pressed for time. So Elon Musk, the musty man, as our West Coast correspondent Shabaka Sankori calls him, extends the platform of Twitter to CNN anchor, Caucasian Nazi Network anchor Don Lemonade, who was fired earlier this month from CNN, and Tucker Carlson, or as we call him, Tucca Da Succa Carlson, who got fired from Fox News the same week as Don Lemonade. We will be discussing that, so I'm gonna play the video. Shout out to who is it? I think it's Uncle Phil again. Shout out to Uncle Phil for his awesome commentary on this subject. See if I can find the link. Okay. I am definitely going through it right now. Where is it? This. Where is it? I'm sorry, I'm having issues locating this link. I know I pulled it up. I'm definitely having technical difficulties this afternoon. Okay, where is this damn link? Man, I had the link pulled up. You bear with me, Black family. I gotta pull the link back up. I thought I had it up here, but I guess not. Screen sharing is not working. It's not good. Restart the computer. Nothing is ready to go. I'm not even at home. I was supposed to be at home, and I ended up leaving my charger to the laptop, so I had to come back. Okay, where is this damn link at? Not the one. Oh man, what is this link? Okay, I'm sorry, Black family. I have to look this link up. Oh my god, where is it? So yeah, while I'm looking for this link, if you didn't know, Don Lemonade got fired from CNN. He had got into it with East Indian who calls himself running for president now, Ramasee. And this suspected white supremacist is an all-out war against Black people in America, and he's not making no qualms about it. So we did a previous show on this bastard, Verchek Ramasee, and Don Lemonade got in his behind on CNN because he was saying factually inaccurate stuff, such as, oh my God, the Civil War and how Black people need to be thankful for the Second Amendment. It was just retarded. It was really retarded, Black family. So Don Lemonade got in his behind really seriously, and we salute him for that because it just can't be getting on TV spitting lies, especially about black people, specifically foundational Black Americans. So he got in his behind, and rightfully so. And then shortly after that, Don Lemon was fired. Okay, here's the link. Damn, it took me forever to find this. Okay, it's actually Lisa Cabrera. My apologies. Uh, Shout out to Lisa Cabrera. If you haven't liked and subscribed to her channel, do.
Ladies and gentlemen, Elon Musk invited Don Lemon to host a show on Twitter. Tucker Carlson has already started out there doing anchor work on Twitter. So now Elon Musk invited Don Lemon, who last month was fired from CNN following a strings of gaffes, which they're claiming but never tell you what they are. The only one they were willing to mention was Nikki Haley, and I don't think that was much of a gaffe. I don't understand how he can get fired for that, but she can talk about Joe Biden dying and she's perfectly fine. But that's America for you. So this is to help revive his career by launching a show on Twitter. Have you considered doing your show on this platform? Maybe worth a try. This is what Musk wrote to Don Lemon on Wednesday. All right. So this is in response to Lemon's fiery tweet posted on April 24th, the day he was let go from CNN. The audience is much bigger, Musk added. As of midday Wednesday, Lemon, who had tweeted last month that he was blindsided by the news of his firing just hours after his final broadcast, had not replied to Musk. A rep for Lemon did not immediately respond to a request for comment. Lemon was let go from CNN after a slew of scandals, including, they're talking about Nikki Haley. We already know all about that. All right. So at the time, the 57-year-old anchor tweeted that he was never given any indication that he would not be able to keep working at CNN. And we know he was there for 17 years. Him and Tucker Carlson actually hired the same attorney. Musk timely job offer comes a day after former Fox News host Tucker Carlson, who was coincidentally also let go from Fox on, we know, the same day of Don Lemon. And Tucker did agree to launch a show on Twitter. And I saw that actually maybe yesterday.
Mm.
Yeah. So in a video posted to Twitter, the right wing pundit announced his decision to make a version of his show on the Musk Run platform, as there aren't many platforms left that allow free speech. Musk confirmed his platform was nonpartisan, and we know that's a damn lie, Elon Musk, but also made it clear that
Do not.
Carlson would be subjected to the same scrutiny and criticism of any Twitter content creator on this platform. Unlike the one-way street of broadcast, people are able to interact, critique, and refute whatever he or anyone may say. Musk tweeted on Tuesday. He added that we have not signed a deal of any kind whatsoever. Tucker is subjected to the same rules and rewards of all content creators. So that's what he said. All right. So he said the reason why he is asking both Lemon and Tucker Carlson to join is he would like creators from both sides of the aisle to launch programming on Twitter. So he said, I hope that many others, particularly from the left, also choose to be content creators on the platform, Musk tweeted. So we shall see if Don Lemon will crop up on Twitter. It seems like Tucker is interested, showing interest in doing so. But yeah, you know, ultimately they may both be on there depending on what kind of offer they're getting. I'm sure that weighs in on whether they would move forward with a platform on Twitter or not. So we shall see, y'all.
Mm-hmm.
But tell me what you think about this video. Please leave your comment and subscribe. Don't forget to hit on the notification bell, and I'll see you on the next video. Peace, family.
So there you have it, Black family. Elon Musk extends an invitation to ex-CNN anchor Don Lemon to host a show on Twitter. So it'll be interesting to see what that show is going to be about. If he's going to go in on CNN and call them out for the Caucasian Nazi network that they are, and if he's going to get on code or remain on code with what the new black media is saying. So we'll keep y'all updated, Black family. Now there's a second part to this, and that is Tucker Da Succa. As the sister alluded to, Lisa Cabrera, she said that Carlson already started his show. So I'm gonna play the video. The white supremacist, white ring media, The Hill, about Tucker Da Succa, or Tucker Carlson, announcing a new show on Twitter and preparing to sue Fox News.
Good morning and welcome to Rising. Happy Wednesday.
Is back. He announced new plans to have a kind of Elon Musk Twitter crossover show. Let's take a look.
After more than 30 years in the middle of it, we could tell you stories. The best you can hope for in the news business at this point is the freedom to tell the fullest truth that you can. But there are always limits. And you know that if you bump up against those limits often enough, you will be fired for it. That's not a guess. It's guaranteed. Every person who works in English language media understands that. The rule of what you can't say defines everything. It's filthy, really, and it's utterly corrupting. You can't have a free society if people aren't allowed to say what they think is true. Speech is the fundamental prerequisite for democracy. That's why it's enshrined in the first of our constitutional amendments. Amazingly, as of tonight, there aren't many platforms left that allow free speech. The last big one remaining in the world, the only one, is Twitter, where we are now. Twitter has long served as the place where our national conversation incubates and develops. Twitter is not a partisan site. Everybody's allowed here. It's a good thing. And yet, for the most part, the news that you see analyzed on Twitter comes from media organizations that are themselves thinly disguised propaganda outlets. You see it on cable news. You talk about it on Twitter. The result may feel like a debate, but actually the gatekeepers are still in charge. We think that's a bad system. We know exactly how it works, and we're sick of it. Starting soon, we'll be bringing a new version of the show we've been doing for the last 6.5 years, Twitter. About. But for now, we'll be here. Free speech right that you have. Without it, you have no others. See you soon.
Now, according to new reporting in Axios, Carlson's lawyers recently penned a letter to Fox accusing the company of fraud and breach of contract and demanding a host of documents that could precede legal action. Sources say Carlson was told by a Fox board member that he was ousted as part of Dominion's settlement, and that Carlson intends to subpoena Fox communications chief Irina Briganti's cell records.
As of this taping, Carlson's video has 18.2 million views on Twitter. which seems to suggest that maybe deplatforming doesn't always work. AOC had, hailed the deplatforming of Tucker Carlson and suggested like that would be the end of your likelihood of interacting with him, which was obviously very, very, very poor. Tucker only intends to remain part of the discourse. So we're going to talk about him, Elon Musk, Twitter, et cetera, in a minute. But first, his actual dispute with Fox. Fascinating. So he is alleging breach of contract for a variety of reasons. He says that, so his claim is that he's out as a result of the Dominion lawsuit. Fox, by the way, says that's not true. And Dominion, by the way, says that's not true. They've released a statement saying that was not part of their settlement. He also believes Fox made him look bad. He called out Murdoch specifically, violated the contract by making him look bad, which was part of their agreement that they would not, in the course of the lawsuit, do things, settle in a way that would be damaging to his own reputation. They clearly did that. That's what he's saying. So he's saying they broke the contract first. Yeah, so he can post on Twitter. He can do what he wants because they have terminated the contract.
Yeah, and specifically, he's saying that because he was fired as a consequence of the Dominion settlement, that reflects wrongdoing on his part. That if he were fired for others, then he can be fired for other reasons. But because he says Fox fired him specifically as a consequence of the Dominion lawsuit, that the implication is that he did something wrong. And so the sum total, the consequences of this, if he were to be successful, is that he could continue to get the money that is remaining on his contract, which isn't up until January of 2025, at the same time that he continues to do news, do reporting, do journalism, or what have you, on other outlets, which he'd be precluded from doing in the alternative.
Yeah, I think that's a little bit unclear at this moment. I saw some reporting suggesting that he was essentially going to walk and not try to receive the money. But you're right that he's wants to have this legal dispute with Fox about the state of the contract would suggest he's trying to still collect what could be, I think, about somewhere between $20 and $30 million based on what he's paid per year. So, which obviously he doesn't need the money, but of course, that's a lot of money. Like no one says, I don't need $30 million. If you can get it, you can get it. He can, of course, also make millions on police news agent. It seems like it's going to be Twitter, but the fight, he wants to subpoena communications involving that Fox official, Irina Briganti, who's the head of Fox Media and is kind of a behind-the-scenes entity at Fox. Megyn Kelly has had some unkind words for that person with respect to her own departure from Fox. So I think Tucker wants to find out, or wants the public to find out, whether the leaks have been orchestrated, all of those kinds of things. I mean, to the extent he was undone by his own internal communications with other people at Fox, with his producer, et cetera, maybe now this is like a little bit of payback, honestly. Yeah, I mean, what were other people saying? You think what I said was embarrassing. Here's what other people were saying.
Sure. I mean, it does feel as though the threat of embarrassing Fox is more significant than the possibility of him demonstrating that Fox has breached their contract. First, we have to know more as alleged material representations that were made to him were, and we have to find out if he can actually prove that some condition of the settlement with Dominion actually was firing Tucker Carlson. And I'm sure that his document discovery efforts here are aimed at finding exactly that out. It's not clear to me, maybe you know more about the role Irina would be playing in any of that, what, if anything, in her communications would help him prove his legal case, or if in the alternative, this is really about just exploding it all up and having the information available that would make it very embarrassing for Fox News to continue to hold on to their audience share.
Sure. He clearly wants to make this as painful, I think, for Fox as possible. His sudden firing and ouster was dropped on him, 2 weeks ago? So it's if they thought he was going to go quietly into that good night, I guess that was a very wrong bet.
Yeah. I mean, I also do think there's an interesting question about the exposure Tucker will get on Twitter versus the mainstream media. I do think it was very premature and hubristic for anyone to presume that someone as big as Tucker Carlson could be "quote unquote" deplatforming. We went through the same argument with Joe Rogan a couple of years ago, when there was this question of should Spotify offer him a deal? No, Spotify should deplatform him. Joe Rogan, someone who's independently built up the largest podcast following, one of the largest media followings, period, in the world. The idea that that following is reliant, ever was reliant or would be reliant on being hosted by a company like Spotify sort of misses the point. If you think the institution, the corporation shouldn't get behind someone for various ideological reasons, you're allowed to have that as your opinion. But this whole notion of deplatforming has gotten so skewed over the last few years. It used to mean that someone who otherwise wouldn't have an audience is being given an audience by usually mainstream cable media shows. This is what happened, I would argue, with Donald Trump in 2015, 2016, when shows like, or stations like MSNBC and CNN chose to air empty podiums and obsessively cover Donald Trump. And in fact, fire reporters who didn't want to talk about Donald Trump. Melissa Harris Perry very famously was let go from MSNBC in part because she wanted to cover other kinds of news in the lead up to the 2016 election. And they were like, no, Trump is good for ratings, Trump all the time. That's platforming. That is exposing an audience that otherwise wouldn't be putting eyes on a figure to that figure disproportionately. But someone who already has one of the biggest audiences in cable media, it's a nonsensical argument. So the question is, are you now just creating a world where tucked in the fence, fenced in by some kind of boundaries on him, boundaries he's not happy to take off? And
yeah, that's exactly what he's saying.
And now he's out here without an editor. Right. Is that really a better world?
Well,
from the liberal perspective.
From a liberal perspective, almost no, certainly not. It might genuinely be a better arrangement for, from the standpoint of addressing controversial subjects or, things the regime doesn't want to talk about, particularly with respect to foreign policy. We're now hearing, it's still kind of operating the level of rumors, the discomfort that certain, Republican leaders of a more old school neocon bent had with his hour on Fox News, specifically because he was charting such a drastically different course on Ukraine and et cetera. So,
and it's also worth noting that Tucker Carlson's chief writer, Blake Neff, previously fired some years ago because of bigoted statements that he was making on certain other online forums. Is that the kind of decision? Would Tucker Carlson's head writer be let go in a world where Fox wasn't putting that kind of pressure on? So it's not just, I know that there is a lot of interest in Tucker Carlson's kind of foreign policy takes and whether or not there was tension at Fox around those takes and whether or not he's free to be, continue criticizing the war in Ukraine and what have you. But there also is concern that some of his domestic policy, race takes, et cetera, also won't have any constraint on them in a way that might be harmful to various communities that have become targets of them, or frankly, might be distasteful to his audience who also isn't that into some of the great replacement theory and other kinds of fringe rhetoric that have now, in most recent history, been connected to some of these mass shooters and the like.
Well, we're going to talk more about Tucker's future on Twitter in a minute. More Rising right after this.
So there you have it, Black family. And the shadow ban is real. And they're trying to even it out by targeting these right-wing extremists and alt-right people. But we know the fix is in. They want to silence the truth, Black family. They don't even care who it's coming from. They care about Black people, though, and what we're up to. And if we're telling the truth, they want to shadow ban that and shut that down. So we'll see how Tucker Da Succa show goes on Twitter. I won't be tuning in, but I'm sure there'll be some people tuning into that. It won't be me, though. But we'll keep y'all updated on what's happening with Don Lemonade and Tucker Da Succa and their Twitter shows. I mean, I might have to tune in just to hear what the hell he's talking about, but I'm pretty sure by now I know exactly what he's talking about. Maybe he'll go in on Fox News and expose them for the fakest, frauds, and phonies they are, since he didn't believe half the stuff that they was having him say about Donald Trump. So we will see. So I'm going to move a song because Lady Che is still entertaining her brother. So shout out to the viewers. Appreciate y'all. If y'all want to jump on, just let me know and I'll shoot you the link. So the next topic, Black family, is non-FBA tethers upset they don't qualify for lineage-based reparations. So if you're new to this program, you probably don't know what a tether is. Tether is a foreign Black person that is sent to America to undermine Black people and Black movements and Black agendas. So the tethers are upset now that we're getting some leeway in the lineage-based reparations movement that's been on the way for about 4 years now. And they are voicing their upset, basically saying, why can't they get reparations? And it's like, no, you need to sue your colonizer. As we stated on this program numerous times, sue your colonizer. If your colonizer was the British, sue them. If your colonizer was the Spanish, sue them. If your colonizer was the French, sue them. If your colonizer was the British, or excuse me, not the British, I already said that, the Belgium or the Dutch or any of those European colonies or superpowers or countries, if they enslaved your ancestors, sue your colonizer. So we are taking the first leap to do it here in the United States, or United Snakes of America with a triple K. And now all these other groups are upset, but we don't give a damn. You have CARICOM, Caribbean immigrants. Y'all don't invite foundational Black Americans to any of your meetings, any of your functions, participate in any of your commissions, any of that. So y'all focus on that and hold your own nuts, and we're going to do what we're going to do and go after our colonizer, which is the United States government, and get what is rightfully ours for building this country and not being compensated for it. So I'm going to play the video. Shout out to Phil Scott of the African Diaspora Network for putting this on blast.
Reparations is definitely on the horizon. People that trolled us constantly, the white supremacists, or others who came to this country and talked down on us as Black Americans, saying that we were lazy and we just need to go to work like we haven't been working in this country for hundreds and hundreds of years. Hell, we worked 250 plus years for free. We didn't get paid a dime. But as you're seeing that reparations is, getting put on the forefront, the California Reparations Commission has gave their recommendations. Now they have to turn that into the state so they could try to move forward with some of that. Now people are saying, wait a minute. Hold on. See, I thought this was fun and games. I thought this was something I control Black Americans with. But now this is becoming an issue. And the reality is, especially when it became lineage-based reparations, people are saying, whoa, what about me? Why am I being left out? Now, in this particular podcast today, we're going to cover the consequences of rejecting Pan-Africanism. Case in point, this sister here, I want you to hear what she has to say. And it's 2 videos we're going to cover of her today. But let's go ahead on and run this first clip.
So there's talk about reparations. Let me tell you why I'm mad. Because not being Black American, but being Caribbean American, meaning my dad was born here, but his family's born in Haiti. My mother was born in Trinidad. We're still descendants of slaves. Anybody that is in the Caribbean for the most part, specifically Haiti, let's give it up for Haiti, because if Haiti didn't run it up, if we wasn't doing the machete chopping and all of that, nobody else would have really felt let's do this. But I digress. France ain't paying Haitian people because technically Haiti owes France for just wanting their freedom. The Brits ain't paying Trinidad either. So what about Caribbean Americans?
Sister, listen. We can't take credit for anything that happened in Haiti in 1804.
Right.
That is the Haitian Revolution, and we respect that.
Right.
I definitely respect it.
Right. I do too.
But you can't lay claim to what our ancestors fought for, all the slave revolts that happened here, and say, oh, well, it's because of us. Y'all, that's the reason why y'all fighting. So you say, basically say, well, because of our influence and maybe some of us who were brought here during that time, we should get reparations, trying to worm your way into reparations. You took issue with that, but ma'am, y'all have CARICOM.
Right.
And y'all had a reparations proposal because I covered your reparations proposal on African Diaspora News Channel. And every point of the reparations proposal that came through CARICOM, which Black Americans were never invited to be in CARICOM. Not once were we invited. Nothing in those proposals as a reparations that came through CARICOM said nothing about cash payments to any Caribbean nation that were enslaved by the colonizer. Not a one. When I covered that, it was utterly despicable what CARICOM had presented as reparations. But you're saying that it isn't, basically it isn't right that Black Americans policy. See, the thing is, when it became lineage-based reparations, ladies and gentlemen, that's when people say, oh, okay, because see, at first when it was going to be a free-for-all, and it just say, oh, it just for every Black person. See, that point right there would get reparations shot down legally. But when it's lineage-based reparations, it doesn't mean every Black person. It means people that has lineage back to the slave plantations of the United States of America. And if California goes through with this and it become law and the checks go out, then that can send a tidal wave throughout America where other states can start doing this and modeling the California Reparations Commission on how they did that. Now, every state, they're probably going to be different because certain states had a lot of slavery going on. So California's, way they do things versus maybe another state is going to be totally different.
Yeah.
But you feel that you should be entitled to reparations also because y'all were enslaved. Now, France is the one that you should go after reparations for. And if y'all start going after reparations for France, I'm going to support you.
Right.
I'll cover your meetings if you have them. I'll talk about it on our platform, especially African Diaspora News Channel, because we talk about news about Black people globally, right? That's what we do on that channel. And we'll cover that. And we will love to see you get your reparations from France.
Right.
But when it comes to us here in America, this is what we got going on right now. Now, there's one video of her that I really want to home in on because, see, when y'all throughout the world who rejected it, see, Pan-Africanism was a concept created in America.
Yep.
Not throughout the diaspora, but America. And I want you to hear what she's going to say about Pan-Africanism. It's very interesting. And I love going to the African continent. I love travel. I work with Black people globally, but I'm also a realist at the same time. Let's go ahead and play that clip.
Please let me know how I could have talked about reparations for Caribbean American people without there inherently being some alluding to Black Americans. Tell me how, as a person who is Black and American, born here, while there's literally a thing, because guess what? If I said Caribbean Americans need reparations, you know what would have happened? There would have been a bunch of people like y'all. Now they want reparations. Now they see us getting reparations. And look, there's no pleasing y'all. I'm gonna keep it straight and above.
Oh my God.
Number two, the idea that
why would
Haitian
we hate on you getting
did not
reparations?
directly contribute to the liberation of African American people is preposterous. Preposterous.
ultimately, the revolution is what stopped Napoleon from really having wanted anything to do with U.S. soil. He lost Haiti and was like, actually, Louisiana, I don't really see a point. Y'all could buy it back.
Louisiana,
which changed the trajectory of the country. If we're keeping it a stack, there's some people that will agree that the revolution affected African Americans, but they say that it's literally due to the fact that conditions of slavery got worse. Fair enough. How was that on Haiti? It's on Haiti because your colonizers decided on a method to suppress y'all by being worse. And y'all could draw that parallel, but y'all can't draw the parallel that African American people were inspired and said enough is enough while the conditions got worse. Y'all don't draw that parallel. Y'all think that is completely unrelated.
No,
that conditions of slavery came to an apex, a climax, and people were just like, no, we're not going to take this anymore. And Nat Turner revolted. Y'all don't see that parallel. That's very weird to me. Y'all also don't recognize the fact that there's a whole monument in Georgia dedicated to Haitian soldiers that fought with y'all for your freedom. We're not thinking critically here. On top of that, and this is the last point that I'll make. I've never in any of the videos, the 2 videos that are there, claimed that America or the Black American reparations are due to Caribbean Americans. I actually never said that at any point in time. And I made the caption what it was to make sure that that wasn't confusion, and still somehow it was lost. Pan-Africanism is not the only way to navigate the things that we go through within the African race and the diaspora. But I promise y'all, ethnocentrism is not the way either. And y'all think y'all are eating, but you're showing your ass when it comes to how y'all talking about Haiti. I saw somebody say Haitian people eat dirt. I saw somebody saying we don't even really like y'all. Y'all are us. And you don't want to think that you're us, but you're us.
Now you understand the consequences of rejecting Pan-Africanism. Black Americans have said, hey, we all Black, right? Yeah. Let's work together. Let's unify, right? We will be stronger together. It don't matter if you're from the Caribbean. It don't matter if you're from Latin America. It don't matter if you're from the continent of Africa. Hey, let's work together. We all could get together. We all got the same skin. We're going to deal with the same issues, problems. So let's unify. Because really, Pan-Africanism is just unification of Black people globally, working with each other for the empowerment of global Black people. That's all it was. Right. And when we say, yeah, let's be together as Black people, I ain't Black. I'm Dominican. I ain't Black. I'm Haitian. I ain't Black. I'm Nigerian. Right? Yes, that's your nationality. And just because we were talking about unification doesn't remove your nationality, doesn't remove your language, doesn't remove your culture, doesn't remove your food, doesn't remove anything that you had already. That's right. We just said, hey, if we are in a system of white supremacy globally, and all of us is labeled Black by these folks, in words with hard R's in particular, why don't we all just work together? But no, that's not what a lot of you wanted. And even in her second video, you didn't really want Pan-Africanism, but you have a problem with ethnocentrism. When y'all had done a mass rejection of Pan-Africanism, y'all did that. It wasn't us. It was y'all. Then Black Americans said, okay, fine. You don't want to unify globally to work together to empower each other globally. Okay. We have been rejected many times by many of you. You come to this country, you don't want to deal with us. You separate yourself from us. You practice ethnocentrism constantly. You don't come to the neighborhoods. You don't say, let's work together. That's my brothers and sisters over there until the white supremacists get at your neck. And then all of a sudden, hey, we are brothers. You know what I'm saying? Why we weren't brothers the moment you got here? Oh, but you had to listen to the white supremacists say, stay away from them Black Americans. Right? So when it comes to something like reparations and what we're fighting for, now all of a sudden it's a problem. See, that is a consequence of your rejection And it's just not her rejection, but many rejection of Pan-Africanism. You can't have Pan-Africanism when it just benefits you.
Right.
See, if you actually practice Pan-Africanism, basically just unification of all black people globally, if you practice that, we wouldn't be in the conditions that we're in globally.
Right.
Every country that you go to where black people are located, black people are dealing with similar conditions. Now, is all black people rejecting of working together? No, obviously not. I work with people in the African continent every day, talk to them every day. Been working with me for years. We get along very, very well. It's not an issue of cultural differences or whatever. But see, when you have people that want to work together, and I know people on the ground in those certain countries that I go to that work and have no problem working in the spirit of Pan-Africanism, right? But the majority of the African continent doesn't practice Pan-Africanism because they actually practice Pan-Africanism. They wouldn't be having all the borders. They wouldn't be having all the issues they have with, this is my country, that's your country. They say, hey, wait a minute, we all black. Let's go on to work together, right? Same thing in the Caribbean. Hey, let's go ahead and work together. Sure, we are different people, but let's work together. Y'all don't want to do that. All of y'all are practicing ethnocentrism. All of you are doing it. And I can readily admit that because it's the truth.
It is the truth.
The fact is, y'all, those of you who are complaining, you expect black Americans to carry the load and start a lot of things. And a lot of times in the past, you'd practice Pan-Africanism, we could have been fighting for your reparations at the same time. But when you said that you're not black, you're something else, constantly rejecting us, calling us lazy, saying akata and all of the, the ones who's doing it, of course, not people who are not doing it. This is the result. Once again, even after all of that, because see, y'all have to understand, a lot of black Americans won't say it to you. I'll say it to you for them. When y'all rejected Pan-Africanism, was basically a rejection of your own people. Do you know it hurts more when your own people that you clearly see are black like you say, I'm not you, I'm something else. I'm not you, I have a better culture than you. We work harder than you. We do this, we do that. Listen, we have heard it from the white supremacists forever, okay? We expect that from the devil.
Right.
That's no problem. But when it comes from you, since you are an extended family member, whether you like it or not, it stings a little bit. Now, when you reject people for a time, it hurts. Then that rejection eventually turns into anger. So when you see some black Americans being a little hostile, it is not on some quote unquote xenophobia. You have to think about the mass rejection that a lot of you have done to black Americans when they wanted to just be on some Pan-Africanism. Now, there's some black people that still believe in working together with black people globally. I'm one of them. And just because I believe in working with black people globally doesn't mean I don't care about the group I come from. It doesn't mean that. I don't know what asinine ideas that is where you can't do 10 things at once, right?
Right.
Because I had a person that showed up in my comments and told me, well, 1 minute you want to be FBA, the next minute you want to be Pan-Africanist. You got to pick a side. I said, I don't pick no side but my side.
Right.
Because my side is higher than what you think. Your side is very limited. I engage globally with black people. I work with black people globally. So I cannot be on your limited thinking. And I do work with black people in America too, every single day. I care about the issues in America. I could leave America, go stay in another country, and I will still be concerned about what's happening to you because y'all are my ethnic group. If you really want to know how American you are, black American, go travel to the continent of Africa. You're going to realize real quick how black American you are. Not because they treated me bad or something like that. We just have our own culture. We have our own nuance. We have our own ways. And sometimes some black Americans can't, have a hard time transitioning into certain African cultures because of that. That's why I told many of you, if you're going to go to the African continent, start in English-speaking countries first. Go to countries that's going to be an easier transition. South Africa is the best one to go to because it's so much easier for you.
Exactly.
Kenya, you can do that.
Yep.
That one I say would be number 2 on transition. I got to still go to Botswana, Namibia, and look at them too. But definitely on my list right now, if I tell a Black American to go to the African continent, I say South Africa first, Kenya second. Or you can go to Kenya first. It don't matter, whatever. But it will be a little easier for you, and you won't have certain issues, right? But Black Americans right now is in a dire straits, and they have to take their energy and fight for what they have here because they have a limited time to fight. Right now, the Democrat Party has accelerated mass illegal immigration.
Yep.
There's nothing wrong with immigration as long as it's done the right way, and it's not being done the right way.
Right.
The rules are being broken every single day.
Every day.
And these people are being prioritized over the issues that Black Americans have. Right. You understand?
That part.
So right now, we can't even focus on other things. We got to focus on our community, and reparations is just a reparative justice.
Right.
Right. It's not even getting ahead.
No.
It's trying to get us caught up.
Right.
So we can't really focus on other things right now. But maybe the younger people, you say, well, maybe the older people reject it. Maybe the younger people that's here right now in America who maybe first generation, who understand America. I love talking to first generations because they get it a little bit more, right? Or those in other countries start focusing on Pan-Africanism. In other words, start working together, unifying in your own country. Right. You got all these different separate ethnic groups. People may call them tribes. Y'all need to start working together. How you got so many ethnic groups in one place and you can't work together?
Right.
That's how the white supremacists keep y'all down anyway. I was told by many people on the African continent that Black Americans is the most unified group of Black people in the world. We don't think that, but I'm telling you from what I've seen and what I've been told, yes, we are. Because what binds us is our shared experience. That's what binds us. We can't say I'm this tribe, I'm that one. No, we are Black and we work together on that. So I'm not mad at the sister. Trust me, I'm not mad at her. Maybe her heart is in the right place on some things she's trying to say. I get it. But young lady, when they rejected Pan-Africanism, that's really what sparked a lot of it. We're saying, no, we're going to worry about ourselves. So you can't come in late and say, well, I want to believe in Pan-Africanism now. No, I mean, you can believe in it in other ways, but right now we got to take care of reparations. We get reparations, then that may be the ripple effect throughout the world for Black folks to get reparations. Because remember, when we got the civil rights done in America in the civil rights movement, that set off a ripple effect into all the Caribbean and African countries that got out of colonization into their own independent nations, right? At least independent on paper. So if we in Black America can get reparations, it may send a ripple effect all over the world. And as many of them support us throughout the world are getting reparations. Many brothers and sisters throughout the world supported us with the fight with George Floyd or many other people that, and I will not discount, and I know they support us because I get the messages. I've gotten, people that have donated funds, to support our platform, over the years who've been, people in other countries, right? And to greatly support us. So I know I really believe in us working together. We just need more of it. And especially those of you who live in America, those of you who are maybe first generation African and Caribbean Americans, right? Get on code with us. And that way, if we all fighting together, then we definitely understand we get reparations. You think we're not going to do business with y'all or do anything like that? So I'm not going to deal with them. No, we know we ain't like that. We may fuss about different things, or we are not a people that really is hateful like that. We really not. We just get hurt sometimes when our own distant cousins reject us for stupid reasons. Talking about culture, that culture thing. I may have to do a whole podcast on the word culture because you don't even know what. I think money. You don't even know what the word culture means. Because based on the word culture, Black Americans is full of culture based on the textbook definition, right? But that's a podcast of a different day. So fight for your reparations for Haiti, and I will support you. But this is part of the consequences of rejecting Pan-Africanism. If you want to work together, then start fixing it.
Oh shit! I was muted that whole time. Oh crap! Okay. We're joined by our West Coast correspondent Shabaka Sanko. Greetings.
Hey, what's going on with you, man? Yeah, I'm here in Las Vegas. You know, out here by the airport.
Oh, okay. I didn't know if you was at work or not.
Yeah, I was, but I'm taking some time off, man. You know, for a minute because it's getting warm out here, and you know, and they got the fucking up orders again today. They fucked up 2 of them already. So instead of stressing myself out in this heat, man, you know, I just decided to relax. You know what I mean?
Yeah. What's the temperature right now?
Okay, man. The way, you know, from my experience in the heat was definitely, man, in the low 90s.
Yeah, that sounds about right. Yep.
Yeah, it's definitely in the low 90s.
I've been to Vegas twice, and every time it was very hot.
Oh, yeah, well, it all depends on what time of the year that you come as well, too, because it can get cold here, and it has snowed here before.
I was there in July and January, and even in January, it was hot.
Oh, okay. Then that means then it must have had a warming trend. And then I'm quite sure when the sun went down, the temperature dropped dramatically.
Yeah. And, well, it was, yeah, because the first time we flew, and that was in the summertime, it was me and my stepdad at the time. And,
right. Okay.
The second time we drove, and it was still like in the 70s, low 80s.
Yep.
In January.
Okay. And I just laid down my glasses here on the side of my seat for a minute while I was hooking up with StreamYard, and I just put them back on my face, and they're hot as hell. So, you know, to give you an idea.
As a matter of fact, it was the same time as the Super Bowl between the Steelers and I want to say it was the Niners or Green.
The Steelers and the Niners.
It was either the Niners.
I don't think they're not. Okay, I'm gonna have to. I think it's Green Bay because I don't think the 49ers ever played the Steelers in the Super Bowl.
Oh wow, that's never happened. That's crazy.
Yeah, I don't think so, but don't hold me to it. I'm not sure. And by the way, man, you know, looks like the Lakers got to travel to the Mile High City.
That's right, Shabaka. You see my hat?
What hat you got, man? Let me see. Just as long as it ain't no donkeys.
Man, don't be hating on my Broncos. We gonna win the Super Bowl.
Well, guess what? Y'all gonna have to come to Las Vegas to win it.
Yeah, that's true. Well, we play y'all.
Yeah.
Y'all bums the first week of the season.
Right, and then we play you scrubs the last week of the season.
Yep, that's usually how it goes down.
Right, you know what I'm saying? You know, and then it'll be interesting if the Raiders, you know, after they win the AFC West Championship, you know, win it here, hosting it, then come back, in a couple of weeks and win the damn Super Bowl.
Yeah, one can dream.
well, sir, this is Las Vegas. Anything can happen here, okay? And as you know, what goes on in Vegas stays on in Vegas. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's what they say. I done seen an awful lot go on in Vegas that didn't stay in Vegas.
Hell yeah. Oh, yeah, shit, yeah. And then that cesspool called Los Angeles, California, I don't miss it at all. You know what I'm saying? It's because, they got all our people there bummed out. You know what I'm saying? And then, too, is that somebody came up here, on Facebook today emphasizing the fact that there are only two genders. And there was a white fellow over there in Africa.
Mm-hmm.
And, and one of the elders was telling him, he says, well, man, there's only two genders, a woman and a man, a woman. And then he went on to describe the attributes of the woman. Then he went on to describe the details of the man. And so the white fella says right there, well, what about transgender? And the brother went on and told him, look, man, we don't recognize that shit here.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? Confused ass individuals. Mm-hmm. And then, as we know, that old Kamala had went over there to Gory Island with her bullshit.
Yeah, she went over there
with, of course,
with Reverend Brown. That was on the commission.
Right.
For the Commission for Reparations in California.
Right. Now, what's happening is in California, I made a couple of statements online, but it's going one or two ways, okay, because Gruesome Newsom, he's talking out of both sides of his mouth.
Yep.
Then I'm hearing that they're talking about $1.2 million paid, to black folks who lived in California, and I did. Yes, sir. And then, like you said, brother, when you called up there, man, cut the fucking check. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? And then they wouldn't let me talk. You know what I'm saying? And then we got to get Joe Gibson in to find out the next time he's doing his podcast. And then then we bum rush it, man, from all different angles. You know what I mean?
We just got to check the dashboard.
Yeah. That's all we got to do. And then also, too, we're letting everybody know that when you call into Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced at 516-418-5996, be sure to add that phone number, ladies and gentlemen, to your cell phone plan. So therefore, you will not be charged for the call. And what the hell Blog Talk is doing, charging people, man, is beyond me. It's because they're already making a fucking money off of people paying the monthly descriptions, and they're making money off the damn advertisement. So I don't know why that they are charging the callers, but we're just putting it out there. And then, of course, we're trying to make something happen where we can get Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced up on another platform. And then also, too, Sister Badia has suggested that all of us, at one time, leave the Facebook platform all at once and go over to melanatedpeople.net. But over there at melanatedpeople.net, they got to be a little bit more flexible with their plan. So, we want to emphasize that.
Software, because it was kind of like Facebook, but they didn't have the bells and whistles of Facebook. Because I was on
right.
I made a couple posts on there. And then
right.
My account that was attached to it got hacked.
Yeah. And then the black man who reads aloud, who has as a Facebook friend, he says that his account has been hacked and the hackers is up out of Pakistan.
Yeah,
okay.
Mine was out of goddamn Asia. Goddamn Malaysia, something crazy like that.
So regardless that it's still off over there on the continent of Asia or near it. And as we know, they're going to our continent stealing all the raw materials that they need for this bullshit. You see what I'm saying?
Yep.
And then they want you to handle your business all through this shit and coming up with that digital currency bullshit. You see what I mean?
Yeah.
And they may go fuck themselves. So we got
to do a show on BRICS, Shabaka, because it's supposed to go into effect this summer, like July, August.
Okay. Now enlighten me on the BRICS.
BRICS is Brazil, Xania, Israel or Italy. I forgot what the I is. C is China. Oh, the I is India. India.
Okay.
C is China. And it's like 19 other countries that are on board with it. And they said when it passes in the summer, more countries are going to join. So,
all right.
So, Black family, the black dollar is underway.
Okay.
And they're not gonna go to war with China and India. That's just not happening. The United States ain't.
Yeah.
Because they got nuclear weapons, and they got an army bigger than ours.
Yeah. And so then what's getting ready to happen with the U.S.
Those are the two most populated countries in the world.
Right. Because China has like 2 billion people there.
Hold on, Shabaka. I gotta close the door.
Okay.
All right. I'm at Lady Chase's house, and it's a lot of young.
Oh, okay.
Going on.
Okay.
Nobody heard. It's just family business. So, I have bad news about speaking of family. Another relative today. I'm not gonna disclose.
Oh, condolences.
I know my mom might be tapping in, but happy Mother's Day to all the mothers. But yeah, one of my grandma's baby sisters died today.
Oh man.
Or we found out today. I guess she's been gone.
Okay.
And didn't nobody tell us, but they found her in our apartment. And, yeah.
Oh, wow.
It's always just talk to her. The last time I talked to my cousin, Crystal. Because all that family is in New York. We were the only ones that left New York. They ventured out west.
Okay, and they came west.
Yeah,
okay.
Me, my mom and my grandma.
No, man. Okay. Yeah, I'm sorry to hear that, brother. You know what I'm saying? I really am. You know?
And I had talked to her on Facebook Messenger with my cousin. And she had reminded me so much of my grandma. I even told her that. I was like, oh, you look just like Barbara.
Okay.
But that was her baby sister. My grandma, her big sister.
Okay.
She had a
man.
sibling. You know, back then we used to have big families.
Right.
And I'm the Paris clan. It's just me and my mom.
Oh man. Well, brother, condolences to you. You know what I'm saying? By all means, and what have you.
Yes, thank you, Shabaka.
Yeah.
It was real sudden. Because when I was at the food bank earlier, my mom had called, and I didn't answer, and it interrupted the whole live, and I had to end the live and start again. I talked to her, and I was like, oh my God. She told me, and I was like, oh, this past 3 months, Shabaka. Grandpa, cousin, and now auntie.
Yeah. Oh man. Oh man. Yeah, I know what you're going through, brother. You know what I'm saying? I know what you're going through.
But we all
whatnot.
Date. I hope she's in a much better place.
Oh yeah.
Because I know how you talk bad about New York. I mean, not New York, but LA. But it must talk
Yeah.
just about as bad as New York. It's not worse.
Yeah.
About New York.
Yeah, except the
Definitely.
difference between the two is that you got New York skyward and you got LA spread out.
Yeah.
You say, but you got the same, fucked up ass elements there. And then of course, during the beginning of the movie making industry, you had a lot of people traveling from New York, to LA. You see what I'm saying?
Let me bring you up to speed, Shabaka. So I just covered this Caribbean sister talking down on reparations. She gave some history about Haiti. I guess she's Haitian, and she was upset that we're getting reparations, but she wasn't getting reparations. And she kept trying to say, "Oh no, y'all wouldn't accept if we got it." And it's like, y'all got CARICOM, y'all got all this other stuff going on. Y'all don't invite us to none of that. But we still support.
Yeah.
And that's why we say, Stu, you're a colonizer. But this broad had it twisted. She was saying, why did they deserve it? We deserve it too. We started the Haitian Rebellion. If it wasn't for us, the Louisiana Purchase. And it's like, yeah, you're old for that.
Right.
It's just not the United States that owes you for that. It's France.
Yeah, well, actually, it's France, the United States, England, the Belgians. Let me see, who else was there? The Portuguese and the Spaniards that owe the reparations.
Yep.
Because all of them benefited off of the slave trade. You see what I mean?
Well,
and it was barbaric.
The whole world, especially the whole European world, benefited off of the the slave trade.
Yeah, exactly. You see, and then they're trying to get us to sit up there and believe, that bullshit that it never happened. It wasn't that bad, like Charles Barkley had said, years ago, that slavery wasn't that bad and all that. Man,
he's supposed to have a show with Joyless Reed, and him is supposed to have a show on CNN. Filling up.
Oh, really?
Old piece. Yeah, I started off with the Don Lemonade and Tucker Da Succa getting offers. Shows on Twitter from the Musty.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay. So Stinky Bird, wants to give Carlson his own show, huh?
Yep.
Okay. All righty. Okay.
And Tucker Da Succa. I guess Tucker Da Succa done already started his.
Oh, okay. Well, he's on Tweety Bird.
And he's suing CNN or Fox News, excuse me.
A wrongful termination, I take it.
I don't know all the details, but he's suing CNN, Fox News. I keep saying
okay.
Pretty much one and the same. CNN and Fox News. I mean, it's all white supremacist propaganda when you get down to it. So.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
It's different size, left and right, and now CNN is leaning more right than left.
Right. Right. Okay. And then, as you know, CNN, I believe they're headquartered in Hollywood.
No, I think it's Atlanta.
Wait a minute. No, TNT, that's Turner News Network. Ted Turner, does Ted Turner own CNN?
They did, and then I think they sold it to somebody else.
Okay. Because I do know, man, they had one of their buildings over there off of Sunset Boulevard in LA.
Yeah.
Or Hollywood.
Yeah, let me see. I think it's Atlanta now, yeah. CNN tours Atlanta, Georgia.
Okay. Okay. And I think Fox News is headquartered there in Los Angeles.
Fox? Maybe. New York.
Oh, okay. It's in New York. Okay. Okay. And then, too, so what it is Black family, is that, we got to get our own shit going on, man, everything. Even our own currency as well, too.
Yeah.
Is because when they do that brick stuff of what you was telling me about, Okay, then that means that the U.S. dollar is going to be pretty much used as shit paper. You know what I'm saying? So, and then of course, the main ones who are going to suffer from that are going to be our people, since you got a lot of anti-black sentiment going on.
Oh yeah, big time. And then we about to get into that. Ooh, we under siege, Shabaka. The invasion has begun.
What invasion is that?
The invasion of the illegals, the illegal immigrants.
Okay.
Title 42 expired last week.
Okay.
That's actually a perfect segue to our next topic, Black family. Okay. You weren't able to hear the video, but I tried to give you the details of it. What are your thoughts based off of what I just said in regards to the Caribbean sister who's mad about FBA, Foundation of Black Americans, Descendants of American Chattel Slavery, getting reparations and she not being able to qualify for it?
Okay, well, me personally, she can kiss our asses, okay? What she says does not count.
Right.
Okay, or any other motherfucker who sits up there with that same brainwashing shit, they can kiss our asses because they don't count. Now, when it comes to Negroes, we do know the affliction of the boss we sick syndrome, okay? As Brother Malcolm had stated, over 60 years ago in one of his lectures. And what it is, Black family, is that I honestly believe that the whole diaspora, the African diaspora, is going to unite before Negroes do in the United States.
That's what Pan-Africanism is. And brother actually said that Negroes in the United States, the brothers and sisters in the continent and the diaspora are saying that we're more organized than any other Black group worldwide, meaning foundation.
Okay, you talking about you talking about worldwide, because I can't see that in the United States of us being organized.
They said that we are, and they said that we are the. This is what Phil Scott said from his many travels in Africa. He said that they said that we are the most organized Black people on this planet. And
wow.
We need to get on board with what y'all got going on.
Wow. Okay, now that serves a recipe for a disaster. Now, if us here in the U.S., if Africans in America were united, I most definitely would see that and endorse that. But from what I'm seeing, particularly out here in the West, we are so disorganized amongst ourselves, it's pathetic. But hopefully, as Professor Black Truth was saying, is with the murder of Mr. Jordan Neely, hopefully that there might be the implosion that we need. Now, let me explain something to you with very, very little of physics that I know. Very little. Okay, an explosion is where you have a mass, where there's an ignition, right? And all the particles.
I'm actually live right now. One of my homeboys just got in town, just hit me up, Shabaka. Finish talking, I'm just gonna go on mute.
Okay, alrighty. And so, an implosion is the exact opposite of a explosion, where all particles will come together. And under that physical principle, that's what we need as a people. So not so much here in the U.S. or the Caribbean or on the continent itself or in Europe, but throughout the whole African diaspora. We need an implosion when it comes to economical goods, when it comes to our educational goods, and then also too, we've got to let it be known. So, and I'm not going to give out Joe's full name in this podcast because we don't want to be promoting him. Yeah. But I will find out, when he is on next. And all of us in the Pan-African diaspora need to call that podcast and let him have it.
Yep. Yeah, but
okay.
In regards to the Pan-Africanism, we need all that, but we can't be the only ones that's pushing for it.
I understand. You see,
yeah, are the ones that came up with Pan-Africanism, because everybody else is under, oh, I'm from this tribe or I'm from this nation. So you're getting upset because we practice what you're terming ethnocentrism.
Yeah.
But y'all do it every day. And we're just supposed to put up with that. Oh, wherever they're from. It could be Sudan, it could be anywhere in the diaspora.
Yeah.
They're all go to is I'm not black, I'm this. No, well, Pan-Africanism, if you're not black, you're this.
Right. And then keep in mind, as like I've stated on many times, okay, that take your ass to the city of Los Angeles and let a brother from Ghana, let a brother from Jamaica, and let a brother from New York City and a brother from Los Angeles walk down the street together and get pulled over by the LAPD. What the LAPD is going to do when they radio in their headquarters, oh, we stopped 4 black males. Period.
Yeah. They're not going to actually delineate. They're not going to delineate. They're going to be like, these is 4 niggas. And they're all suspects.
Pretty much, yeah.
And they're under
arrest. For all practical purposes, yes, sir. That's exactly, what it would be. You know what I mean? That's exactly what it would be. Is that all we got is 4 niggas, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And what have you. You say? Then
I said it mildly. It would have been with the ER instead of niggas, it would have been niggers.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. And then as Professor Black Truth has stated on StreamYard last night, is that what happened there to Mr. Jordan Neely was nothing more but the blatant exercise of white supremacy.
Mm-hmm.
You see what I'm saying? And then
that was a license to kill. If you're white, you have a license to kill niggas. It don't matter if you're the police. It don't matter if you're civilian. It don't matter if you're military.
Right.
You have the right to kill niggas, period.
Exactly.
With impunity, and to see that motherfucker raise that much money, and from what I've heard, because the new black media work on that research, what I heard is majority of them donations is coming from white and evangelical groups.
Yeah. So what does that tell you?
And they trying to paint him as a hero.
Right. You see what I mean?
Not the murderer.
But let a black motherfucker go up there, man, and say he needs some funding, for Pan-Africanism, man. That cat ain't even gonna get no more than $200 at the most.
At the most.
At the most.
It's gonna be limited on what they can say in regards.
Yeah. Exactly. You see what I'm saying? And then, but however though, man, that just goes to show how the majority of white America feels, of how Europeans in general feel.
Yeah, they own code. They're on code.
Yeah, big time. Yeah.
It's racism and white supremacy, and they're gonna fight and die to defend that.
Oh yes, sir, absolutely. But what it is though,
justify our murders because we're not in a protected class. We don't have no hate crime against us. So with impunity, any white person can just kill you with impunity at this point. It don't matter the institution they're in. They can kill you with impunity and get away with it.
Yep. And that's the sad part about it is, and like I said, for the remainder,
this was 1953.
Oh yeah. Well, see, so that there just goes to show the regression, that we went under. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And the one who really forced that, in my opinion, with this all-inclusive shit, was the Obama administration.
I'll go back further than that. The Jesse Jackson.
Oh yeah. I
am somebody. Yeah. Is he one of those recognized Negroes that you're talking about? Yes.
Well,
I think he does to the very best of his ability.
Well, as Dr. Khalid Mohammed said, those words right there on the Phil Donahue show, and Phil Donahue had asked him, is Jesse Jackson, for all practical purposes, a coon and a house nigga? I'm paraphrasing Donahue, not quoting him. And Dr. Khalid Muhammad had said, to the utmost and to the best of his ability. You see? So the sad part about it is that, our youth have been taught, and when I say our youth, I'm talking about those 50 and under, okay, have been taught, that bullshit. And then, of course, the division that is perpetuated, amongst our own. You see what I'm saying? Inner cities, and you know what I'm talking about.
Well, we got.
You see what I mean?
We got our tribalism going on with the street gangs or the street
right
organizations, but
you
can respect all crews, like was witnessed today.
Right.
Like I literally witnessed today, like op, as we would say, was at the liquor store, and he opened the door for me and let me go first. And I had my big ass cart with me, and it was all blue.
Is that right?
In an all blood neighborhood.
Okay, well, see, brother, that's a start.
And he was
that's
red.
A start.
He was red from head to toe, damn near.
Right.
And
right.
You see how I'm looking.
Yeah. You see? Okay, that's a start.
Yeah, that's a start. If we can do it with that, then we could expand that globally, and then all the tribes basically can unite, and then we can get this shit cracking.
Yes, sir. And that's what they are afraid of.
Yeah, well, they spend trillions and billions of dollars to keep that from being a reality.
Yeah, they really do. And the cold part about it is, it's our continent of where they get the raw materials for this revenue to do just that. And then there was a live feed from a damn boar, and a boar is a white African like Charlize Theron.
Those damn Afrikaners,
So this, and this boar is going to sit up there and says that when he was with the South African Army, is that they had their intelligence corps make it a point to keep the African nations within Azania divided, is because the thing that they had feared the most was the whole unification of the Sutu, the Zulu, you know what I'm saying, and Dwamdwas, you know what I'm saying, and what have you. That's what they were in fear of. So they had systemically had went out there and caused methods of division, as they say, divide and conquered. The same thing they did to the indigenous people of the Americas, and the same thing that they did to our people, off the boat ride, is because the only difference between an Afro-Cuban, an Afro-Dominican, an Afro-Haitian, an Afro-American, an Afro-Colombian, an Afro-Brazilian is a boat stop.
Yeah, that's the only difference.
Period.
On the surface, yes.
Period.
But there's different lineages there.
Well, true that. But keep in mind, with us being the original man and woman, or the original human, for that aspect, you see what I'm saying? Of course, you're going to have this, right? Now, there are those who are saying that we were already here and we were not brought here as slaves from Africa. Well, there's too much evidence to the contrary on that. But however, I believe that we had circumnavigated the globe, at least 500 to 1,000 years before that drunk motherfucker Columbus did.
They're saying that
because Columbus was a drunk.
Yeah, but Shabaka, I got to give you the counter. So they're saying that the diaspora, it was damn, I lost my train of thought. Okay, so diaspora, right? You said the only difference is between us is the boat stop. Well, if we can't, like I said, the Pan-Africanism started with the Afro-Americans.
Okay.
So
that was W.E.B. Du Bois.
Yeah. And
Yeah, with the Pan-Africanism.
Yeah, then Garvey ran with it.
Yep.
Made a whole flag out of it, the red, black, and green.
Right.
You're not under red, black, and green if you don't see yourself as a black person. Like there's no unity there. Because
exactly. You see? And so, and then just like how you got the poster of their new film called Coons starring the majority of these niggas.
Yeah.
Them is the ones that's going out there, man, keeping a division going. And then what happens with them.
Tethers. It's these goddamn tethers, Shabaka. That's why we call them tethers. See, we check our we check our Jessica Petersons. We check our Candace Owens.
Yeah, man.
We check our
Jesse Peterson is ill.
Her Herschel Walkers and our Tiffany Cross-Eyes. We check our Celia Jackson Lees. We checked them.
And Larry Elders and Leo Terrell. Thomas Sewell is another one.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Okay. So in my opinion, that what these individuals are miseducated fools. You see what I'm saying?
From how does it go?
Yeah, exactly.
Educated fools from miseducated schools or something.
Oh yeah. Now, as you know, what miscegenation was the concept of the white raping, slave trading, pedophile violating black girls on the plantation system.
Yep.
And then they had even made that a norm. Okay. So therefore, if you and your woman are married on a plantation system, the slave master can come up there and help himself to your wife, to your sister, to your daughter. All the female lineage to you is that the slave trader could help himself too. Now, when the Carolyn Bryants came along,
the mother
and the Karens,
yeah,
telling the brother,
Susans,
telling the brother that you better fuck, or I'm gonna tell the slave master that you raped me.
So
and if you look at a motion picture called Mandingo, it deals just with that. You see what I'm saying?
Fascination with our genitalia.
Yeah, exactly. And then to quote the words of the heavyweight champion that he had said in 1974, no, we are not brothers, because brothers do not take their brothers, lynch them in trees, okay, then cut off their private parts and stick it in their mouths, okay? That's not the act of a brother. That is the act of a downright pure savage, okay? Beyond savage. You see what I mean? So when we make statements like that, okay, then that's what they counter us with. So therefore, when guys like Joe Gibson and them come up, what's his name, Dr. Phil, comes up, saying some shit like that.
Had a heart attack, Shabaka, when he said, each one is due 1 point something million.
Yeah.
What are they gonna do with that? It starts with Joe Gibson. So what do y'all do?
Well, what we're planning on doing is separating and establishing our right to self-determination.
Yeah.
Period. And what we could do is that when the American dollar turns to shit paper, we need some of our economists who are Afrocentric minded. We need some of our business people and entrepreneurs who are Afrocentric minded to perhaps develop our own currency. And then old boy over there, King Charles III, He needs to unass the vibranium that they stole from Wakanda, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, I know exactly what you mean, Shabaka. They need to return everything they stole.
Every goddamn dime of it. Okay? Now, what that proves is that up in their continent, it was barren. They had no resources. They lived in caves.
Okay, after this, Shabaka, we got to move on to
okay.
22.
Okay, yeah, let's move on to the next one.
Okay. So yeah, like we were saying, Pan-Africanism is a month, Black family. We got to get on one accord. We all got to get on code globally because we're up against a global system, and that global system is racism, white supremacy, and there is 9 areas of activity of which that controls. That is economics, that is education, that is entertainment, that is labor, law, politics or politics, sex, and war in all 9 areas globally. So it's high time that we all get on one accord. And if you other groups that are on the diaspora are gonna push the line of Black first, then we can get on board with you and we can have true Pan-Africanism globally. But until then, we're gonna tell you to hold your own nuts, sue your colonizer. We're not saying you're not owed for the atrocities your ancestors went through. We're just saying now is our time, and y'all can follow our lead.
Right. Exactly. You see what I'm saying? And then what we have to do, because I'm remembering a conversation that I had with a brother in Oakland a few years ago who was from New York City, is that we have to become producers and quit being consumers.
Yep.
You see what I'm saying? Okay. And then those of this mindset, well, man, the only color I see is green.
Oh my God.
The only color you see is green.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, economics, so now you got 9 areas.
Yeah. And then when our people say that, the colonizers and the oppressors, they look at us and laugh. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
The Willie Lynch doctrine. Say you implement this bullshit, it will stay in effect for the next 300 years.
Well, Nellie Fuller said it. I mean, it only works if you have those that are being oppressed themselves. Participate.
Exactly.
Become a cog in the wheel, if you will, of racism and white supremacy. And that's what many of them.
Yes.
And they sell out themselves, and they sell out their families, and they sell out everything that made them Black or had a kinship toward Black. And now the only color they do see is green. The only color that they see is whatever. But we over here we see Black first. And when we look in the goddamn
absolutely
Black, melanated, dark, brown skinned being, God.
Exactly. And then I'm sitting out here in Las Vegas in the middle of the desert, and I am yet to experience sunburn. Okay.
The ones that I seen pass over, they are experiencing it.
Okay.
But here goes
Andy
Goodman. They're trying to make us feel sorry for these illegal immigrants.
Right.
So it says, as Title 42 ends, asylum seekers. Asylum? No, you come over here to get the bag that was built and given to you by foundational Black Americans, descendants of American chattel slavery, and you are on team white supremacy because you practice racism and colorism in your countries that you're supposedly fleeing from and seeking asylum from, so you can keep the South. But this says asylum seekers face harsh border conditions, new restrictions, and fast deportation. Is it as fast as the Haitians were deported after they were rounded like cattle and put back on ships to go back to, or planes to go back to Haiti?
Yeah, and hit with bull whips by the Border Patrol.
Yeah, rounded up here with bull whips, rounded up like cattle, like you would round up cattle, and shipped back or flew back to Haiti.
Yeah. Yeah.
But Venezuelans,
yeah,
y'all come right on in. Everybody's
yep.
border for that matter.
Yep. And then Venezuela.
Panamanians, Shabaka. You ain't even really heard much about the Hondurans. Have you heard?
Yeah.
Well, the Hondurans got killed recently, so that's kind of not true. But in Texas, when that fool, that Mexican, illegal Mexican that have been deported like 4 times.
Oh, yeah.
Goddamn problem. And they kept bringing them in here.
Right. You know?
Damn, speed racer in the house.
Yeah. That's these motherfuckers on these motorcycles driving down Las Vegas Boulevard. Who knows? And the direction they're heading to is toward Los Angeles. They probably getting up out of town.
Oh,
who knows? Maybe motherfucker. Huh?
Are you off the 15?
I'm near the 15. Actually, I'm off of Las Vegas Boulevard.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but it's the 15. Yeah, they got the on-ramp to the 15 that they're heading to that takes you straight, to Los Angeles, heading south.
Yeah.
And then if you take the 15 north, that motherfucker's going to take you all the way up to the Canadian border.
Facts. Yep.
Yeah, it's going to take you through Nevada. Mm-hmm. It's going to take you through the corner of Arizona. Yep. It's going to take you all the way up to Salt Lake City.
Yep.
Then it's going to take you into Wyoming. Mm-hmm. Okay. Then it's going to take you into Montana.
Mm.
And then it's going to take you all the way up there to the High Line.
Idaho. Take you through the Idaho. It don't go through Wyoming.
Oh, wait a minute. No, I stand corrected. Yes, sir. You are absolutely correct. It will take you through Idaho.
Which is
I stand corrected.
White supremacist Ku Klux Klan enclave.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. And then in my travels,
they tried to host a goddamn convention for George Zimmerman, the killer of Trayvon Martin.
George Zimmerman.
So now
we
got Kyle Shittenhouse. We got the Kyle Shittenhouse
Zimmerman.
The Zimmerman effect.
And then his asshole in New York.
Yeah. We got the Penny effect.
Okay. Yep. Okay. And then let me see. Then I remember they had this motherfucker out here in Las Vegas a few years back who was right up there at the Mandalay Bay shooting motherfuckers here at the airport.
Oh, you talking about the one that shot up the concert. The motherfucker that shot up the
okay.
concert. He shot the whole concert up. It was a cracker that did that shit. And he killed 50, 60 people or some shit. It was a country,
yes, sir, he did.
Country music concert.
Yeah, yes, he did. And where they held it out here, I don't know. But I do know is that there was gunfire that went out here to the airport. And then from what I understand is that this son of a bitch was trying to hit fuel tanks out here too. Mm-hmm. Do you know how high the octane level is in airline fuel, man?
Ooh. Man.
You know? And so ain't no telling what they done with that dumb bastard.
Mm-hmm.
And he was up there at the Mandalay Bay. And the Mandalay Bay, as you can see back there, is right by the airport. Mm-hmm. You see? Yeah, you see what I'm saying? You know.
Yeah,
so it's crazy.
Asylum seekers. What the hell are they seeking asylum from? Because of damn white supremacy, because it's so quick enough to try to get in bed with it.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. And then when I look at
42, which
hold on, Shabbat, I gotta play the video.
Yeah.
We begin today's show at the U.S.-Mexico border, where the pandemic policy known as Title 42, which was used to expel nearly 3 million asylum seekers without due process, was lifted Thursday at midnight, 3 years after it was implemented by Trump. Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas announced the change while warning migrants of harsher consequences if they attempt to cross into the United States.
Let me be clear. The lifting of the Title 42 public health order does not mean our border is open. In fact, it is the contrary. Our use of our immigration enforcement authorities under Title 8 of the United States Code means tougher consequences for people who cross the border illegally. Unlike under Title 42, an individual who is removed under Title 8 is subject to at least a 5-year bar on re-entry into the United States and can face criminal prosecution if they attempt to cross again. We are conducting thousands of removal flights per week, and we continue to increase our removal flight capability. We are increasing our efficiency and reducing processing times at the border.
As Title 42 ends, thousands of migrants have been stranded across the southern border, hoping to be processed and allowed into the United States. This is a
migrants. They're fucking illegals. They didn't go through the proper channel to become a citizen of the United States. Like,
right. But here's what they could do. If they want some justice, if there's some kind of justice, you know what they would do? They will release all black inmates held in federal jails on trumped up charges, that shit that Obama and Biden pushed, and throw them motherfuckers there in their place.
Yep. Since y'all want to replace us. Yeah,
exactly. You see what I'm saying?
Goddamn jails. You know, they sending all kinds of motherfuckers over here, Shabaka. Or sending MS-13 over here. They opening their jails and their prisons and just sending mugs right over to the United States. Oh, you want a life? Oh, here you go.
Yeah.
One-way ticket.
Yep. And then with us, and they want to kill us.
These mugs got brand new phones, brand new shoes, brand new clothes. It's like, are you really?
Brand new cars.
Yeah, brand new cars. They getting housed in a month. We got people that's dying out here on these streets that's been on wait lists for like 10 years, dying on the street.
Right.
And these mothers could come over here from El Salvador, Venezuela, Guatemala, Honduras, Mexico.
Right.
But you don't hear too much about the Panamanians, and you don't hear much about the Costa Ricans either. It's like it's literally the white passing Latino countries are sending their migrants. They keep calling them migrants over here, to replace us.
Yeah. That is pretty much the crux of it. You know what I mean?
So that means,
and as
Peyton Gendron was wrong. He was saying the replacements, or rather what they deem, what the white supremacists deem the replacements, are these people, these buffer classes that they're sending over here, because they're going to act as a buffer. When it goes down, we're going to have to go through them to get to mass.
Right.
They're a buffer class. And they be setting them up so they can get.
Exactly.
Remember, we used to be like, damn, how are they able to do that? And then these be the first ones talking about, I didn't had nobody help me. I came here with the clothes on my back and a couple of dollars. And look at me now.
Right.
And they're not telling you they get all kinds of government subsidies, all kinds of shit,
all
kinds of handouts.
Yeah.
But we the ones that need to up by the bootstraps. So they can all nuts. And I'm glad this is coming into effect, because Shabaka, Denver's at capacity, over capacity. We don't have illegal immigrants in Colorado too. I have so many immigrants flooded to this country, and these mothers are talking about, we gotta house them in the church. We gotta house them in the shelters. Take everybody out the shelter that was in the shelter and put them in. Precedents. They are the priority. And it's like, no, we are the priority. And
yes, sir.
That goddamn check. I don't give a fuck how many
exactly
motherfuckers y'all ship in here. Y'all still gonna cut the goddamn check because y'all out your mouth, Democrats. It's them goddamn Democrats, Shabaka. Them Democrats trying to find a replacement for us in the voting base because they know the majority of black people vote for them motherfuckers, even though they don't do nothing tangible for us and haven't done nothing for us in at least 60 years. So they're gonna try to get them to be able, because they get licenses, driver's license, they able to get all kinds of shit that normal citizens have to work at getting. They just get it off top, and then they don't have to disclose any of their information. They're basically a ghost, and we're just out with it. And they get brand new Social Security cards, brand new credit lines, all that shit, and they're not even citizens. They're able. They want to make them able to vote in certain states and municipalities, and it's like, no, you can't even take care of the citizens here, and you want to give us a sob story about, oh, they're seeking asylum. No, they're coming over here to get the goddamn bag. They're not coming over here
and have anchor babies.
So they can generate wealth off of that and send it back to their homeland. So build up your home,
and then
so now you want
and keep in mind is that the main place that they go to get their wealth is out the black community.
Yeah, but that's where they set up shop. Here we go.
A Venezuelan asylum seeker near the San Isidro border crossing in California.
We got off one train to take another. The situation is challenging. All of us who are here are from Venezuela. Many migrants are in the same situation. It is difficult and complex. Every time they put more and more obstacles in our way, we will continue to move forward.
Because you're here fucking illegally. Like, what the fuck? You thought this was going to be easy? Oh, I'm just going to go to America.
Well, and San Isidro is literally right across the street from Mexico. It's down there by San Diego. If I'm not mistaken, I believe San Isidro, man, is the point where you cross into Mexico off of Interstate 5.
Yeah, I think you're correct, Shabaka.
And Interstate 5 will take you all the way from Mexico to Canada.
Yes, and it turns into something else when you get into Mexico.
Oh, yeah, exactly. You see what I'm saying? And then, of course, it turns into something else, you know, when you cross into British Columbia, north of Washington State, off the Puget Sound. And then the cold part about it is, I see a whole lot of them out here coming to Las Vegas as well, too, gambling. And as we all know, Las Vegas translated into English means the meadows. And I damn sure don't see no meadows out here. The only thing I see, man, is a bunch of sand and mountains and palm trees.
Yeah. Okay.
So,
are you familiar with the brother Jen Kanazi?
No, sir. Enlighten me on Mr. Kanazi.
Or Ganazi? He said he's a revolutionary.
No, sir.
And he studied at the George Jackson University, a revolutionary. But he just invited some black power.
Oh, okay. Okay, well, you know who George Jackson was.
Yes.
And so I'd imagine maybe brother decided to put him together a study group, or maybe he does have an accredited university, you know, named after, you know, the fallen comrade George Jackson, who was murdered at San Quentin in 1971.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes. Okay. Yeah, he just added me to this group, Shabaka. I was just asking if you, because I could add you to it.
Yeah, you can go ahead and add me to it.
It's a Facebook group. It's called Red, Black, and Green.
Yeah. Yeah, the RBG. Red for the blood. Black for the people's blood that shed it on the land.
Yep.
Let's say, you know, that's what it is, you know. And then the cold part about it is
that trying to make us feel sorry for these motherfuckers. I don't have no goddamn pity. I don't have no.
No, man, because we can't afford to, brother, because we as a people are in a state of emergency.
Right.
What the hell do you think a state of emergency means? That means, man, we got to deal with ourselves before anything. That's become a top priority.
As Jeff Fart always says, we got to put the oxygen mask on ourselves first before we try to put one on somebody else.
Jeff Fart said this?
Yeah.
Huh, what kind of hypocrite is he?
Oh man, he's the worst of the worst. That is our Roland Poly Martin. That is our version of Roly Poly Martin.
Okay.
He's a Democratic shield to the fullest. He put the Democrats of his race. It is sad. He is the enemy of the people. And anybody tuning in,
yes, sir,
should let him know that you are an enemy to the people. I am no longer dealing with you ever again in life. Don't fix your face to ask me to do a motherfucking thing. So I told him that directly to his face. So
Jeff Fart. Okay. All right. Fuck him.
Yep.
Okay. Fuck him. You know? And then it's incredible how I'm looking at all these private jets out here that is coming and going. And a whole lot of money is coming through here in Vegas and what have you. And, you know, we can't get us, you know, nothing. We could barely keep a damn grocery store in operation, man.
Yeah.
And this whole damn city is built off of nothing but money. You know what I'm saying?
Sin City. Yep.
Oh, big time. Oh, big time. Big time. You know, half these motherfuckers out here driving is drunk. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
And then I'm seeing a lot of plates out here from Colorado too.
Yeah. There's a lot of people that's relocated from Colorado.
Yeah.
Expensive as fuck.
Yeah.
So now they're in or Nevada. Yep. But I gotta finish the video.
Yeah.
I think Lady Che might be here shortly.
Okay. Entry to the United States will likely be blocked as the Biden administration begins its implementation of what immigration rights advocates say is another ban on the right to seek asylum under both domestic and international law. A policy announced this week would force most asylum seekers to request refugee status in another country like Mexico before reaching the U.S. or face quick deportation. The ACLU and others are suing over the rule. Another directive requires asylum applicants to make their appointments on a Customs and Border Protection smartphone app that asylum seekers say is riddled with software bugs and raises serious concerns over privacy. Meanwhile, migrant detentions at the U.S.-Mexico border are hitting record highs as Title 42 ends. Border Patrol authorities said Wednesday they detained a record 28,000 people. For more, we go to San Diego, which is near the San Isidro border crossing in California, where hundreds of asylum seekers have been sleeping on the ground under trash bags and foil blankets, with many reporting they haven't eaten in days. We're joined by Pedro Rios, director of the American Friends Service Committee's U.S.-Mexico border program. Welcome back to Democracy Now! Can you talk about a situation as of midnight last night, but of course this has been building up?
Thank you, Amy. Yes, what we are seeing on the ground is that there are many people who are wanting to seek asylum, and as they cross into what is known as the enforcement zone, which is between the primary and the secondary border walls, is that they are essentially being left there, and Border Patrol is not abiding by its national standards to ensure that they have safety, that they get food, that they have plenty of water and shelter. At this time.
What?
Wow.
For breaking the law? Oh, man. Now that's some criminals right there.
For real, for real, for real. That's bad.
We have an AFSC here in Denver, and D-Hall used to share our office with them in the beginning. And I never got on board with that shit. I was like, okay, we'll share our office, but I'm not on board with that shit. I'm not no.
Yeah.
That was 14, Shabaka. So 10 years ago.
And yeah, and they look at us, you know, as subhuman as well too. You see, we are looked upon subhuman all around the world.
We're looked about
Europe,
subhuman,
Latin America.
but we are the original human. How does that work?
Right. Okay, the way that works is they hate us because they cannot be us.
Yep.
Case in point, as I'm sitting out here, man, in over 100-degree heat, okay, and I'm not experiencing no sunburn. Of course, I'm thirsty, and I'm gonna, you know, have to sign off in a minute to go get me a drink of water and cool off.
Man.
But as far as me getting sunburn, no. You know, the sun loves us. You know what I'm saying? And they hate us because they cannot be us.
Yeah, because
you see what I'm saying?
The sun is life sustaining to us. It doesn't kill us.
Yes, sir. Exactly, because the sun is life.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? You cannot have no life without the sun.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? Whatsoever. And this is why when you go into cold climates like Norway, Arctica, Scandinavia, the South Pole, you see what I mean? And everything is frozen. Okay, so life is dormant. You see what I'm saying? I mean, you got the penguins down there in the South Pole, and I think you got the polar bears up there in the North Pole.
Yeah.
Okay, but I think that there is pretty much.
Isn't that where Hitler and the Nazis fled to after World War II or during World War II? Instead of bases underground?
Oh, them motherfuckers fled to, I would imagine they had some bases underground because them Nazis had a lot of money. Okay, but a lot of them have fled to Brazil and Uruguay and Paraguay.
In Argentina.
They say a lot of them, yes, sir. A lot of them did flee to South America because I used to read a lot of books by a dude named Robert Ludlum, where they would talk about the Fourth Reich and how they want to come back. And then, of course, as we do know, that all fiction is based in some type of fact or historical events, even if they change the name on shit, right?
Yeah.
But yeah. Oh, yeah. They also wrote a book called The Boys from Brazil. See? You know what that was about, right?
Hold on. Lady Che is messaging. I gotta finish the video, Shabaka.
All right.
Time, what we see is on a rotating basis, at least 400 people, asylum seekers with many children, who have been abandoned in this location waiting until Border Patrol picks them up.
So can you talk about how the Biden administration is dealing with this and talk about what people are telling you on the border, what they understand has changed?
The Biden administration is dealing with this very poorly. Essentially, it's placing even more obstacles for people that are fleeing harm by placing bans, by ensuring that people don't have a way to seek asylum, by forcing people to have to cross through these inhumane ways, and furthermore, ensuring that they are hungry, that they are thirsty. And when we speak with migrants on the ground, they tell us that they have no other options. They have tried using the CBP-1 application on their phone, and oftentimes it just doesn't work for them. There aren't many opportunities for them to present themselves at a port of entry to seek asylum, and therefore they have been forced, especially under the application of Title 42, to seek other more dangerous ways of attempting to cross into the U.S., to turn themselves into U.S. authorities to seek asylum.
Pedro, you tweeted video of CBP readiness exercise at the San Ysidro border that you said was meant to normalize violence as an acceptable response to people seeking asylum. Can you explain?
CBP, so Customs and Border Protection, especially under Trump, and then extended under President Biden, have conducted these readiness exercises where they have several hundred CBP agents that go out at the port of entry. They close many lanes, and for sometimes up to 45 minutes, we'll hold these exercises. It's a show of force that use sound grenades. They use mock grenades as well, where they are meant to demonstrate the violence that they would use if there were a large group of people attempting to cross at that point at the port of entry. That has not occurred in many years. But what it does is it's a form of collective punishment because...
Yeah, I'm on the... Oh, Lady Chase says hi, Shabaka.
Hey, tell I said what's up.
Sorry about that. I was beefing with my baby brother. I'm coming right now to do my section. Finally got released from the argument.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's horrible. Hold on, family. I'm coming. Go ahead. Finish doing what you do.
It makes it so violence becomes the acceptable form to respond to people that are seeking safety from harm. And it also conditions other border crossers to blame migrants, asylum seekers, from having to wait even more time at crossing the U.S.-Mexico border. This is something that we should not tolerate. It's not something that should be acceptable as a response to anyone who is seeking safety from the extreme migration patterns that they have been a part of and that they have experienced over the course of attempting to seek safety in the United States.
Over the last month, Pedro, about 100 asylum seekers have been stuck in a kind of open prison between San Diego and Mexico. Can you lay out the human rights standards for people seeking asylum at the border and whether that Customs and Border Patrol is seeking these standards when they hold people there with no food, with hardly any water? Community organizers like yourself out there all day and night trying to hand out food, baby supplies, charging phones, etc.
Yeah, so to describe the scenario, we have people that have crossed into the U.S. in the space known as the enforcement zone. This is between the primary and the secondary border walls. These are 30 feet high walls where they are intending to present themselves to Border Patrol agents to say, I'm here for my life, I want to seek asylum.
Out here hot as hell in Las Vegas.
Has to comply with national standards that say people need to be provided with basic food, with water, with shelter, and kept away from harm. What we are seeing on the ground at this moment is that there are anywhere between 400
No, it's not that. It's just letting you know it's getting ready to sizzle in here.
Yeah. Do you have any siblings?
And the next couple. Do I have any siblings? Yeah. Yes, I do. One is dead.
Yeah. Well, you know, me and my brother, my brother's here. You know, I have brother, and you know, I was gonna tap back in on the reparations thing, right? But you know, we're having this discussion about me because I have different lineage, right? And so me and my brother having this discussion, and all kinds of bad things happened to me from when I left my house and whatever, right? And I became ward of the state, right? And so me and my brother are beefing outside in the back, and we're having discussions about lineage and whatnot. And he's telling me some enlightening, upsetting shit that you would never think that you would, you know, that you didn't know about. And apparently, you know, when one sibling knows and the other sibling, for some odd reason, they don't tell anything to, or they allegedly they do, but you suppress it, or what? I don't know what the fuck you say. But either way, I was outside just mind baffled and then arguing, and I was like, God damn it, dude! You would think that it started way before even Jesse started the show. I was like, I'll be right back. 5 minutes, and 5 minutes turned into what? 2 hours and 7 minutes, right? And so Jesse, I'm like, Jesse, please tell me, like, there's like, what topic are you on? He's like, he says Title 14. I was like, oh shit, all right. I said, so I already know the last 2 topics are really mine. I'm like, break camp and come in here because I'm like, God, this save me, because I'm about to run. Like, you know, like it's not really handsy, but it's like I feel like like, I don't cuss them out. You cuss me out. Like, there's no conversation. Like, we can't even talk. It's like, and you will, you know what I mean? I'm like, just, I had a whole different life. You know what I mean? Completely different life. So I'm mad about that shit. I was like, oh my God, dude, my whole life is so. Sorry I'm late. Obviously, y'all been holding it down. Hello, Black family. I'm glad that you'll be able to watch this whenever you get a chance. Because right now I don't think there's any viewers. I don't know if there's any viewers or not. Doesn't matter. Earlier. Doesn't matter. I'm pretty sure it was a rip. They watch, they watch even if the numbers don't reflect. So I'm glad to see you, Shabaka.
Yeah.
Everything's cool. I'm glad to be in my room all of a sudden.
No, okay. What's the temperature there in Denver?
Today, it was 60 degrees.
It's late too. I'm like, is this the right time?
Wow.
Dude, I'm telling you, me and my brother, it's like, we might as well. It would probably be quicker if we would have just thrown blows. This is like a fucking 5-hour debate over here. Like, I'm not saying my brother, I cuss a lot, but man, I feel like I need a heavy duty fucking bottle like this big to myself and just like wander off somewhere. Just let me wander off. Sure. All right, let's get back into Title 14. I just want to say hi. Tell you. Okay. I'm gonna start this where it was. It's kind of interesting, and I got my perspective because I watched it. They said they're getting tougher on the border, but that don't mean dick. They've been saying that shit for years. The motherfuckers been getting,
including many children who are kept in that location. Border Patrol has pushed people into that location. They have, sometimes they will take their shoelaces away from them. Sometimes they will move them into that location. And that is essentially an open air area without any way of receiving any food, with the exception of civil society that has gathered there and has been providing hot meals for them. And what we saw a couple of days ago, for instance, is that Border Patrol provided a single granola bar during the entire day. How is that possible to do that to children, especially those that are very little, who don't know anything about what's going on at the moment? And what we are seeking is for the Border Patrol to comply with these standards. These are standards that were developed back in 2015 after months-long conversations that they need to comply with basic human rights of ensuring that people under their custody are kept in safety. We are not seeing that happening at this moment at the U.S.-Mexico border in San Diego.
Here in California and Texas, the Department of Public Safety and military were seen placing razor wire along the Rio Grande River in Brownsville to reinforce the border. Can you talk about the walls that President Biden said he wouldn't be building, but what's happening there?
What we are seeing is that
there's hiding Biden for you.
Moving forward with building border walls, and these border walls resemble Trump's border walls in terms of the features, such as the height, the type of material that is used. But sometimes
and once the fuck again, both of them motherfuckers are two different sides of the same coins. Why do motherfuckers don't understand that?
President Trump at the time was proclaiming as completely unclimbable. In San Diego, for instance, in the Friendship Park area, he is proceeding with building two 30-foot border walls that will completely decimate the experience that families have had when they arrive at Friendship Park and are able to meet their loved ones, albeit divided by the primary border wall, but at least have that experience. The visual landscape will be transformed. The binational garden that is there will be completely destroyed. And it's something that we are asking President Biden to stop building Donald Trump's border walls. But we don't see any type of leeway in that direction. And we're hoping that civil society continues to lift their voices against these 30-foot border walls that are completely destructive.
Can you explain the harsher criminal consequences for those who cross, which means profit for the private detention centers, the jails along the border?
So for individuals now after post Title 42 era, individuals that cross without inspection who want to seek asylum could be banned from doing so for 5 years. And this is something that we have not ever seen in terms of the decimation of what the promise of asylum was, that no person should be turned away and placed in greater danger. If someone is banned from seeking asylum, it absolutely ensures that that person likely will face harm either in their home country or in another country. There are the third country bans that we are seeing, what we are now calling the Biden bans. If someone did not seek asylum in a country that they transited through before arriving at the U.S.-Mexico border, then it's likely that the United States will prevent them and block them from seeking asylum in the United States because they did not seek asylum in a third country that they passed through. All of these anti-asylum measures are reconfiguring the concept of asylum to a point where it no longer offers the promise that it did post-World War II, where countries around the world were turning people back and people were dying as a result of not having safe harbor in other countries that should have accepted them.
And can you talk about what is happening now? I mean, this is not just happening along the border. We're broadcasting from New York. Mayor Adams has talked about possibility of putting migrants in a shuttered prison, have already shipping people out of New York City who were brought to New York City to places like Newburgh, New York. This is happening across the country in Chicago and other places. What do you demand the Biden administration do at this point, Pedro Rios?
That's correct, Amy. And so what we are seeing is that President Biden is placing resources to further militarize the border by sending 1,500 troops to the border. We don't know what their function will be just yet, except that they're saying they will be having administrative tasks. But they do then add to the National Guard troops that certain states like Texas already have at the border. And this addition of additional military troops just paints a picture that migrants will not be welcomed with dignity, but in fact, they will be welcomed with extreme force, that they will be turned away. And jurisdictions and other states, such as New York, should be receiving many more resources to expand the shelter services, to ensure that civil society has the means to transport people, to place asylum seekers in safe houses, at safe places, in safe shelters. We're not seeing the same commitment or dedication from the Biden administration to support those border counties and other states like New York to have the resources necessary to provide the support and help that asylum seekers need at the moment.
Finally, Trump just said he would, if he were president again, he would separate families again and also engage in the largest deportation of migrants in history. But before him, President Obama was dubbed the deporter-in-chief by his own immigrant rights allies. Of course, that was the Obama-Biden administration. Is Biden continuing, do you think, this policy that has gone from Obama to Trump through right now to Biden?
I think President Biden is, unfortunately, and I think this is it's not specific to the Republican Party. What I have been able to see and how I qualify this is that both the Republican and the Democratic Party just have never known how to properly center human rights for people that are seeking safety in the United States. In fact, it becomes a political football where the harsher you can be on border issues, the less protective you can be to migrants, means that that is a way to project their political campaigns and their political goals, undermining the premise that people should be treated with dignity and respect. And that's what we are seeing now under the new Biden transit ban, under the continued construction of 30-foot border walls at Friendship Park and elsewhere, and just the rejection
those are brothers.
treating people with dignity as they are seeking safety in the United States.
Major Rios, I want to thank you for being with us, Director of the American Friends Service Committee's U.S.-Mexico Border Program, speaking to us from San Diego, California.
Let them in. They just want to have a life and they just want to work and shit. Yeah. They've been coming in forever, but that's just a smokescreen.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I think that's just a smokescreen because, dude, if you look at some of the vice shit, Asians got the fucking the coming into this motherfucker on lockdown. They got whole maps. They know exactly how much money to go. They know which different routes to come in. They're doing that. They're sneaking in way better than Mexicans and Latins. I'm like, motherfuckers need to get on the internet more and like do whatever the fuck the Asians are doing. Like they're getting in, and they're in here. There's European
and where they're coming in at is San Francisco.
Wherever this border is, they're not even looking over there. San Francisco's wide the fuck open.
Mm-hmm.
And then they just kind of integrate. They just, because, you know, they've been practicing. They just saved up their little ducats. They come with a wop like this. And they just know how much to pay, who to stop and talk to, what car to get into. They're on a whole different route. I'm like they got map questions in the United States. Yeah. You know what I mean? The Asians, yeah, here's a little bit of bread. I'm getting in the car. Next thing you know, I'm in Cali. And they just veer off wherever the fuck they gotta go. And nobody's asking questions because, you know, we're so used to seeing them.
Lady check. The Asians have been using San Francisco as a point of entry since about the late mid 1850s.
You ain't lying. But nobody's paying attention. They're worried about the Latin influx.
Yeah. And then what they do with those, with the African influence, they turning them away at the border and beating them with whips on horses like the slave traders did us. You see?
If everybody's country is empty now, can I go to vacation in El Salvador? Or, you know, any of the nice beach, you know,
resorts,
black Latin countries? Can I just go over there? Because I mean, I'll build it up, but they can't come back in. You know, they just go out. I need a vacation. Can I go take over a country for a little bit, lock that down? You know, Americans need a fucking vacation spot. They want to come over here so bad. I want to go over there and live on the beach. You know, I want to eat platanos and mango. Yeah, I want to use my machete and cut down fucking coconuts. You know what I mean? I want to have a good ass time over there, but they can't come back. They fled. We're American. We got passports and visas of our own. We can just wait 8 weeks and shit. We got the keys to every fucking country. Can we go over there and make vacation spots? They want to come over here so badly. Yeah. They fled their shit. But what's it gonna take for us to go rebuild another country and just lock it down? Sorry about your bad luck. You fled. But this is beautiful for us. Welcome to my 8-room mansion with my wild jungle tigers that I caught up and let them roam free on my land. I'm gonna plot the nose. You know what I mean? Don't worry about these nice lush trees. Oh, I like it. You want to come back in here? Fuck you. Take your ass over there. Right. You fled. I'm on vacation. Right. I think I earned my vacation. Who says I got to come back in 2 weeks? Right. I might be here for 3 years. I'm on vacation. That's for good. Where's yours? Oh, you got to sneak back into your own country. Sorry about your bad luck, but go back. Right. Get lost in the ocean somewhere.
Yeah, but you see, but I see where you're coming from on that there, Lady Che. But what it is with these brain dead ass yassa bosses that they have in the black community, they so goddamn confused. You see what I'm saying? Like Malcolm said, boss, we sick. You see, and a classic example of it is that sick ass bastard who was the lieutenant governor of North Carolina, Che.
Yeah, Mark Thompson.
Art Thompson is his name.
Mark.
All right, so what we need to do... Mark Thompson.
Yeah.
Okay. All righty, and then so what we need to do...
What you gonna do about it, Uncle Tom? Uncle Thompson.
Yeah, Uncle Thompson. Yes, sir. And then what I'm gonna try to do when I get in, I'm gonna try to look at that video that the anchor man keeps referring to me, and you did too, Brother Jay, called "Goodbye, Uncle Tom."
Yes.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But
you gotta see Goodbye, Uncle Tom, because that's like what they say is the closest.
That's the most
the closest to
accurate depiction of
chattel slavery.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Slavery, yeah. Man, that shit was horrible.
Yeah. And then I'm passing a "Welcome to Fabulous Las Vegas" sign, and where Elvis, the Elvis imitator, he didn't want Front Line Blacc News taking his picture.
Fuck Elvis.
Yeah, well, like I said, there was a famous picture of Ali and Presley taken in San Diego, and it would have been very, very nice if the photograph was of a picture of Ali smashing that son of a bitch with a solid red cross, right cross, flush. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
The whole 9 yards. And you got people standing in line trying to take a picture in front of this goddamn Las Vegas sign.
Yeah, I'd rather take pictures of Prince. Anybody. I'd rather take pictures in front of anybody but like motherfucking Elvis. The only thing I think about Elvis is him dying on the shitter. You know what I mean?
Yeah, well, Elvis Presley. Yeah, he was on that shit real bad. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. I remember when he died Elvis died in 1977, right?
Mm-hmm.
People is coming up to me talking about, oh, it's such a grim day. It's such a bad day. And I'm figuring like, what? Damn earthquake hit. California finally fell off into the ocean or what? Right. Oh, he died. Who died? Elvis died. Man, get the fuck out of here.
Why the fuck would we care? I'm like,
well, I believe that is precisely my point. And let me see, what hotel did I go by here? It used to be called the International Hotel. Then it used to be the Hilton Hotel. But anyway, I forgot the name of it.
Only when they did the brief stop on the Greyhound, only to go to drop off in LA. You had that bus ride from Vegas to LA. And I would stop in Vegas just to get drugs so I could do it on the bus to LA. And the last time I was on my way to LA, they had cleaned that shit all up over there by downtown LA where the bus depot is.
Oh, you talking about over there? Whoa. You talking about the bus station over there off of 6th and Los Angeles Street?
Yeah.
Yeah, the two-decker one.
Yeah.
The two-decker one. Yeah, they shut it down. Greyhound is no longer there.
Yeah, but last time I was there, I was like, where are all the hookers? Where's all the motherfuckers walking around back there? It was like cleaned up. I was like, nah, man, this is what I get to look at. Like, it reminds me of home. Like, this is I come over, I used to see all kinds of extracurriculars outside. You know what I mean? It's all kinds of
you got some curb creatures out there for you in Los Angeles.
I was like, where's the
And that's why I'm so glad to be. That's why I'm so glad to be away from that motherfucker. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, the whole bus ride. Once we got down there, I was like, where? And then I got in front of the bus stop, right? I was at the bus stop. And, like anybody who's young and just likes to, divulge in fucking degenerate activity. I want to do drugs and shit. I'm looking around. I'm like, man, it's so fucking clean up here. And I was like, you just got to wait a couple hours. You got to wait a couple hours. I was like, right in time, right before I start to move around in California. I was like, God, man, I love being on the Greyhound. I used to love taking the Greyhound all the time just because I was bad. You know what I mean? Now I'm like, it's probably going to be a good experience. I don't do drugs nowhere like that.
Okay, well, I'm passing the Luxor here in Las Vegas.
I never went gambling. I never went gambling in Vegas. I always stopped there just for layovers and to do other, just buy shit and just fucking trip off and leave off. You know what I mean? I never stopped at gamble. I never gambled there.
Yeah, well, Well, over the course of my lifetime, Lady Che, I lost so much money in this motherfucker, I felt like I built half this damn city.
Probably
over the course of my lifetime. And I got the New York over here on my left. And I'm passing the MGM Grand right here.
Can't see it, Chewbacca. It's black screen.
I know because I don't have the thing to put up on my dashboard. I'm gonna try to get one of those where you could put. You remember when I was on the road? And I used to had a thing on the dashboard, and I show you where I was driving. Yeah, I got to give me another one of them.
Yeah, that shit was a rip.
Yeah, man, it's getting warm out here.
What is it out there?
And then it's looking like these mother. It's about a good 85 degrees. The temperature is dropping. I could tell.
I like that.
Yeah.
I like
and then I see clouds. Yeah, I see clouds.
Yeah, it's rain. It was cloudy over here too. What the fuck is going on over there? Man. Are you there with you? You still there, Chewbacca? All right. Well, I'm pretty sure you're still here. So we're gonna move on to real quick. We're gonna move on to Unhoused Neighbor News and Unhoused Neighbor Suites, which is the last two topics, my topics. And we're gonna wait for Chewbacca to get his audio together. I'm gonna move on over there. Okay, so hold on a sec. I got articles to read. Lots of stuff is happening in Denver, which is very important. We're about to get a new mayor. They're in runoffs and shit, so they're pretty duck dancing and telling lies to black people, or not telling lies to black people. They're just definitely not telling black people the whole truth, right? Trying to have secret backdoor meetings and I don't know what else. I wonder if Jesse let me show it. I'll ask him when he come in, but if you watched the RVA the other night, I told you I was gonna fucking they're having a town hall, and my intention was to go, and it was too cold and it was too rainy. Jesse said it was gonna be bad for my heart, and I was like, man, put up a little seed, like whatever. I wanted to go, but really didn't want to go because I already know I don't know how to behave, right? But yeah, I wanted to go. I wanted to have an adventure, right? And I knew I was gonna be an asshole. Either way, it was like a win-win for me. But Jesse said it was too cold, and my heart was gonna have some problems because it's kind of humid, and I really didn't walk right because I just had the accident. So now you're just mobbed in like all crisp and shit. I'll put this right here for a second, okay? So in our city we have runoffs, so they're pretty duck dancing and lying basically, or not lying, however you want to look at it. But these specific set of coons and coonstresses and brown people and white people, whatever, had a whole town hall, but they don't want to talk about it. And I'm very passionate. We're very passionate, but I'm very passionate about this particular thing. I want to show the thing about. I want to show the part where you go off, or they're having the little secret backdoor fucking private session, right? Yeah, Chewbacca tapped back in. I knew I lost his audio. All right, so like if you watch the RVA, just the other day, I showed that they were having a town hall. I showed it up on the thing. They were having a town. Yep. No, my hands. This is a shadow. My hands are dirty. It's shadowing. You have to scroll my page. Okay. Baby, hand me my tablet. That they were holding a town hall meeting to talk about the black community, black agenda. So they were already trying to remix the shit, right? And the night before, 2 nights before that, I read an article from the city council lady who is Latina, whatever you want to call it. And she was trying to talk about reparations, and the dude that was on there, the other guy running against her, right? I said he's gay and black. He's not black and gay. There's no black and nothing. You know what I mean? He's gay and black because he puts his gayness before his blackness, right? And all of that shit is just something. There's no such thing, right? And then when you have a Latina who used to deal with a sister for so many years and had a sister running next to her, you know what I mean? For like 3 years, right? 3-4 years was Lisa with her. 3 years, right?
Yeah, her whole first term.
First term, the sister that ran for mayor was with this councilwoman, right? Same councilwoman that, Jesse helped when it was her turn, when it was time for her to run, right? But when it's time for him to run, and he looked to her for, hey, can you please help me? I need help. Can you help me with, my campaign? I helped you. It was not reciprocal as usual, right? She was too busy, and that she wanted something from him, and that was to help push another sister on a different district, right? She's running for at large, right?
Somebody else, sorry,
huh?
Yeah.
Chantel's running for at large, right?
Who?
Chantel Luz.
District 8.
Oh, she's running for District 8. Okay, so just one district, right? And so the Latina chick wanted Jesse to help work for the Latin for another sister that we know is a very nice lady. It's not a beef, right? That's bullshit too, right?
Yeah.
Because he really needed it. He asked her because you would think it'd be in a perfect world, like Jesse just said. Yeah. Shout out to K Reno.
Yes.
In a perfect world, you would think it would work like that. That if you do something for me, I do something for you. When you need me, call me. It is what it is, right?
Yeah.
That's something you count on me, right? So if I've needed you, right, you help me. One day you're gonna need my help. I would pray, right? And you just have to say, "Hey, Brady," or "Hey, I need you, cut. I'm with it. Whatever it is, doesn't matter. I can't. No questions asked, right?" Now, this didn't happen. So when the town hall, when all the shit she's talking about reparations in a historically black community that isn't historically black anymore. It might have been, but it's outran by the whites. There's no happy black faces nowhere. Okay. And when you come to visit, you're treated like you've never been there.
Yeah.
Right?
Like you're out of place.
And you're out of place. And they have the audacity to walk their dogs in front of you, not pick up the trash. They mug you. I remember when they were too fucking scared to get out of their car.
Right.
You know what I mean? They roll up the window, lock the door, clutch your purse. Now they're comfortable, right? And I think in my mind, I'm like, he's talking about this community. This is a joke. Then when you use the words community. Community is like, I'm part of the community. Right. Jesse's is part of the fucking community. Right? These spaces, you should know we're part of the community. Right? Meaning, Jesse lived not very far from the fucking alleged community, if it says 5 points, right? Yeah. I was unhoused all over the fucking community. So all these motherfuckers that are disrespecting, just keep in mind, this motherfucker slept in a tent for 5 fucking years, all over the community. Yep. Right? On the east side. All over. All these motherfuckers used to walk past me, and they, like to ignore the homeless. They're just talking out loud, sharing their secrets, doing the most. And I don't forget, especially when you're so motherfucking disrespectful. Yeah. Right? So I've been going in about how this broad is not going to remix motherfucking reparations. Or the black agenda. Thank you, baby. She's trying to say she was going to tax the white business owners, which is not going to happen. The white business owners, right? And have them give this extra monies over to black and brown business owners. Hear my words. That's what she said. Black and brown. We know, family. Brown? We know that that doesn't fucking exist in what we're talking about right now. There's no such thing. No. Okay? You might be black, but just be brown on the outside, right? Yeah. But that's different. You're just chocolate, you're Reese's Pieces, peanut butter, Skippy, it goes all the way in browns. But you're black. Right. Foundational black Americans, right? Now, I've been going in saying, hey, look, y'all can sit it the fuck down. You guys have all your representatives. Whites have their representatives. They got a whole grip of representatives. They're all over the White House. They sit everywhere, right? The whites. They have their representatives. Okay. The LGBTQ have their representatives. The little hats have their representatives. Hispanics have way too many representatives. Okay. Asians have their representatives. Let me think about is there am I missing immigrants?
No, or indigenous.
Like indigenous people, they pretty much have their own representation depending on what side of indigenous we're talking about. Okay, but if they're on the foundational Black indigenous side, then obviously they don't really have representation. They're with us. Then you got immigrants. Okay. The immigrant population that we're being influxed with, and the immigrant population that keeps getting sent back. Then you got the people that are already here, that we've fought to bring here, that have so much vitriol, right? Based on fear, obviously, tethering, whatever. Those are the negative ones. Those aren't the ones that we call family and we love them so much. Those aren't them. We're talking about the ones that are. Have no fucking, they don't give a fuck. They just think they're right. They have to say whatever.
That was upset that we were getting
right. Jealousy, right? So this broad who's in our city, she's like, how many times they say that's the height of, what do they say? The queen of 5 Point, the queen of the East Side, or what do they call her?
They call her
the fucking representative. She's a representative
for people.
Something like that. She has some weird ass term that Bard Show calls her, right? When he's trying to be funny. What I don't think is funny, okay, is when they put this event up in the first place, it was public. It was anybody could go in there, right? Then when I saw the article, before I saw the article, I saw the article and then I saw that. I read the article.
Oh, East Side's Finest.
East Side's Finest. No. It's that you're in city council doing Mark shit does not make you East Side's finest. Right. East Side's finest are us. Us, okay? Right. You have us, and you got some really tight motherfuckers on the East Side. Okay? That's who's East Side's finest. We got to be like that. Sorry. But I'm not gonna be this fucking city council lady, which I was digging, man. I was really I was really like, she should keep her seat, okay? Because she did, okay, this last term, the work of the people, okay? The unhoused. And she was really doing some really crazy shit. Like, she was really standing on it. But none of the people on city council would work with her. So they would vote in opposition. She's always the one out, right? And so you would get me like in city council, basically, giving her props. Yeah. Right? Me too. And that's something I really didn't want to have to say I want to take back, because we don't do that, right? But I'm like, man, you're starting to make me look at you funny. You don't have to do this. Just stop, right? Just stop what you're doing right now. Don't do this. Because in my mind, it's for my mind, this thing right here that we're working on, that we're working on Black family, right? It's Black first, foundational Black Americans. This is a fucking real thing to me, right? To Jesse, we live and breathe it. Serious about it, right? So we know the repercussions. We know how dirty it could get, how unpleasant it is, right? And we know that we've been fighting every day with these motherfuckers about the Black agenda in Colorado, in Denver, especially Denver. And I say that because these motherfuckers did not know what the fuck that meant. They didn't know anything. They're not fucking aware. And if they are, they're fucking dumb and retarded, and cognitive dissonance is real, right? And it's like, for real, like intentional. There's no reason to be intentionally dumb.
Like the Black ministerial alliance.
Oh my God, I'm getting to that, right? So when this happens, I'm reading it, and I'm like, fuck that, and so I get alive. So I don't live. I was like, no, we're not doing that. There's no such thing as Black and brown reparations. Everybody's done got their shit. Everybody has their representatives. Everybody's got paid either more once or at least more than once. Some people got active fucking hate crime stuff going on to where they're protected all kinds of different ways. Yeah. Motherfuckers been getting paid in other countries. You know what I mean? And you're just getting stepped on and lied to and laughed at. Like, fuck no, fuck that, and no. And when you start saying, you got the gay and black dude trying to because he's black, trying to say something to her, and she feels like she has to act like she's gonna do reparational type shit for the foundationals here.
Because word on the street is she ain't been doing shit for black people.
Right, which is like just true because it's coming from like family sources, right? And we know, right? And so the only one that represents her is the motherfucking free think zone. Just because he's a brother, you've heard me say many times that man is doing treasonous shit. He's enemy to the people, right? Enemy of black people, right? I'm saying it, right? And I know, don't let the shade deflect the message. I'm saying he's doing enemy shit. When you confuse our already confused family, right? And you play these fucking games and you start caping and galvanizing the white people to hurt us, right? At the time it was happening because he was running for mayor. There's a black man on black agenda. And it seems like we're the only ones, okay? Fuck what everybody else is talking about. Right. Nobody I recognize that are on these little, in the free think zone is as conscious, aware, tapped in, know what's going on, especially with what we're talking about, especially with the type of media we're watching. I'm using words that only you could understand, family, right? As us. And they're not in the free think zone. Okay? So we're way advanced. But when he was running for mayor, and I did this whole little shit that you've heard over for like the last 2 years, or at least the last year, right? They laughed at us. They shamed us. Yep. They laughed. They said we couldn't do it. And I said, what? I said, who said we couldn't? Who the fuck makes them the fucking authority of who we can have if we want all black everything, right? A whole black cabinet. And sorry, man, I can't help it if I'm the only light motherfucker there. But when we want an all black cabinet, it's melanated as my brothers and sisters. Who said we couldn't do it? You're saying we couldn't do it? Puppets of white supremacy? Fuck you. We know a lot of people that are really fucking smart.
Right.
Why couldn't we, right? I'm not, I was like, I ain't having that, man. Nobody tells me what the fuck we're going to do, what the fuck we can and can't have. Who the fuck are they? Right. Who the fuck are they, right? Just because you got a little bread and you could pave the way for pretty duck dancers doesn't mean that's happening over here with us, right? We're not having it. But you can't, as long as I'm breathing, and I've been saying that, you won't tell us that. This is serious. They're laughing. They think it's a joke. The way we do things, it's a fun and games thing. They're calling us bigots. They're saying we're racist. I'm like, shit, say it again. I'm like, whatever, right? With it, I guess, okay? If that's what you want to hit, whatever, fuck them, right? I don't give a fuck if you call me that or not. I actually have a grievance with pink faces, okay? It is live. Fucking 43 years. It's not going to stop. They actively fuck with me every day. And yet they don't want it. But yet they want it. But they don't want it. They don't know how to ask for it. I don't fucking know. Sick of them, right? However, so they want to call us racist. A shoulder shrug, right? Yeah. It's impossible. We can't be racist, right? Prejudice. Not even that. That's more dirtier than racist, right? Whatever. But we're bigots. We're bigots, and we're talking about, LGBTQ shit because we don't agree that masculine black men and boys should have to put themselves in dresses just to elevate in position, right? Is that the way? Because if not, then you're subjected to be tokenized and you're in the same position and you never go nowhere anyway, right? So I've been giving this, me and Jesse do it in different ways, this work, right? So when the shit's going down, me and Jesse have been all over it for days. We're like actively just do. Everybody's getting it. Everybody can get it. Because it's a distraction from what we're doing. When these motherfuckers want to have a meeting, they say, hey, if you can come down, we're gonna have a work study. Bam. No, we're not having no more studies about something we know is very fucking clear. We know exactly the rules about what we're asking for reparations, right? So why the fuck we need a study if that's one of our main beefs, right? but you want to have a sit-down workaround group and have little tables where you have white people and other people over here talking about and put it on a board. Fuck you, fuck no, fuck that, right?
Yeah, you should probably play the video.
Jesse has to go because one of us has to go. We're supposed to go together. The weather's too bad. I was in an accident, and I don't have my vehicle to move around, right? And I can really only go into the free thing zone unless I'm with him, because he likes to block me at the door and send somebody to get the door. But I got to sneak in and be loud, but sometimes I'm too sick to do it. I need help. I think I need help walking into big scenes, right? Okay. Jesse goes to do it, but before he does it, I do the RVA and I said, we're not having none of these backdoor fucking meetings in regards to black people. Why can't black people know what's going on in their city? Right. Who are you fuckers to make the fucking decisions on something you don't even fucking know about and you don't agree with? They don't agree with reparations being in cash forms. Off top. They have all kinds of reasons for why. And they're usually old reasons. You guys, what are you gonna do? You're not able to manage it. But you're gonna have work studies. That's the last thing we want. How long have we been saying, why the fuck we need a study for? Then nobody else gets a motherfucking study, right?
Right, they get a goddamn set.
But now they want to do studies in our own little city. I'm like, but in hindsight, I'm still petty.
It's gonna be hard.
I'm petty because I had an accident, and thank you, my brothers and sisters that have helped me. Okay, this is not pertaining to you. But prior to that, I had asked the community, because you're supposed to be able to reach out to the village, right? When something serious is happening and you need help, right? So me and Jesse, right? Jesse does it for me because, obviously I can't bring myself to really do it. I'm in a traumatic state of fucking anger. But he does me a solid and we reach out, right? And they ignored us. It's like crickets. But then they do it in front of them.
Yeah, the audacity.
So this was just a lead up. So when Jesse's going live and he's about to go the fuck off, I'm going live and going the fuck off because I see this lady. They waited for him. They had a whole motherfucking room. And they waited. They invited him. They say, hey, why don't you and Brandy come? Right? Because it's always you and Brandy. You know what I mean? Jesse, you and Brandy come on in, bring your thoughts. Knowing that Brandy has contributed a lot to a lot of different things. Yeah. Right? But because they don't like me, it's a shade. I definitely tell the truth. I don't let no fucking wool be pulled. No, you ain't stuffing no motherfucking shit up in here. And you're not gonna fucking do no weird ass fucking secret meetings and fucking behind the scenes fucking closed conferences, not on my motherfucking watch. And you can't do that to black people. You shouldn't be allowed to. That's enemy of the state shit. That's real fucking, borderline white supremacy. Okay? And I don't give a fuck how pretty your black face is.
Right.
Okay? You got pretty black people, because you're doing real fucking real work of the supremacists. You're not even suspect about it. You're doing it.
Yeah.
Okay? You're boldly fucking doing it, and you got the fucking audacity to fucking invite a motherfucker on the low by himself. Knowing that we're together, because everybody knows I got in a motherfucking accident. I'm stuck at the Black House because I'm doing Black House PSAs, right? Ask you for fucking help. He's doing it for me because I can't do it. I'm like, I was like, fucking, I'm prideful. I got fucking problems, right? So Jesse's helping me out because that's what men do, right? And these motherfuckers, right? So, they'd rather support anybody that isn't us, okay? They'd support Jesse if Jesse wasn't even fucking looking at me, talking to me, or anything. But because we love each other, we're like soulmates, right? Like, really got matching fucking maps and shit, right? We love each other. We got each other's back. Ain't nobody fuck with neither one of us, right? Because it's just that way, right? Because that's what we're a couple supposed to do, right? Protect each other, right? Defend each other. That's what we're supposed to be doing, right? Don't let the shade deflect the message. That's what it is, right? Black family, they're punishing him, right? They're punishing him because what the fuck did I do? Technically, I'm the victim. I'm an innocent in this. Right. The only thing I'm not innocent of is fucking going the fuck off and telling motherfuckers the truth. Telling them that they're motherfucking coons, fucking bed wenches, buck broken, caping for the white woman. I have all the reasons why. I mean, just based off of current events and shit that they're doing. You know what I mean? what the fuck is wrong with them. The fact that there's no such thing as community when it comes to real serious situations in regards to the free think zone, right? There's no such thing. Well, you know, we want community to stand with us. Of course you do, bitch. You just want to use us for that. Do we look like tokens? Like you got us fucked up. You read? I should play that little song. You got us fucked up. We're not tokens. You're not tokenizing shit over here. Right. Fuck you, pay me. You're not tokenizing, but you're definitely not stealing ideas and thoughts that constantly created and a fucking active fucking blueprint that's already been laid out and we're sticking to it. You're not remixing that and we won't let you. And I keep saying to her, so I'm making a live and I'm telling her, hey, look, check it out. I'm going to sink your battleship every time I think you're going to come up with something. You don't get to do this. It's not black and brown. You don't get to jump in on this shit. You got your own fucking representatives and y'all are good. The fuck is wrong with you? But they invited him. They say, hey, Brandy, y'all, why you and Jesse brought you and Brandy, you and the dog come on through. We had a little food. We put a little table, a little chair all the way for her in the back. Right? We got to sit in the back. No, they didn't say none of that shit. I saw it. I was like, he told me about it. I was like, made a little fight. You just gonna leave your weapon, boy? And what the fuck? Well, go ahead and have fun then, because I think you're gonna go start clowning, talking shit. That's gonna be fun, because they're wrong, right? They're wrong for this. So I'm giving this lady the work. I said, no. I'm telling her, not you. We're not desperate, Black family. All right. So you can't just let any motherfucking available Democrat take something so fucking important like this, remix it to their fucking agendas and needs and likes, talking about they're going to go share it amongst their colleagues and create some sort of drafting on whatever you worked on, but not give you no motherfucking credit, knowing they've been stealing from him for a whole motherfucking year, right? All our hard work, they've been stealing and riding the wave, and now they're riding this wave, this your wave here in the city. This is you, us, try to ride the wave. And the benefit off of it. Who the fuck did they think they were talking to? So it was no. And I said, I'm sinking your battleship. Every time you battle, like you try to go up, no. Why? Because I said, I don't think anybody's going to be mad at me, but this can't go in just anybody's fucking hands. You're not the one. You're not the representative. You're not the one. We'll wait as long as it fucking takes. We can have, I said, foundational Black Americans don't have a solid Black representative.
That represents our interests.
No.
Our interests solely.
No.
Hell no.
No. That's going to stay Black first. And not put other people's shit. Oh, you know, I'm feeling a little gay today. That's going to go first. I'm feeling like a little Mexican today. That's going to go ahead of my Blackness. Yeah, I'm feeling a little boyish. That's going to go in front of my femininity. Nah, because none of that. I feel like throwing on the cape for whites. That's got to go in front of the Blacks. No. Well, wait. We're in Denver. It's racist. It's been here. But we've been doing this shit for so fucking long. What's another fucking year or two? Right. Till we get the right motherfucker that isn't going to be all-inclusive. It isn't going to put other people first. It isn't going to allow this fucking gentrification. And then say, oh, you know, these white people represent my very thoughts. They're so cozy. I feel warm and toasty inside by those real pretty duck words. You know what I mean? I'm so toasty. The symbolism makes me warm and fuzzy inside. I'd rather have symbolic gestures and pretty words than fucking tangibles and a cut fucking check. Because I know how to manage my money, but you wouldn't. I'm sorry. You know, they can refer, I'm a Black lady. You blah, 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 stay outside. Nah. And we're going to show you. Let's get to the part where, which one do you want to show first? Never knows. So, I want to show the video, baby.
I sent you the video.
Your video or your...
I sent you the video.
Which video?
Messenger.
I want to show your video where you go off.
That's the one I'm talking about. Okay. I sent it to your messenger.
Oh, bet. Okay, cool. Because let's watch that because that was funny. This is the first one or the second one?
First one.
Okay, yeah, this is the one that pissed me off. All right, hold on, bet. So, family, you don't have to repeat. I don't have to view atrocities over and over again. Okay, I only need a few minutes to see something's fucked up, and that's it. And there's no going back. There's no going back. All right, when I say that there's no motherfucking going back, I mean that. So you don't have to keep showing me. Nobody has to keep repeating it for me. You know what I mean? None of that. I don't have to keep, oh, did he really say it? Nah, they said it. This happened. We don't got to keep repeating the motherfucking atrocity. I seen it. I seen enough. And when I seen enough, that's when I'm not going to stop getting angry and upset and saying no and doing all this extra shit. Share screen, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, that's the one. Okay. I felt like I was at the Black House all of a sudden. So this is what happened. This is the first part of the video. You mind, Jesse's very sick, like walking pneumonia and shit. He sounds better right now than he did earlier. But he couldn't really do this. And he was breathing. It was horrible. I was like...
Have a good day.
And I was worse.
Yes, sir.
This is the beginning. It's not supposed to be recorded. It's supposed to be private, right? Instead of a private on the low. And he invited me, but I couldn't go. So it was on the low. You know what I mean? But I was like, nah, that's even worse.
Grand evening, Grand Rising.
Black people.
Reporting live from Brother Jeff Cultural Center, where there is a meeting underway for the Black community, the Black agenda. If y'all recall, I ran a campaign for mayor, Denver, on an all-Black agenda. So, of course, I have to be present for this. So
we made it a point to fucking make a scene. We were going to do it yesterday, too. I'm glad we didn't, though. I would have went the fuck off there. Yeah.
It is raining.
It was raining
all day in a high-income city. It's like Seattle out here.
Almost ran away today.
Hey.
Yeah, this was better.
Everybody else is like, you doing this, call me.
Hey, Lisa.
How are you?
You too.
What up,
hey,
brother?
Carla.
How you doing now? You all good in the hood?
Yeah.
I was like,
I like gatekeepers. Got a screen thing on the phone and keep spinning around. But in my mind, I'm already a picking. I'm like, gatekeeper.
I just came in from Mexico. I know. How was your trip? Awesome. Now you need to rest from your vacation. Yeah, no, I was actually taking a nap, and I was like, get my butt.
You'll see. Yeah, you'll see when he flips. The camera will flip around. There you go. And
staying good in the hood, brother.
Yeah.
Keep fighting a good fight now.
Yep.
Oh, that's what we was talking about.
That's just the sign up.
Yeah. Yeah, I was like, oh man, because I was like, that lady definitely gonna take me to jail.
Seduction doll got hit. I put it in the chat that she need help.
See?
Somebody hit her in her a case manager for CCH hit her in her power chair when she was on her way coming from Stout Street, heading this way. And we've been putting an urgent call out to the community to help her out, but it's been falling on deaf ears. So she asked me to let people know about that because I put it in the chat yesterday that she had got hit and she needed some help.
And he censored me, family, because there was a white lady that was super hyphy sexual with three black children, and wealthy. It's not. They're in a whole nother county, and we're in this county. The accident happened right down the road from them, in the same community that we're a part of. That they wanna punish. I feel like they're punishing him, right? And I can't apologize, man. I've been out here for 43 motherfucking years out the coochie, man. I can't fucking help it. Not getting me going back in. Yeah. It wouldn't matter anyway. Like, it would not matter. Don't let the shade deflect from my fucking blackness. Right. Now, that's a reality. The other thing is that they're shaming him. I'm not shaming him like Alstein on purpose, because, maybe he's a little bit more. I don't think you're doing anything more than you usually would do. You usually do shit when people upset you, Mm-hmm. Anybody's ever had an internet entanglement, physical entanglement, or in presence, mm-hmm. and he has to cuss you out, or he call, white people bump into him and don't say excuse me, and he tears it out, or white people ask him stupid ass questions and he answers them, or they try to put things like, well, we need and he gives them the motherfucking education without cursing. That's like the best shit. Making women cry without cursing and really raising his voice, just pointing out the facts. Mm-hmm. I don't like it either when it's done to me. Okay? Jesus, I'm the girlfriend, right? But he does it to people that actually does like the work, right? Mm-hmm. And he's been giving this motherfucker the bit. He's been telling him left and right. When you gotta beg, this is supposed to be a pillar in our community. He's supposed to be an elder, allegedly. He's not elder, but he's elder than us. Yeah. Right, so he's earned his little bit of respect. You're supposed to have respect for him. Yeah. But when you're online and you're doing really sabotage coon-like fucking behavior,
on your 2 o'clock show,
religiously at 2 o'clock, from 2 o'clock to 3:30, you know what I mean? And then you want to be after that. Mm-hmm. Who can take that seriously when we're like all day, every day, off camera? This is what it is, right? All day, this attitude is all day, yep. Right? But when you're doing that shit and we're calling it out because that's what we're supposed to do, why be mad? We're telling the truth. It's not like we're lying, because after all this, I told him, I said, look, you don't know what you fucking did. Like, you think scorn is one thing? Oh, no. There's a whole new level of fucking shit. Just because they think, when I say you, I mean them, and just, they think this is a game. That this is just a small thing. This is like a fad, like fat laces. Mm-hmm. You hear it? It's like quick, and it was gone here a day, gone. It's like 106 apart. Yeah. Like quick, like that. That's how they're treating it. They're treating it like a brief stint. It's just for politics. It's just for election season. But that's not the case, family. And we've been fighting about the same shit every motherfucking day with the same fucking people. Everywhere. All of us, all over the states. Right? So, there's motherfuckers that feel like this. A whole media presence. So, I'm like, we've been telling him. So, he don't respect. He'll censor me. He censored me that day. Because I was going off. I was like, talking shit about this lady and her children in a whole nother county. They want to raise 10 bans for this hyphy sexual broad who put her children in school that allowed them to be mistreated, right? I say that, mistreated. And I'm like, I'm the type of parent, I can see you mistreating my kid one time, let alone a whole school year. And I got 3 of them. What the fuck is wrong with me, right? There's something obviously wrong with that picture. So let's help her move. Let's help her. You want to come to the barbecue, like a proverbial barbecue, so you can meet some good folk? To this hyphy sexual ass white woman. I thought she was an Instagram model or OnlyFans. I was ready for her to hit the, you got to choose me for the feed type shit. That's what I was thinking. And I wasn't hating because she was a really attractive white thing. You know what I mean? She was just visually attractive, if that's what you like. Right? No biggie. I don't give a fuck. What I was worried about was the shit they were talking about. Because at the same time, I actually had an accident 5 fucking blocks away. Right? What's like 5 blocks? For the cultural center?
Yeah.
right? On the way to his godmother's, which is right across the way, just to bullshit and hang out with her while I waited for him. I got smacked, a white lady trying to take the girl off the map and didn't have no feelings about it. And I'm asking my community, the village, right? Takes a village, right? And they didn't do any, there was no respect. There might have been a warm wishes from the people that fuck with us. That's good. Yeah, that's great. But when it came to them, this particular spot that we're talking about, there was no love. In fact, they ignored him again. And how could you ignore somebody you need? Right. They needed him, so they invited him because he's the authority of what we're talking about here in Denver right now. Shout out to our sister Vicky Dillon. We're not diminishing her work, but we're right here. We're not going to say but. I didn't mean to say but. Shout out to our sister. That's quality education and avid veteran of New Black Media. But we're little message boosters down here and spreading exactly the same shit they're talking about and really going hard for it. And in our community of 5 Points in the east side, that's all we got to keep these motherfuckers alert, in alignment, and they're choosing to be this way. This isn't, I'm still asleep. No, this is on purpose. And we can't have that on any level. We'll wait. I'll take the ball until somebody can come in. Relieve me in my position. This I'm sure like the shit that Nikki would have do, everybody on the media would do, they wouldn't want this to happen to the hands of I'm pretty positive. I'm not gonna fucking waste your time to ask. I'm pretty positive that's the initiative. That's it. So you want to tell your
Well, hey, so what's up, family? How you doing, man? I'm all right. You holding it together? Yeah. Good deal. Good deal. What y'all working on over here? Accountability and transparency is on this one right here. Hey, Fatima. Good to see you. I got the topics at the top.
Hold on. Do you want to talk about the Candy C. Tobacco part right here, where this is a very important part for you?
Yeah. So, Councilwoman C. Tobacco is
yeah, sit up, baby, so they can hear you.
Running for her seat again in District 9.
And apparently she expects me to have her back. But it was not reciprocated for city council at large when I ran in 2019, and it was not reciprocated in 2023. That's all I have for the contest. So the brother that she's talking to, I went to Urban Peak with him back in the mid 2000s, and she was surprised to know that I know him.
Is he somebody like is aside from where he went to school or whatever, or where he went? We all went there, right? Mm-hmm. But is he doing work for the community?
I don't know what
like that. No, you didn't find out, huh?
I know he has a whole tribe of kids that do know that. I don't know exactly what he's
That's
doing.
not important. And they're little black kids. That's honestly great.
Several years.
Yeah, we love the Black family. Okay, now this is what tripped me out. This is what started me on my little rant, because we were going live at the same time on his account, which is kind of weird. But I was at home on his.
Well, hey, so what's up, family? How you doing, man?
I'm all right.
You holding it together?
Yeah.
Good deal. Good deal.
What y'all working on over here?
I felt like, why did you say you're holding it together? Like, I was analyzing everything. Like, did you look like you weren't?
Accountability and transparency is on this one right here.
Hey, Fatima.
Good to see you.
I got the topics at the top of the table.
Yeah, okay. If you want to see what the topics are.
Look how everybody's looking at him.
Okay.
Right? Everybody's looking at him all fucked up.
Good to see you.
You too.
Not everybody, like at least a handful of people, right? I like to say everybody.
What's buzz?
Running the video, and I feel like I'm running the video with him.
Go ahead and have at it. You can sit down at the table.
That's y'all group. Y'all talking about well building.
But we supposed to be hitting them all.
Okay.
Yeah, so.
I was like, man, why that bride got a stank face on her? Like look how she looking at him, like with such discontent, right?
Oh, disgust.
Yeah, disgust. And I was like, man, why this bitch looking at him all hard like that? Like, because he looked pretty fucking confident when he left. He's pretty confident everywhere he goes. So it's like, she looking at him like she hates him. Like, why the fuck is he here?
Okay.
You know? Then I can't flip. This is what did it, family.
What up, fam? Yes, we go way back. Yeah, we go back to Urban Peak. Yeah.
So tell him what you have seen from the mayor's reparations council.
So tell him what you have seen. Like, basically, they're waiting for him, and she's going to lead him around to talk to motherfuckers, right? Tell him. Bitch, you work in city council. You know what the fuck is going on? There's really no reparations office here in the city of Denver. And what they call reparations office is a grant program for, and they don't really even vet anybody. They don't qualify them. It's not specifically for foundationals, right? And when you look at it, there's white people behind it. And the black people that are up front, I don't know, man. I got iffy. I think they're like, you know, coon dancing. I would pull that shit up right now on their little reparations state. It's like grants and how you know, but they're not specifically for foundationals. It could be you could just be black and it be there's not really a lot of vetting or qualifications for it, right? They don't have, you know what I mean? It's like you could just go into quality, you just, hey, and they might, yeah, you know what I mean? But white people are behind it, lots of white people. So you know, it's not really a reparations thing. When I think reparations, just like when I look at the task force, in my mind, my task force isn't with Asians and whites and fucking, you know what I mean? My task force is all black, foundational black Americans that know how to say no, fuck no, and right. You know what I mean? So that's what I envisioned when I first thought they were going to put it together a task force in California for California. You know what I mean? So I thought that was what it was. When I first seen the task force, I was like, man, what the fuck is this shit? Tomato, right? And I participated. We participate. Jesse's taking a nap. He fucking earned that. Okay? But we participate. But I'm like, man, we should start that shit.
Nothing tangible.
Yeah.
I mean, I ran on a whole Black First agenda.
Mm-hmm.
I was really sad to see the community come out and support me like I thought they would. But the current mayor's administration, the only thing I've seen them do is maybe that home ownership program, where they said that people could move back to 5 points and have their red lines.
Yeah, it's also not sufficient. It's a down payment assistance for anyone who's displaced from a historically red line neighborhood. And so they
year for anyone who's been displaced. Well, there's lots of gentrification going on, so a lot of people have been displaced, but they're not really talking about foundationals. Okay, so we're just keeping in alignment with foundational Black Americans right now. Okay, everything else, sub whatever. I can't even fuck with them right now. That's where my mind is. We're not taking me off my mission. Okay.
Approve you for the down payment assistance, which is great, but because of the intersection of race and class, most of us don't qualify for the loans at the amount we need them to buy back into the neighborhood. So we have to use the down payment assistance basically like out in Commerce City or somewhere else because we can't afford the homes back here.
What's going on with that Herman Cain?
Yeah, I'm only 5
I am not sure, but
I know Mike Johnson is he has that on his website.
Yeah, Chantel said that Danielle's like a mover and a shaker, so it's not going anywhere. Like it will have it. We just got to make sure we do something with it.
What'd you ask her, babe?
He has that on his website.
Yeah, Chantel back into the neighborhood. So we have to use the down payment assistance basically like out in Commerce City or somewhere else because
that's not our area.
We can't afford the homes back here.
What's going on with that Herman Cain? from the white fund?
I am not sure, but
I know Mike Johnson. I know Mike Johnson is.
Okay, so when she starts mentioning this other sister, I like the other sister. I really got nothing bad to say about her, right, at all. I feel like this is something that Candy's doing on purpose, and she wanted Jesse to help this sister out, and not that Jesse didn't want to help the sister. Jesse did, he might push an email out that it got sent, or he might share something, or he might show up. It was whatever, right? However, Jesse felt like, and I felt too, that we weren't going to do a lot for if anybody like this had asked, for the specific reason that we work with this broad. We avidly help this broad every fucking week. We're doing the work of the people. We're out there fucking really, really trying to get our unhoused people that actually live here, our black brethren outside that are outside in the rain right now, right? Hail and shit. We're just trying to get them fucking housed. Okay? We're actually standing up talking about there's no services. There's just flyers. They're just moving over quarter to quarter. So we're doing work with her. We sit on maybe one major board with her that she pops in and out on. Maybe two. Okay? And so we're doing the work on the back of the city, actively doing it. Trying to, create actual fucking different things for this fucking city. So when she asked, she didn't really ask the first time. She kind of just told him. And he was like, no. Right? I was like, yeah, fuck that. Who the fuck does she think you are? Right? This is tokenized. We don't get tokenized. Those days are over. Okay? So I'm like, nah. But the sister never did nothing to us. In fact, she's very nice. So we do what we can, and she don't need to know what we do. You know what I mean? It's whatever. We like her. She's a nice lady. Plus she was really doing, shit with RTD or whatever, and she's a nice lady. That's all I gotta say about her. She never did me no dirty. She never did me harm. I got nothing bad to say about her, and she didn't ever act out, or do really coonstress behavior, right? Although she doesn't really, she's kind of like on the outs, really not really black, not really saying black first either, but she's not doing supremacy work either. It's like she's just kind of weird area. So that weird little area is not really bothering me yet. So, or him. So, but we're not going to do what this broad asked, okay? Because it's not reciprocated. There's never accolades. There's never, oh man, Jesse helped me with this. Or shout out to Brandy, or Jesse was there, and Jesse really stood up and helped. And Jesse, is always somebody else, or it's always something else when it comes to him running, even back then. So no, it's like, no, he's a man, fuck him, like that, and that's wrong. So at that point, that's where I stopped this video, because she's like, well, tell him. He's asking her a question. She's kind of like, whatever. But then she's going to want him to talk about this shit, right? And I didn't really watch the remaining part of this video because I was like, okay, whatever, bitch.
I was like, because it seemed like they were trying to remix reparations.
There we go. There you go.
I have no issue with that. I have no issue with that. The issue I had was how the article was written. It kept saying black and brown.
There we go. Here's the calm down, right? This is the calm down. This is a sister trying to calm him down about what he knows is right? And this is wrong too. Okay, first of all, that's a man, and we share the same opinion, but that's a man, right? So if the man is saying, I don't like this, I don't like that, I ran on this, I made sure that this was happening, that this is serious. I want everybody to understand that we're on this agenda. There's no other shit. We're not caping for this. He's serious about it, right? Very codified and very serious about it. Then sisters don't need to do this shit, right? They just need to stay where you're at. Why do you got to do this, right? So I'm like,
for the loans, at the amount we need them to buy back into the neighborhood. So we have to use the down payment assistance.
That's not
Like
reparation.
out in Commerce City or somewhere else because we can't afford the homes back here.
What's going on with that Herman Cain Herman White fund?
Danielle's like a mover and a shaker, so it's not going anywhere. Yeah, I mean, I would love to see it actually turn into something, obviously, but.
Because the good thing is, if a bunch of mayors
Hi,
sign
how
off
are
on
you?
it, then it becomes
Posted the reparations thing in the bid meeting yesterday, but we didn't get to like talk about it. What I didn't know if you like wanted to have something on that you wanted to talk about.
Okay, so we're in the BID meeting, and I brought it up, right? That's another sister from another spot. I brought up the article. I was talking shit. Okay, I pointed it out in the thing. Me and him were on the same page. Doesn't matter who took the motherfucking realms. We're sharing. We're like one solid unit. So we were both in the same meeting. I was just probably typing a little faster, and I was compelled. We were on the same thing, so we both like it was like within sync. Like I said that, he said yeah, same shit, right? Doesn't matter. We were on the same. If you looked at our shit when we're typing in chats, it would be like we're sharing the same brain, saying the same words, except one of us got it out faster. At that time, it was me talking shit. I said, I want to know about how's that going to work if Candy C. Tabaka is trying to push a black and brown business owner thing, try to get money from the white business owners. How is the Denver partnership really going to allow that? Because they're white vigilantes, which is true, right? They put up all this money to get rid of unhoused people, and they created a motherfucking narrative in our city that is probably based on 10-15% of truth, and the rest is drawn out, over exaggerated, whatever the fuck they say, because they want to keep the problem going instead of solve the problem. There's big money in the problem, and they can't, God forbid, they're downtown and a homeless person crossed their path. I mean, geez, all hell is broken loose. So they managed to get all these groups together to snitch on the unhoused. Whole applications, all you gotta do is walk around, take a picture, boop, it'll triangulate and go right to the police. Police come pick them up. Real shit. I can prove it. You know what I mean? So, and I just happened to remember that one day I was kicking in my sister's tent, and she had got permission to stay there. I was kicking in my sister, man. I was like, blah, 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 da, 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 woo, do, do, do. And I saw Kelly Bruh come and knock on a tent, acting like a regular person. That's where the secrets come out. Fuck you. Trying to, hey, have you seen my nephew? And really, she wasn't trying to see she wasn't there to see nobody. It's when I really recognized that she was running for mayor, and I recognized her. It took me a couple of weeks to put it all together until I saw this one fucking commercial. And I was like, oh man, say cuz I was in the tent. She came up there with like 2 other white people, trying to act like she was looking for somebody. And I was like, right, keep it pushing, white lady. That's what I told her, right? Keep your eyes to yourself. Keep it pushing. That's what I told her. I didn't realize that was actually her. Either way, I wouldn't have took it back. I'm outside. I was in the tent kicking it with my cousin. She was by herself. Her husband had just got locked up. It was just her and the dog. As I was keeping her company, I was been at the doctor. She's right down the street. I'm going to go see my sister. You know what I mean? That's what I was doing. And Kelly Bruh and 2 other fucking white people came and was acting like they were looking for my nephew lost, whatever the fuck you had to say, right? Taking pictures. And I said, keep it moving, white lady. Stop fucking the tent. That's what I told her. Real shit. Bring a witness if you want me to. And I didn't recognize until I saw her with the unhoused community. And this broad is Norm, the mayor, the future, the one they want to place up there, the white lady running for mayor, is known for tokenizing black people. And only showing 1/3 of them, literally 1/3, okay? And I wasn't having it. And disrespecting black women, period. Calling the one sister the extra. Clearly racist. not even suspected, but clearly, right? So I'm like, man, I'm only calling it out, I'm just telling the truth. When I saw this shit, I was like, okay, but then this happened.
Yes, definitely.
I mean,
So, Denver Wright did a story a day or two ago. I'm subscribed to newspaper.
First of all, whatever, Lashida, check this out, cuz. Why are you gonna tell us when the article came out? Your meeting happened on a certain day. Doesn't fucking matter. But how you gonna stop him every fucking sentence just so you could correct him? Like, who the fuck do you think you are?
So I get all the articles. So they did an article, and they were saying that Councilwoman Candy Sabaki, was getting death threats for
Bitch, she could join the club. She didn't get hit by a fucking white man in the summer before, and white people trying to run me off the street, and another white woman hit me on the fucking corner earlier in the week, right? And then how many death threats do you think we get every day? Playing the little violin. You know what it is? This is your second rodeo. Come on now. Just because you're knocked up doesn't mean it can't happen when you're doing foul shit, like trying to remix something. Motherfuckers are gonna feel some kind of way. So this sister thing, when I mentioned it, when I brought it up, none of these motherfuckers knew what the fuck I was talking about.
For reparations.
Yeah, because of her comments on that, because she basically, you have to read the whole thing, which I can send you. I was looking for your.
Because I read the whole thing. I read it out loud on a PSA. So you can't tell me I didn't read the whole thing. I'll roll that beautiful motherfucking bean footage back. I did a PSA on Facebook, and I read that shit out loud. So she can't tell me you got to read the whole thing. Try to treat him like he's ignorant. He lucky he didn't bring me, because I would have stopped that shit right there. You don't talk to motherfuckers like that. You don't talk to men like that. Right? And look, just because that's my dude. I don't even talk to him like that. And when I do get out of pocket, which, you know, that happens once in a while, live character, he quick to check a motherfucker. And yeah, you right. You sure right. I'm sorry. Go back and look at this tablet. You know what I mean? You sure right. You right. I'm sorry, babe. Nope. You absolutely, man. Say, all right. Okay, understood. Guess I'm gonna read this news break. Okay, but come on, bitch. Like, let's not even go there. Don't just try. Stop caping. This is a sister caping for a fucking article of this other broad who's trying to remix the fucking black agenda and reparations.
Remember, because I tried to text you after that, but I only had your email. You know, basically she said we need to be taxing, you know, white bit, you know.
Yeah.
And they're upset about that.
I have no issue with that. I have no issue with that. The issue I had was how the article was written. Oh, yeah. It kept saying black and brown, black and brown, black and brown, black and brown, black and brown.
The black reparations. Right. Yeah. Well, you know I'm with you. Hey, we the same when it comes to that pro-black shit.
No, we ain't. We ain't the same. Because if we was the same, you wouldn't have came at him like that.
I don't do that. I'm like, you don't do that. People of color shit.
Right.
Now you just saying that, cuz, but you real inclusive. I'll pull the track on this broad too. You real inclusive. You're only saying that because he's right there present. And he's like, I'm saying that because the article was written like this. And it's very fucking clear how the article was read. I'll pull that beautiful motherfucking bean footage. I got it right here. Right? I read it online out loud and then gave her the business. So this broad tried to act like he ignorant. It was me that was fucking with him. It was me addressing them, right? So again, they're trying to punish him.
None of that. I'm for black people.
Right.
So we the same on that.
Shit. Make me a believer.
Okay. Yeah, that's
not cause no, you're not. Not all kinfolk, not all skinfolk is kinfolk, cause that's not all. We're not all the same. We're not built the same. She's just perpetrating the funk. And she knows it. Because if she meant it, she wouldn't have came at him like that. She wouldn't have treated him like he didn't read. Because if anybody reads, it's him. He got whole fucking libraries. The fuck she talking about? I did it, right? Because I was like, man, you read this article? because that's what we do. We're sitting in the house, we're either watching a podcast, reading articles, staying on the news, getting outraged, reading books. I'm like, man, this one right here. You know, we're right there. We're in the loop. We're tapped in. So I'm like, man, did you read this old bullshit? Knowing I shouldn't even be saying, like, I shouldn't even be getting riled up because I got a bad heart, but that shit was compelling, right? And I read it, and then I was like, man, fuck that. I'm going to live, because it doesn't matter what the fuck I think in the house. I feel like we can't be black people. Don't let them pull the motherfucking wool intentionally. They want to keep this away from y'all. They had this is a secret thing going on. They made it public, but that was just because it was, they had to close out the show. But it wasn't public online. And I showed it on the fucking on the RVA. It was said private invite only. All these people were invited. Okay? Jesse invited me by default because I was like, go have fun. Nah, fuck that. I'm good. Because I couldn't do it. This is wrong. This is like the secret backdoor shit that we're always talking about. We want to sit at the table, but they won't talk. They won't let us at the table because they're having backdoor meetings. This is one of those backdoor meetings. And they had all kind of other people there. So when this broad is saying that, oh yeah, I'm pro-black. Bitch, no, you're not. No, you're not. Because if you were, you wouldn't be caping for none of this shit, and you would have fucking stood with us when we were running a serious fucking black agenda. Not talking about, you can't do that. I mean, there's plenty of other people in here. I mean, there's not even that many black people here. You don't fucking know. You know how I know? Because me and him were outside passing my flyers out that had his message on it to only black fucking hands. Period. Anything inclusive you found on the way in the back of the fucking website. That's because I felt like I had to put it there. Okay? Well, and it was just casual pictures. Maybe, yeah, some pictures. And I was telling him, I was like, next time a motherfucker want to do a photo, I'm telling him to pay you because they're trying to tokenize, like always. Right? And we're not having it. So I would know. This bitch ain't on code. Trust and believe. She's not codified. I can speak on it. I'll look it up. I'll bring the footage if you really want me to.
That's what I was referencing, though. I was just like, because it seemed like they were trying to remix reparations and what reparations was. I don't know if you've been following what's been happening in California, but I've been following it since.
I haven't been following it, but I've heard about it.
See? I haven't been following it, but I heard about it. Bitch, you so on code. You so empowered. That's the first thing you should be knowing about. You should be majorly tapped in. Missed me with all this shit because I was like, no.
So they made it lineage-based, but there were people that were like, oh, we need to make it race-based, and we're like, no. It needs to be lineage-based. It's a specific group of people that's been affected by this.
You're not saying Jewish and
right.
Just getting this shit.
Uh-huh.
I guess she was done talking to him, right? Or that's all she had to say. Because he was being very clear.
I can't even look at the phone. My hands are so full.
See, she must have walked off, right?
I appreciate whoever's tuning in.
As one of us, right? So he made to the point. It's not race-based, it's lineage-based. They trade up. Rude as fuck. They say, oh, I'll come talk to you in a minute. Let me go say hi to other people. Nah, she just walked away. That's rude. No manners. So you should they know why he's here. Right? Really, when they see Jesse, they already know what it is. See Jesse and Brandon together. Alright, son. We're talking to her, turn around and buy her nothing. He's just walking around eating his little fruit and shit. Like, I wouldn't have had none of that shit. Went to work right there. That's what I love this because it's bad and I should behave myself. That motherfucker's a predator right there. Real life predator. Right? And she's like, I can't I don't give 2 fucks. I would have told him as soon as they ignored him. First, I said, "Cut, let's bounce." I would have said, "Let's bounce." We got plenty of work shit to go do. You know what I mean? Another motherfucker trying to calm down. They're writing. This little white lady, white man. He's walking around looking at shit. And you know better, because see what's going on over here. They don't want to even move around for him. They're just standing in the way on purpose. This motherfucker right here is a whore. And sleeping with white women, making old blonde children. And he's fucking, man, that motherfucker right there, I said, a dangerous person. Anybody go in and out of fucking, inside and out of the jail. Fuck with the people in the street. And pay motherfuckers in drugs or bribes to get them fucked off. And that motherfucker won. The reason he's not working for CCH, I got him fired. It's actually a collective. Jesse, he did something to me, and being Jesse, I didn't know what the fuck to do. Well, the right thing to do is, and I followed that training, and so it got him fired because he shouldn't be doing fuck shit to women, you know what I mean? Trying to touch on them. You're in a place of fucking you're in a place of authority. People are trusting you with their life, but you're trying to put them in a knowing that they were with somebody that was very violent.
You know I'm from the department. They ain't treating me right.
Yeah, I was trying to talk to you about that last time I seen you.
Yeah, they be hemming it up and stuff. I said, I appreciate what Thomas is doing, but you're talking about the whole culture. And I said, just because you're telling like you love the niggas now, it don't.
When Jesse told me about this sister, I was like, man, she had tea. I don't know. But now I say, but, excuse me, family, I didn't mean to say but. And like she had tea, and I can't get down with that. Like she part of the system. And I was like, is this the same sister that was up in the free think? And now that I look at her, it's not the same sister, right? The same sister was like, oh yeah, we'll love to give you a tour. The way she said it was like, yeah, well, let's tour this fucking cell where you can sit in, okay? I'm gonna close this door. We'll be back in a couple weeks. Yeah, because that's what would happen with me, right? Come on, let's just go for a tour. And I'm typing the thing like, oh no, I've been thoroughly visited your motherfucking jail system in and out many times in different counties. Trust and believe, you can't tell me anywhere about the fucking jail that I haven't explored myself because I'm handcuffed and being manhandled and thrown around and ostracized or fucking taken by outside of a fucking hospital and shamed with my whole motherfucking record, okay? By white tees trying to do some training and shit, handcuffing me everywhere, fucking throwing me around and talking shit and fucking upsetting the balance of shit, intentionally fucking harming me. Yeah, like, no. So I think, no, I'm cool. But I look at her face. It's a completely different woman. And I hear her voice is like a completely different sister than I remember the other one. Yeah, we'll go ahead and give you a tour. Why don't you go ahead and ride in the back, where it's locked and you can't get out. And then we're going to go ahead and walk you through the Sally port. And Nah, bitch, I done been through booking many times in the night. Nothing I ain't seen yet. Why don't you let me up in the upper room where all the cameras are so I can be like, hey, stop fucking with them. You know what I mean? And yelling at the officers fucking with the inmates. Why don't you let me do that? You know what I mean? No. So that's probably the only one. Or records. Can I go to records? Or how about evidence? Wherever they're robbing fucking black men and women for their motherfucking jewelry. Can I go up in there and make sure everything's running kosher? You know what I mean? Other than that, I don't think I need to see any fucking cells. Been there, done that. I know what the little boats look like when you don't have no space. Come on now, stop the cat. As I was acting when I saw the other sister and the brother, I was like, man, you think I'm going to go on a tour? Fuck no. But this is a whole different lady. And the way she's talking, I was like,
the shit we did in the past.
Right.
We're trying to act like, but Carla, we're concentrating on positivity.
She's already, but I don't see her in the uniform, and I just want a regular lady. Like, help me.
Exactly.
I said, if that's the case, man, they start coming.
So everybody acting like Jesse ain't shit, right? This lady said, oh, I'm so glad. I went back that track up.
I'm suing the department. They ain't been treating me right.
Yeah, I was trying
to say, I'm suing the department. They ain't been treating me right. So who she come to? The masculine black man who was running for office, who got a way to talk to these motherfuckers because he's on a different level than all of us. You know what I mean? So I'm from the street. This is mad motherfucking impressive. But can you imagine? They said he wasn't shit. I was like, that's the man of the city. Okay, for a whole year. But listen to this lady. This is one of our elders. She's older than us. You know what I mean? She's like, you heard, I'm suing. They ain't been treating me right. Going through a situation. Who's she talking to though? Black man. Probably the only masculine black man in that motherfucker, except for like Bo. Definitely though, probably the only. No, I'll take that back. Maybe like 4 or 5 on-code brothers are on there when they're not trying to hold a hand to cape. But that's very rare. I see like 4 maybe. And so shout out to that lady for doing the right thing. Because she knew he was running for a fucking office. You know what I mean? But could we ask for support? No, because it's bad. All of a sudden, no, we can't. Don't do that. But look who she's talking to after the fact, right? I'm like, man, this shit is fucking fucked up. Right? So I was going in. This is this one part. I was like, okay, cuz like, this is how you're going to do it. This is how you're going to do the situation. All right. So he's walking around basically aimless. So he was in the back, right? Because they're not really fucking with him. And the ones that are talking to him, because he saw the other sister, try to demean him or like demean him and what he was talking about when it was really me that was fucking with him. I was asking him the questions. That's what I do. I ask hard questions. Actually, I make straight fucking bold hot boy statements. Making hot boy statements like, oh, well, what about this? And what about these tokenizing? And what about da? And where were you when you were dating a whole sister talking about, where was this fucking heat for reparations and motherfucking, they needed to be doing this and this and this for the black community when you were with a whole fucking black woman as your wife, right? And then you had another lady running as your fucking, damn near your conciliary. Come on now. Stop the fucking cap. This is a no-no, okay?
That was it.
Right. Somebody, oh, yeah.
All right, so the representation for
watch this, family.
2.
It's gonna go smooth the fuck off in its own little way.
All right, we had a good discussion, pretty robust, different people from different economic levels, but the one bonding things we're all after. So we came up with education of home ownership and finances, like how to go about it. Like part 2 on that would be to demystify the stereotypes about home ownership.
Oh, the Predator's reading it.
Community-based organization.
I used to call that motherfucker hybrid.
Dedicated to teaching people that and make it important, right? As your life is going on. How to access supportive housing, learn about the AMI, different ways that you can get involved with, public assistance, supportive housing. We have a grant on the street here at 3022 Welton, and it's already filled up. Just because we were able to get people in and educate them on how easy it is to access.
No, me and him, let us start that cap. Me and him are trying to get an apartment, any of these new shits that they've been opening allegedly because they were for the unhoused people. And we were like in a program. We're in programs, right? And they won't let us in. They said they're full. All of a sudden, oh yeah, we got all these people housed. So you see what I'm talking about? We're actually on fucking programs that would allow us to move our voucher into this new shit because we're living in a fucking squalor. You know what I mean? He's living definitely in it. He hasn't even unpacked his shit. He's been there 3 years. I was like, you're living in a state of emergency right now. Like, this is like, man, all you need to do is put a tent around this shit. You're outside still. You know what I mean? I am living in a fucked up ass apartment. I ain't had heat in 2 years, but I am. They don't stop you from fucking Excel trying to get fucking like damn near $500,000 out of me when it's their fuck up of the county, right? Not to mention, they got development going on across the street in the field. It's pushing field mice over here. Not that when I came over here, I was too sick. They had a whole fucking fucking infestation of cockroaches. My brother was crip walking on all of them. Now we don't even have that no more. But God, you go outside my apartment right now, there's fucking trash everywhere. It's not my trash. Okay? It's not my trash. I can't even get out my door sometimes. And I'm like yelling and shit. I'm like really making it say like, who the fuck did this? I got my man voice out. Like, they're fucking with me. I hear them banging on the walls and telling me I need to calm down. I need to turn my music down or whatever. Like, we're in North Aurora. This is a motherfucking, this is like the little rough spot, right? I'm from LA. It's like the rough spot, right? And I'm like, check it out. I'll hit them with, hey, cuz, who the fuck's wall you banging on? And all of a sudden, they shut the fuck up. You're not doing that. Don't fucking touch my window. Don't fuck with my door. Don't fuck with me. I'm not the one. You can have these hands. Hey, I like that. But this is how you gotta manage this shit. So we wanted to go to a nice apartment because goddamn, man, why can't we? We have fucking vouchers to say we could. They're full. Everything's full. Even though they built it for motherfuckers like us. They're full all the time. These motherfucking places got washer and dryer units in there. They got nice appliances. You know what I mean? You can actually cook. You can't cook at Jesse's house. You cook at my house. But God, man, should he have to come over here for like all day, every day to come over and eat something? Like a meal? When I go over there, I'm like, man, this is weird. I can't even light a hot plate in his house. I can't bring my little motherfucking, my little, if I be in here, man, my brother be punishing me sometimes. So he was. I can't bring my motherfucking cook stove over there. Can't bring my shit over there because the fucking fire alarm will go off. Fire alarm goes off just for no motherfucking reason. And I'm like, man, we ain't going nowhere. We'll fucking let the house burn down. We'll just rappel out the window. You know what I mean? I had an accident. There's no way I'm going down. I'm coming up 3 flights of stairs. I can slide down the banister, but I'm not coming up 3 fucking flights of stairs. Come on now. My heart is going to fucking stop for real. It's only beating halfway. I mean, Jesus. Shouldn't even be getting this fucking amped. So I'm like, all right. The predator, the old fucking sexual predator, is reading this shit and his kid is crying in the back. Like, give that shit to somebody else. Baby.
They don't have a housing case manager. They're not really on housing. So we have to do better at that. Education starts at, we should start education on housing and how to go about mortgage and all that finance and stuff.
See, he a half-breed and the majority of his shit is white. So, of course, he's going to hit us with that housing shit. It's like that white lady that hit me. You need an apartment? I bet you need you to give me some bread.
Easier access to that funding. Easier access to rental assistance, to capital when you need it. A lot of times people come by the outreach center who just need to, $200 or $300 to get rental assistance, but it's going to take 2 months to get it. And so we need to put that money in the hands of people who are already on the ground. Like Brother Jeff could be a conduit for that. Have a case manager when people come by.
Brother Jeff pays the road for everybody. He's definitely not going to shell out money. That motherfucker a millionaire taking donations, guys. That's a free thing. So instead of donations, he's platform money. For you're a millionaire. What you need anybody's donations for? We're struggling over here.
A lot of times when they donate money to rental assistance and education and stuff, it goes to the lawyers, right? That help the folks to pay for the fees and not to the people who need it. And so we need to fix that. And it's most of those people are what color?
There you go, that broad and ambiguous terms. Keep in mind, that bitch didn't say that shit before. They're like, black and brown, black and brown, black and this and black.
There's a lot of times when people get
We're the ones that said it because we don't do that.
This affordable housing, they only have to commit a certain amount of housing to that, but the rest are $1 million, and they're popping up all over the place over here. It's crazy.
Yeah, he would know, considering I got him fired from an actual housing program. And nobody was talking about this AMI until us. Here. We're only talking about us.
Continued funding for supportive housing. We know that works.
That's
housing first model works.
That's ambiguous.
We got to get more black faces in case management to push those people into those jobs.
You would know about that. That motherfucker was bribing motherfuckers with housing and shit so he could carry on his little prostitution shit. Hey, if you you find me a girl, I'll toss you a sack of drugs and put you real quick through the fucking move out process into your own apartment. On everything, let Allah strike me down. Let Allah strike me down if I'm lying. Trust and believe. I know. What happens when you walk past for all these years and treat them like shit?
A lot of times on those VS for that, they go by what if you've been housed within the next past year.
Yeah, that's Jesse. That's Jesse talking points.
That's what they always ask. But a lot of black folks, what we do is, well, my stuff is over my mom, so that's kind of where I've been staying. But we ain't been there, and so therefore we really aren't housed. And what happens? We get pushed back. And so there's a lot of like discrimination in that area. We need to clean that up and make people aware of it. The last thing is preservation.
Yeah, because we should that part is kind of like a reality. We shouldn't have to lie to fucking get anything. But at this point, that's the only way sometimes. Even doesn't matter what you tell them, you got to make it so motherfucking dramatic, so drastic. And then even then, like my sister was waiting for fucking 8 years to get her apartment. She just barely got one. 8 fucking years. Same bride, I'll tell you. I was saying, sister, I was kicking in her tent, and Kelly Brook came in. Maybe since I'm looking for so and so, man, stop by fucking the tent, and keep it pushing, bitch. Like, you know what I mean? That's what happened. Then it's not meant like that for us. You gotta be. I got my housing was fucking I'm in and out of motherfucking jail, in and out of the hospital so motherfucking much that I'm chronically fucking in a situation. I'm sick. They have to do it. I'm on there one of those babe. What was that bill? What was that bond called? The SIB. That allowed me to get my part of the voucher, where you're in and out of jail and chronically homeless and in and out the hospital. What was that called?
I can't remember. Go ahead.
But you know what I was talking about, right? They pushed it like a few years ago. And it made it to where it was right around the time they kept pushing the VS for that, right? But it was like for the motherfuckers that they didn't want to keep housing in jail, right? Because they were out in the street. They don't want to keep them in housing them in jail or the hospital, so they had to fucking put them in an apartment. Remember? Huh? Oh fuck you, sleep. All right, family. We'll revert back to that later.
District, eliminate developers, scraping properties, and areas.
That was the case, city council earlier in the year when it allowed everybody in Curtis Park to go ahead and sell their shit to a major developer, especially those black faces, pretty black faces. But this is the best thing we could have done. And they were so fucking happy. And then when they made the VOA do it, I was fucking irate because there was, ever since I can remember me going in the VOA, they fed me, they clothed me, and it was a really nice sister. She used to give me the nice stuff, man. She's like, you can't be looking like this, baby. Come on. Like, I ain't never had no fucking nice ass dress shoes. She had nice ass dress shoes, a nice ass dress. Man, I was feeling myself. She's like, you come back tomorrow. Every day you just come back and they give you something else, right? Just stay for dinner. And they have a little church and a little dinner. And everybody who worked at the VOA right there was black. And they were so fucking nice. Except for the pastor. The lady was a white lady. And she was doing church. But that didn't matter. She was really fucking nice. You know what I mean? She was nice to me. She didn't do me no problems. You're not even supposed to go in there and wash up and shit in the bathroom. You know what I mean? But the sister would be like, go in there. Just close the door. Lock it. You got about 15 minutes. So make it quick. You know, so when you go looking fresh out the door, okay? Because you deserve it. Damn right I fucking did. You know what I mean? I was like, God, man. I come out crying, but you look so pretty. I know. Thank you. Like that. I swear to Christ, man. I swear to God, let Allah strike me down. I'm telling the fucking truth. Brother, here you go, baby. Here, you eat that. You want another bread? Want another bread? I'll go get you another bread. You ain't look like you ain't ate in a couple of days, man. Here, there's 2 breads. There, have some butter. He's fucking out the back. You know what I mean? Yeah, you go ahead and put your tent over there in the alley if you want to. It's all right. We'll look around for you. It'll be okay. You know, just go ahead and leave your chair right here inside so it don't get stolen. That's how they loved me. So when they had to do that, I was like, why would you make them do that? They serve the community. I'm the community. You know what I mean? But they're like, I guess we're just, yeah, you know, everybody else, you know, the developer wants this. And everyone thought it was for the best. And, you know, they promised the VOA to have a bigger building over here in another part of town. And I was like, man, that's fucked up. And I was protesting at city council in Zoom. Like, no, man, they serve the community. Those people are so fucking genuinely nice.
That are distressed
But yeah, this is like now it's a lie. It's a joke right now. What's going on at 5 billion? Look at me. It's a motherfucking ghost town.
If the cost of basic needs go up, so should wages and salaries. And this is a question. How can you stay within a budget in 2023
what
if
budget?
you're still living on salaries and wages in 2018?
It goes over into other things, but it does employment. There needs to be better employment programs. There needs to be access for people to get upskilled to where they don't have to go to college, and we can put them in different economic categories. So there's all kinds of stuff to work on, but we just have health and stability.
Great job.
Yeah, he's got it too because he's a bribe motherfucker. But when Jesse asked me to do like maybe something else to help me, he was like, nah. She got a caseworker. Caseworkers are in the same fucking building, but I gotta go all the way across town.
Welcome to the community, young man. Welcome to the community.
Mm-hmm. Like that, what I don't know.
So my takeaway was public health, safety, and violence interpretation. Alright. So first we said to get rid of qualified immunity and public database for all debts. Work with judicial system to investigate causes for crimes and arrests. More information to control of DA, public defender office and budget. Ancestral healing clinics free and Medicaid, which is like
I feel like it's a little boy reading that.
Yeah, for cultural healing and things like according to religion. Expansion gyms, athletic space, 4 through 6 p.m. weekends for free, peer database support. Grief, drugs, gangs, financial literacy education programming, invested in youth and entrepreneurs, listen to youth/people who believe, youth spend time with elders, cultural sensitivity with training, DPD, SROS, school admin, people of authority, past test, community meals, casual activities, neighborhood tracks, dialogue issues, online and personal, cooperative school staff, conference, MGMT, conflict management, live calls, on-air DPD staff. We also have reduce violence towards teachers, online literacy education, social media train, improve ability to discuss from different viewpoints, violence through music, subliminal messages, discernibility, educate early.
Yeah.
Nasir Klaus.
Who'd you come with? Great job, man. Great job.
Yeah, it sounds like a little boy reading that. That's pretty tight.
That's the highlight of the evening for me thus far.
Yes.
Seats, baby.
Table 4.
Told you. Game on now. We're at war, baby.
I got you.
And I really don't give a fuck. I feel like this shit needs to be heard.
And so some of the items we came up with was...
Don't get it twisted. Me and Jesse are sharing a brain. It's an alignment. It's a beautiful thing. We could only be so lucky.
We also spoke about sidewalks and disabled disability.
How are fixing the sidewalks part of reparations? I'm just saying. That's your duty. That's something you're supposed to do. And we had some fucked up ass weather, and there's like shit feels like the whole city is gonna open up and swallow. How do you talk about fixing the street? Part of reparations, man. Fuck that.
Especially during snow times, how difficult it is for people to access. I mean, I know I had issues. I actually ride the bus. And
Yeah,
there are
me
times
too.
where the bus stops are so packed with snow that you can't, you have to jump. We talked about sidewalks, lack thereof of sidewalks in certain communities where there are none. I know if you go down Colfax, between Colfax and 23rd on Quebec, there are no sidewalks.
No sidewalks.
But also,
You're talking about
right here between
adding this shit to reparations. That's not going to happen. First of all, this is a city council, and it goes to transportation. This is not part of reparations for foundationals.
Last of this young man here brought up last mile options. How that should be an option in all areas. Not necessarily. I know that they do that in Montello, but that's a fabulous idea. We talked about free transportation, free bus rides for seniors, for students, for let's see, workers, gig workers, and so on.
She didn't say nothing about blacks. She said free busing and transportation for black elders, children, students. That would have been okay. You just add that to the list of shit. After you cut the check of reparations, you could add that too. That'd be great. I mean, God knows we don't like to pay for the bus. It's fucking expensive. Our shit is like $350 a year. I'm not paying for shit, man. I have principles. I remember the bus was 50 cents. Literally 50 cents. Now I could even tolerate it at $1, but now it's like $3.50. And I was in an accident on the wheel. I was in my wheelchair. Motherfucking shit tipped me out, and they didn't want to do nothing. In fact, they made it like it was my fault. They had a I don't want to say no, I do. Ethiopian motherfucking driver driving me. Motherfucker was going really fucking fast. Jesse had to pick me up off the fucking bus floor. Man, I didn't want to hold up the bus because motherfuckers are. I mean, I'm one of those motherfuckers, So, nah. And I feel like RTD again lies to black people. And Union Station is predominantly manned by the motherfucking T's. And they love chasing down white people, or chasing down black people. And all black people got problems. So, you could just say, yeah, you give us free fucking transit. But that's neither here nor there. It's not a part of reparations. Come on now. Just like fixing the sidewalk isn't a part of reparations.
Workers, we talked about past providing free transportation for those people in those areas. Let's see, we also discussed
She's keeping it vague, man. Everything is black. Black, just say black.
And whether or not we thought that potholes.
That's not reparations. Fixing the sidewalk and fixing the potholes are not reparations. I got shit fucked up.
Lighting, street lights. And with respect to the East Area Plan, we talked about the development. I don't know if you guys are familiar with what's happening there, but they're talking about putting up something called a BART. And essentially, it's a train line that will go down or down Colfax. So it will eliminate Colfax will become single lanes on either side. So start thinking about the different businesses that you know of that are on Colfax. Black and brown businesses.
First of all, that's like an idea is fucking crazy in itself. But the fact that she said black and brown businesses, no. Black businesses.
But also, what they're really building up is they're establishing new developments.
Is more revenue.
And with those new apartments,
everybody looking at just
nope.
They're gonna scrape the house that are there. So we kind of touched on that a little bit too. And
again, not part of reparations.
But with respect to, if I could just add, with respect to public housing, one of the things that we talked about in our group,
and I'm sure other groups talked about this too, to take these empty buildings downtown and perhaps doing something to renovate those to become some sort of housing.
Look, you start
That's stuff I brought up during the campaign for mayor.
Yeah.
He's ready for sure.
So we were talking about accountability and transparency, and there is so much. We tried our best to capture some of it. Big sort of sections were about accountability for developers and landlords when it comes to the housing and kind of like who's managing the housing stock. Accountability around budgets and spending so that people know and there's transparency and accountability for how our tax dollars spent. Accountability for policing and public safety.
This is not reparations anyway. That's like a
healing and repairing harms.
caveat or
something. Thank you. And sort of transparency around education and
oh, that's the white people, the black people holding the signs.
For developers and landlords, we were talking about how there needs to be a lot more accountability and transparency around the ways that there are tons of promises made up front when a development or project starts. And
when white people speak, it's because their money's being affected, but they're really giving that. I mean, if these brothers are doing anything, they'd be like, "Now you hold the sign, let me talk." And I want to read none of that shit.
And then we kind of like never hear about that. And there's specific unit numbers and like rent rates that are promised, making sure that there's some kind of like official oversight from the government on holding developers and landlords to that, making sure that they follow through on promises that they make to tenants, specifically a sort of like dashboard or more information about who gets what contracts.
First of all, you gotta make that shit coherently readable.
So you know where to go, rather than trying to like figure out like
dashboard
a
really
sign on that gate and
you gotta really
one like being able to figure that stuff out and help.
That's why they bank on
ourselves and the government understand.
Being impatient.
Just understanding how rent is how like transparency around rent rates that are paid. Like, why is it that you can't know what the average rent in that building is versus that building?
Oh my God. Let's move along. I can't do pink faces.
Corporations are buying up our community's houses and using
assets.
What we had was just that we realized that a lot of these are about, especially for our Black community.
You just see how you slip that in, like. He ain't talking none of that shit till like, what is it, 10 minutes in?
Better access, clearer kind of resource finding help and navigating help.
Are you fucking kidding? These are the same motherfuckers that'll be like, we have resources, but it's a motherfucking flyer to a fucking another place to give you another flyer, and there's no fucking help. They tell you, oh, you need to be here at a certain time, but we'll only take the first 5. Got a whole line of motherfuckers outside, right? They're like, oh, we have heavy caseloads. We'll probably, we mostly like have an opening here a week from now. When you get to a week from now, no, we're a bit busy. You should have been here at this time. It's always a push off, right? So no, we need this again. This is like treating Black people like they're dumb.
For public info, public records, it was just that we realized that a lot of these are about, especially for our Black community, that better access, clearer kind of resource finding help.
Like we're dumb. Like we need help. No, we don't need help finding it. We need help. Give it to us. Okay, we don't need your help. Just give it to us. Right? Now, don't tell us. Well, we can help you find some resources. I'm telling you, man, I spent my whole motherfucking life in the system. We'll help you find it, and then I need help finding it. Give it to me. You know what I mean? I know where it is. Taking the fucking basic meat of the fucking crap out of the middle. This. It's so easy. You know what I mean?
And navigating help for public info, public records that already exist.
Basically, for a Black community, you're going to need help finding these resources. We're here to help you navigate through that. Like they treat us like we're stupid. Ignorant, like you don't understand. Let us help you. Let us guide you. This is what got everything fucked up. No, you don't need help. You know exactly what the fuck is needed. You know exactly how to get it. You know where it's at. They just need to give it to you. You know what I mean?
This is a theme across all of these, and we started talking about like, well, maybe there should be an office of information that will help you sift and sort through all the different public records.
Maybe they need that will help you sift through. Nah, you know exactly what the fuck you need. You know where it's at. Don't let them fucking confuse you. You're not dumb. There's nothing wrong with you. Your brain works fine. You're not in a cloud. You're not in a phase, a haze, okay? They want you to think that. The pink ones, they want you to think that you need them. You know exactly what the fuck you need. Now stop playing.
And some people that will like help you navigate that stuff.
You don't need their help. You just need them to give it to you. I ask any person right now what you fucking need. You'll tell me what you need, and you'll tell me where to go get it. Right? I'll be like, hey, what do you need? And you know what? Say, I need a pie from this bakery right here. But you're going to have to go down this way and go that way, and it's down yonder right there. And you need about $15. I'll go get it for you. You see how easy that was? You know exactly what the fuck you need, want. You're not confused. You're very awake. Don't pretend. I know better. Don't act dumb with me now. Come on now. We're 2023. I'm 43. All these motherfuckers are around the same motherfucking age. Everybody knows exactly what the fuck they need, want, how to get it, where to get it, and what is needed to get it. Give it to us. Fuck your studies. I don't need this white man to tell me what the fuck he thinks I need because he thinks I'm stupid. You don't need that either.
I realized like that's a library. You know? So like in some ways it might be that we need actually like programs that collaborate with the libraries that like are already in every neighborhood to just help them also like help support them navigating public records so that they can help us navigate public records. Public safety, a database. We talked about all these things. We just wrote down the things that you all said.
That's city council work.
It wasn't on there. Was requiring professional insurance for cops, the same way that a doctor or a lawyer has to. You cannot practice without professional insurance because if you mess up, you would need to like be able to cover that.
They already got money to cover up the
fucking costs. Nobody's gonna settle, money for we don't have to pay anymore. It's an insurance company, and it's not like it holds them accountable because after a certain point, if your insurance rate goes up because you keep messing up, you just can't afford to be a cop anymore.
They're stupid. You ever got like a $25,000, $30,000
help create transparency and accountability for policing.
No, bad.
On the healing and harm stuff, we talked about how it would be really cool to see, at the very least, a committee stood up that would actually start to formally study non-economic reparations.
No, wrong answer. Look at this man. I thought he was a white man. Apparently, I was wrong. Yeah, light-skinned black dude talking that white shit.
Or have education to like local community colleges or health.
He's stupid.
Probably the only thing that wasn't on there was requiring professional insurance for cops.
No. Look, they got a cap already for their fuck-ups. They get away with everything. Fuck no. No, they need insurance for cops. No. Your gun is your dad. They're sucking insurance as your shield. That's your insurance to get away with everything. No. You've been putting hands and doing the worst. You've been insured. You've been a race fucking soldier. You've been rounding us up, beating us, moving us around. Oh man, the way you treat the unhoused. Profiling. Manhandling, wrongful shit. I mean, a whole bunch of shit. Beating motherfuckers, letting them die in custody, outside of custody. You know what I mean? Flooding the community with drugs and guns and fucking everything else that you can fucking think of. Hey, come on, stop it. You want them to be insured too? To go ahead, not only does the city cover them, but you want them to have insurance too. So when they take our black brother and his sister out and they fucking do the worst, or they get a little scuff on them, that they're taken care of. They got man, yeah. So and they're unionized.
The way that like a doctor or a lawyer has to you cannot practice without professional insurance, because if you mess up, you need to like be able to cover that.
The fucking hospital and all that. Man, come on.
Practice lawsuit. Same thing for cops. Nobody's gonna settle, money for we don't have to pay anymore. It's an insurance company, and it's not like it holds them accountable because if your insurance rate goes up because you keep messing up, you just can't afford to be a cop anymore. You probably shouldn't be because you keep messing up.
First of all, you keep fucking
so that's one way to
allowed to have the shit. You're not a police. You want to be lucky to fucking protect anything.
On the healing and harm stuff, we talked about how it would be really cool to see, at the very least, a committee stood up that would actually start to formally study non-economic reparations.
Non-economic reparations, family. Clutch my pearls. I couldn't imagine. I mean, that's pretty much like the gist of whatever pretty duck symbolistic type shit they're talking about. Non-economic reparations for the regular, average, foundational. A committee to study non-economic reparations. No cash, so you could start your own shit, buy your own little spot, raise your own little family away from the city, for you to take care of, have a little nest egg for the youngins, and then the youngins, you know what I mean? Leave a little legacy, Then gonna be marginally, fractured off. Or my brother taught me something today. I got shot at my brother about fractioning off shit. No, it's just, from your ancestors left for your future descendants. I mean, let's talk about non-economic reparations. A committee to study non-economic reparations. This little light-skinned white boy needs to calm it down. Fuck no.
It just gets really
and that's not the B1 agenda, family, or reparations.
The cash payments become really difficult, but can we talk about?
We're really difficult with them. Says who? You don't look like you have problems with your money.
About, Black folks get cheaper transit, or pay different tax rates, or have education to local community colleges, or healthcare, et cetera, et cetera.
Let me just break this down to YouTube and family. Fuck that college shit. It was this fucking YouTube University. Fucking you find anything online, get chat GPTs, whatever the fuck. Go to the library, read a book, look at the news, read the newspaper. I mean, I'm pretty sure you can fucking educate yourself nowadays that you don't need any of this bullshit that you're going to have to be fucking in debt for. College. Yeah, if he's awake, he can pretty much tell you about the fucking college debt. And we would bring HBCUs over here. Right.
As reparations, let's study that stuff.
Oh, light-skinned little white boy, sit it down.
And then just broader civic education for information sharing. We need some way for more city efforts to help people understand all these things that we.
No, I believe it. Amen. I believe, Sabir Bey said, and Jesse said, a whole bunch of other people said, we need to learn civics. But again, you don't need to go to college for that. You just need a real smart motherfucker that wants to take some time and break it down for about 40 minutes, okay? And lead you to some reading material and get you on a list of shit to read so you can actually study on your own time. You don't need to do any of this shit this little light-skinned fucking white boy is saying.
That are hard to.
Obviously, he's black. He's not acting black today.
If you don't have direct help, so back to the library. There was probably more, but that's what we got.
I have a question for my allies in the room.
Doing stuff.
Is any of that bad? For
allies? Who an ally to who, cuz? We don't have no friends or allies. We're at war.
Any other non-Black community?
Sure, I talked to the non-Black community before the Black community. Another overpass, right? I don't give a fuck. Think whatever you want. That's the truth.
No, right? It's great for all of us. It was all
of us? No, none of that shit was good for Black people. None of it was meant for black people. First of all, fixing the streets and shit, that's not for fucking reparations. That we didn't fuck up the street. First of all, I'm pretty sure we didn't even want the streets put right there in these motherfucking areas, right? Let's just put it there. Let's take it all the way back. We must. Secondly, how is that going to be part? We got to pay for that too still? And I'm sure you're going to want us to fix it as well, right? Or I know you want them to fix it, but you want us to pay for it. It's going to be good for all of us. No, it isn't, bitch. It's not going to be good for, it's not going to be good for black people.
Fill us up. So I hope that was also very clear in this exercise. I want to thank everybody who came out, especially, people don't paint a picture of me respecting and appreciating the public safety servants who do serve us. But Sergeant Howard over here, thank you so much for being here to protect us tonight.
Remember, that's just to say, they ain't treating me right. And you talk to the black man back there. So while this bitch over there talking all the shit, that sister kept it very real, right?
I remind you, there are good people in all of the bad systems, and it is our job to interrogate the systems.
I'm glad she said that. I'm glad she said that, because the night before I was interrogating that shit so much. I'm gonna read you the motherfucking article.
The structures that oppress, not the individuals within them.
What?
And Sergeant Howard is someone who has protected us since day one. There are many others across safety departments who feel the same exact way we feel about the changes we need to make. Thank you to the team and everybody who came out tonight. This is very timely. Tomorrow I have our budget retreat with City Council. So I'm gonna take this home, turn it into something, digest it, not just for to spit back out to you all in a way that you guys can see and update actively, but in a way that I can actually tangibly advocate.
Tangibles. Jesse one. Here, look, I'm gonna start out. Nothing was dating where we got it from and how we
that idea, just send us an email
because we just work right here
denvergov.org. Super easy. Your subject is Black Agenda. Whatever you want in there.
They're using that word. That's his word. In my mind, we already know where it came from. We've been reading tangibles every Saturday.
So
on Front Line Blacc News for this is the third season. But before that,
when you hear things that pop up from here, y'all better stand up and defend.
I'm not sure what
some of this stuff is already.
I mean, we practice but because we spent so fucking much,
we've got to be firm in what
they act like thirds. We know goddamn Black family.
Where
tangibles that we read every Saturday comes from.
There are alternatives.
Shout out to the
ways to talk about it. Reparations is not just cash payments, but a bunch of different things.
Not just cash payments. Let's just start with cash payments first.
Whatever you want in there. And we'll update it. This will be turned into our strategic plan for the next 4 years.
Miss me and all that shit. When Jesse was running for mayor, it took a lot. Jesse's one man, so I'm like the behind the scenes, right? And you might see me do a live or whatever, but I'm like behind the scenes like this. Really? Got my music on, like this is an E40 typing some shit up, right? I just have to stay on code with what the new black media is educating us on to educate foundationals, right? And to stay in the loop with what's going on with our city, because as much as I just want to serve black people, everybody else can eat a dick, right? Everyone needs a mayor, right? And so there was a lot of things going on in the city, and I'm listening to black people vent frustration. So even though it's kind of, I'm not even apologize for it, I've stayed so in the loop of what we're talking about with foundationals, black people. I'm creating stuff specifically for the problems that are going on all over the city that actively affect black people, right? and everybody needs a mayor. Right? So you're Black people are first in our plan, you know, for our city at the time when he was running for mayor. First, for once, there's a whole bunch of needs, necessities that Black people here need. Not luxuries, necessities. We need a fucking Black crime bill. That's in the home. That's the RVA shit right there. You know, there's a whole bunch of necessities that need to happen. Okay. And they've been benefiting off of this. They've been benefiting in all their own fucking buffer class, fucking lower rate, but fucking they've been benefiting forever. Because you know what doesn't benefit? It's foundationals here in the city. And so we put you first. Put you first. These motherfuckers are the ones that are laughing and they're like, nah, I mean, you can't just single out, just do for Black people. I mean, come on, brother. Come on, seduction. You can't, why not? It's such a fucking hard thing to fathom that you ain't got to be anti-Black, even if you're a pretty Black person. I guess so, right? So as she's saying this, I'm like, So basically, she'll take this work, and Jesse didn't contribute nowhere to this, right? He wasn't sitting there throwing out ideas, obviously, because you're watching it.
So count on watching me in city council and the news. When you hear things that pop up from here, y'all better.
When you hear things that pop up from there, don't give Jesse any credit for none of that bullshit right there, because that shit we know did not come out of his mouth. I'm glad. I'm so fucking thankful because they waited for him so he would spit some hot ass shit so they could write it down. Everybody kept looking at him like,
stand up and defend, because I mean, some of the
you guys defend your off-brand thoughts about fucking fixing the street. That's gonna be reparations because you're sorry. No,
this stuff is popping up already. We've been talking about reparations for how many years now?
you haven't been talking about reparations, cuz you weren't talking about that. Trust and believe. We know, and I know because I was outside sleeping in a tent. So I'm so angry. I told all you fucks over there, you were going to get this work and I will expose all of you motherfuckers. I will bring up secrets all day long. And if my shit's public, I don't give a fuck. Right? But you should all give a fuck about it because y'all are pretending to be something you're not. At least you saw me grow into whatever the fuck I'm doing right now. You know what I mean? I'm still rough. But that doesn't mean I'm wrong. Oh, sorry. I'm still rough. And I'm not going to apologize for that. I'm not going to change anything because, you know, what I was changing and adapting for these fucking white supremacists and these motherfuckers. He's a suspected. I won't even go there. I won't even say suspected. Everybody's a supremacist to me. Because this is accident. You can't change. You're going to be inclusive forever. This is for all of us. No. What all of us? All us foundationals. All us freedmen. Yeah. No. This isn't for us. This is for you. This is for your real estate. This is for your wallet. So I'm glad he didn't say nothing.
And we've got to be firm in what we're asking for.
I'm waiting
we have to be realistic for home.
Round of applause.
There goes.
This is just us. Some things we can just talk about.
This is Jeff trying to calm down.
All of this that you just put up on the wall.
He's about to fuck up and Jesse's going to give him the work.
It means nothing if we don't get her reelected.
Exactly.
No, really. It doesn't mean anything until we get her reelected. Now, I'm going to talk to the Black folks for just a second.
Please
we like to talk. We like to say what we ought to have, and we do all of that.
It's the same motherfucker that shamed Jesse for almost a whole fucking year. Laughed at him, mocked him in his shit. I mean, we can go back a whole fucking year of videos where he's doing that. And he's doing that. He's actively fucking doing it. And I can't blame Jesse it was hard. You know, we went through this shit together. And there was times I was like, man, you gonna really let this motherfucker disrespect? Man, fuck him. And I get up in there to shut it all down for a quick second. I don't like that. I don't like that, man. You know, we're supposed to protect each other, right? Black men and women, my brothers and sisters, my beautiful couples. As a woman, I can't I know he's a man, because I know he's a fucking man. I know he could protect and defend me and himself. And if we, the day we have children, probably protect them too. I know he would do that. I know what I'm capable of too. And I know I would protect him and defend him and stand up for him. And even if I thought he was wrong, I would never say I really wouldn't say he was wrong. Like if he was really wrong about something stupid. I mean, you see us having little tiffs, you know, like online. This is like we're not really disagreeing. We're just not saying we're saying the same shit, but it's just different ways. I guess I speak differently than he's speaking, but we're both telling the same shit. But it's equally frustrating because I done took out all the middle and I just get it from this and this, and I'll stand on it. But he has all this middle stuff too that it just explains it. I'm just like, nah, fuck that. But what you're saying is, you know, this looks kind of dysfunctional. But anyways, but it's really not. We're really on the same fucking alignment and believe in the same exact things. And so if there's been times where we have little disagreements, or he'll check me on something, and I'm like, man, don't do this right now, you know. Because, you know, I get embarrassed easily or whatever. I was kind of like, whatever happens in your house, you just get, right? And, you know, he'll do it right there. It doesn't matter. He'll feel like this is a line of correction. And, you know, as a woman, to respect it, he's trying to correct a character flaw. And he's not really wrong about that, man. You know, I was really, really a fucking very angry woman, and really angry, but I was directing it wrong. And, you know, sometimes, you know, as women, you know, when you have that fucking feminism garbage on your fucking plate and you think you could do everything by yourself. And then when you got to humble yourself and say, hey man, I need you. And they're so used to being like, you know, like you tell them, I don't fucking need your help. I got this. Knowing damn well you should have just asked for help. They were too prideful or whatever. Yeah, some things are like correction, you know, and it's good for us if it's done right. There's sometimes where it's not done right, and it gets a little animated, and then it get checked. That happens too. You know, and fuck it, he's not wrong. I just had to take time, a couple minutes to sit there quietly and ponder on the situation, because I'm reacting in the moment. I got animated. I'm like, and it just say whatever he said. It'd be like one sentence, no curse words. He didn't call me nothing bad. Whereas I was probably doing the worst, you know what I mean? And that one little fucking sentence would be so fucking hard. I'm like, man, you sure right. You see what I'm saying? But it's something, you know, I never got before. And it's going to make me a better person. It already has, in its own little weird way, right? So when I stand up for him, because I'm seeing some fucking bullshit happening, he didn't ask me to do it. I'd do it for anybody I fucking saw was getting fucked with. I'm just that way. You know what I mean? But it's somebody that we're like a little family, you know what I mean? So I feel like, oh, hell nah. No, you're not going to do that. And what are you going to say to me? I'm ready. I stay ready with fucking verbal assaults. So what are you going to say to me? You know what I mean? But I'm not going to allow you to disrespect somebody who's avidly fucking worked so fucking hard that you know you need him, clearly. But you know what I mean? And you're doing some foul shit to him. I see it. I can't control myself. I'm not going to. We're not supposed to. We're supposed to protect each other, especially them. The black man is an endangered species, and we're fucking right behind him, right? So I'm supposed to let other men emasculate their work or shame them in front of the whites? You know, have motherfuckers laughing at them in front of the whites and anybody else who could fucking galvanize to do some stupid shit. So when they're out and about, or they feel fucking and broadened by fucking saying some old weird ass shit to them and trying to call him out on some shit, and then he hurts their feelings and fucking a fucking thread. You had that coming. Is when a person like this man who's speaking provokes that shit to happen to him, he has to defend himself. But why should he do it by himself if somebody witnessed it? Right? There's a lot of things. Motherfuckers just say, oh, look at him getting chested. I'm gonna say that. Oh, fuck that. You're not gonna do that. I would expect motherfuckers to do that for me, you know? And once in a while it happens, but most of the time it doesn't happen because there's conditioning right there. Sit down. Don't make no trouble. You ain't got to stand up for this person. Obviously, this person needs to be checked or whatever. First of all, they let anybody else do it to me. But if I feel like somebody's talking shit to me and terrorizing me or whatever, I would pray somebody had my back. Stand up. And you don't get those options all the time to do it because 90% of the time I'll shut it down before it happens. Or I'll be like, hey, man, check this out. So-and-so said this and this and this to me, but I handled it like this, but I really think you should take it a little step further. You know what I mean? And handle that for me because maybe they need to hear it from a man with some bass. You hear it? Be loud.
While gentrification is running rampant. We talk all this stuff about what these elected officials should be doing and what we ought to be doing. Like, we got people in 2023, we got less than folks that just came up out of slavery. All right. Does that make sense? Now we're going to sit here. I know the nuggets is important. 8 o'clock. It ain't none of us getting a dime from that ball going through that money. When they make that money, they don't come and invest in this community. Ain't no Bronco in here, ain't no Nugget in here, ain't none of them in here on this block talking about what we have on this board. But we run to go watch them put that ball through that net. Like we all about that. Black folks, you talking about a black agenda. As if we got to start over from always starting over. What we got to do right now is make sure she gets elected.
No, we don't.
We got to make sure she gets elected.
Look, family, she's already going to win her seat, and nobody wants this fucking weird gay black dude. I don't keep saying that like that because he put the gayness in front of the blackness. You know what I mean? And he's really trying to shame the broad, right? And I don't want to dislike this broad, man. So I keep telling you, I get your warnings up until like a certain part, up until right around here, right?
So the question is, what are you going to do to make sure that happens?
I'm holding my vote.
That's the question. We ain't going to pray her in the office. We're not going to sing her in the office. We ain't going to rap.
Because she pulled this shit, just riding the wave, family. So I wouldn't give her my vote now. Even if I lived in the city of Denver, she would not get my vote. It's one thing, I don't want to not like this woman. It's bad enough that for the first 4 years that I was, first 4 years she was in term, I was majorly unhoused. Not only was I unhoused, the police crushed my chair. The streets fucked up my shit, hurt me more. I needed a new one. They just turn blood to the cheek, right? A lot of fucking bad things happened to me in my community. And at the time, they wanted me to go and fucking perform in these little motherfucking townhouses when I was fucking really homeless, right? I go in the fucking snow, somebody wheel me in my little wheelchair, right? But no, this broad, she would do the work when she felt like she'd create little zoos and town halls and whatever. They pushed me all the way up where I'm surrounded by police all the time, right? I give them the business. They take my work. Contrary to popular belief, this happens to me. They take my work and they spin it the way they spin it, and the mountains move, but they don't give us credit for it, right? Instead, they punish him, knowing that this is a team effort, man. And not only that, but solid fucking intelligent team, and stick together. What we're supposed to do, stick together. Don't do no fucking buck dancing, no cooning, no motherfucking none of that shit. Stay right here. Constructive fucking fighting racism, white supremacy, in all 9 areas of human activity. Right? Rid this system and create a system of justice. Actual fucking tangibles that you could touch and feel. not symbolic gestures. Doing the work, being of service, right? Putting your community foundationals ahead before everybody else. That's what it is. So yeah, no, I didn't want to not like her because she was doing the work of the unhoused. And she was the only one really willing to do the work of the unhoused. But, excuse me, I didn't mean to say but. When she started to do this, it's because the California reparations thing that's happening that we're avidly focused on, not just because, me and Shabaka are from California, but because what happens in California happens everywhere, and every city is picking up the wave, right? And we're doing the work, keeping it consistent with what's going on here, so we could do it over here in our little states, making sure that it's here locally in the state, and it moves it federally. Wanted to go federally. Let's go federal. You know what I mean? Come on, federal. You know what I mean? We'll have to do the work in our prospective little states so they fucking get the message. It's not going to be a fucking spread, family. We knew that, right? But we also know we can't just let this in the hands of shills and fucking for everybody types and inclusivities, and everybody who's going to keep undermining this fucking work that foundationals have put in, the work that the task force put in, the work that everybody in their prospective fucking states are putting in. The people that call in, the people that show up, the people that type in the chats, the people that share the message, the people that get on their platforms, the people that are out on the field. You know what I mean? It's a collective, right? So we can't just let anybody like this take something so fucking important that we would lay down for, right? Handle a person for. So instead they have an understanding, move the fuck out the way. This is that time, right? We can't put it in their hands. And I'm really serious about it. So when this is going on, I'm making a live. And I'm like, I'm sinking your battleship. I'm sinking everything that happens from this. No, 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 and no. If you're going to fucking do it right, right? And I don't care how desperate you think we are, family. We are not that desperate to let this go again in the hands of perpetrators and users and people who don't give a fuck about foundationals, every fucking traumatic episode that we go through every day, fucking everything that we're fucking talking about, let alone we'll say we need to study whether or not you want to give us cash as an ingest. You know what I mean? And how much, and it's going to bankrupt everybody, and what, and you should study because you might not necessarily know how to navigate your money. Fuck that. Let me find out on my own, but I definitely won't be contacting no motherfucking pink face for it. I mean, what do we got? Dr. Claude Anderson and Dr. Boyce Watkins and Jason Black and Professor Black Truth and Tariq Nasheed and Black Light Revelations and TD Hip Hop and fucking oh my God, there's so many smart Black people that know economics. Seriously. Why the fuck would we waste our time with them? So we're not desperate. We're not that fucking desperate. And right here, I'll stop every fucking person that does it. I don't give a fuck if I got to protest all motherfucking night. I'll write articles. I'll fucking make videos. Jesse will be out there. We'll be fucking moving around the street. I don't give a fuck what anybody thinks about me. I could care less. Nobody's like me in 43 motherfucking years. There's nothing motherfucking new now. Okay? I have a handful of friends, literally. Okay? So then that's because they fuck with me. You know? I'm not acquired fucking taste. That's good. You should feel some kind of way when you see me. You know, just like you should feel some kind of way when you see these individuals from New Black Media pushing this movement. Right? Putting in this fucking work. So you're not that desperate. Just say, here, please push it. Please take our work and you put your name on it. Brown face, pink face, yellow face. multiple fucking binary fucking ideology, weird fucking acronyms and 20 different non-fucking national flags? Please. No. Yeah, I'm sinking battleships. It's like a game. Like, no, I don't give a fuck. And you shouldn't either. They're doing all kinds of fucked up things to us, man. Stand up for one thing and one thing fucking, at least this.
We're in the office. We're going to vote her in the office.
No, we're not.
This has been in the community for 45 years, and none of y'all know his name. No, don't do that. I done this, I done that, I've been here, and you don't even know his name.
Mocking him. He's mocking
and he's from your community. And if he walked down the street right now, you wouldn't know who he is. But now all of a sudden he's super black, super 5-point, super all this stuff, and you don't even know who he is.
Danielle said, who is he?
Yeah, who is he? No, and I'm not shooting him down. If that's your candidate, vote for him. Like, I'm not talking to you. I'm just talking, like, don't think I'm complaining, I'm explaining. Please do.
I know who he is.
Yes.
I work with him. And this is his third time running.
Mhm.
So that should say something.
Yes.
But he's got the developer money behind him now.
Is this too much for some of you?
Come on. We'll catch the second half. Go ahead.
It's too much for me.
Okay.
Because honestly, I've been pushing a Black agenda since 2018, since Michi X and David Banner and all that whole crew brought the Black agenda here to Denver, Colorado at the Cash Bar before COVID even hit. So I just kind of find it kind of Johnny come lately because like I literally ran for city council at large in 2019 on a Black agenda. I ran for mayor in 2023 on a Black agenda. And this community did not support me at all, especially you, Jeff. On your show, you literally ridiculed me and made fun of the Black agenda, said it wasn't possible and we shouldn't even go about it. Now all of a sudden, here we are right before the runoff election, and now y'all want to talk about a Black agenda. So I just think it's better late than never, but really, give credit where credit's due. I've been pushing this.
Give Jesse a round of applause. Jesse, a round of applause for you for talking about the Black agenda. And trust me, folks been talking about this Black agenda before you were born. Okay, this ain't nothing new.
It's talking about modern day time.
It means something different to everybody. But right now, what I'm saying is, we have an opportunity to get Candy Tabaka reelected. That's what I'm talking about right now. And we did support you. We did support you. And you in here right now exercising your voice, which means you got support right now. So if you're hurt, I apologize, we apologize, but we still got to move forward. We still have to move forward together. And so all this work that we all just agreed upon don't mean nothing if we get her don't get her elected.
First
it
of
means
all,
you got to go to somebody else and say, this is what we talking about.
Reparations after. Talking about a whole light,
could you think about like housing stability? Do you think you could do any of those different things? The reason I'm here right now, and I hope you're as fired up as me, is because I'm dedicated to getting her reelected.
Yes.
And if you're not, so what? I'm still gonna be dedicated to getting her elected. And you should also. So I know many of you are already doing everything you can to get her elected.
No, we won't.
Those of you who are not doing anything right now, please, Vanessa, please sign this list right there and give it to me. Like I'm talking about those of you who got this passion that I'm talking about right now. I'm talking about that ass-kicking passion.
Oh yeah, that's how
I'm not talking about that. All that's cool.
See that shit?
All that begging and whining and wallowing and maybe, like if you got this kind of passion, get on that list right now with Vanessa.
Nah, fuck that.
Because we got 2 weeks, 2 ballots about to drop. And I cannot wake up seeing another, and I won't even get all into it right now because I know that we in,
He mocked them because it's in front of everybody.
We went this hard for a city council person to get elected and sold the low-income housing, the affordable housing, the subsidized housing, sold it to developers, got beat by her, and then went to work for the very people who he sold the projects to. I can't do it. I can't do it. I can't. So I'm sorry to frustrate you. I hope you're getting excited. I hope you're so tired that you got one more push.
Nope.
You got one more push.
Oh yeah, we got
push,
but not for these motherfuckers.
But
We don't fuck with that.
We got the right people.
He goes there, and it's because this is supposed to be the only other black voice
people
in our actual community where we live.
So I like pissing people off. That's why when I introduce myself, I don't know how you feel about me or not. But I'll be the same.
Because I can't do it.
Because I believe in us.
There's
a young man right here who just showed promise.
What he just
did. What are we doing?
He's a black man, cuz he's a black man demeaning another black man, mocking him in front of all these motherfucking people when he know goddamn well he's in the fucking wrong. And he said, "Is you hurt? Is he hurt? Is it really hurt?" No, this is a motherfucker that does the work of the community. Been doing the work of the community. You know, I know he's been doing the work of the community because that same motherfucker is talking shit about him. Used to call him and ask him to help pass out food, help him do this, help him do that. Hey, can you help this lady? Can you do this? Can you do that? You know what I mean? Hey, you're around. Can you do this? Can you do that? You know what I mean? And Jesse had to beg, like not even beg. It felt like he was begging. I was like, nah, don't beg. But he had to fucking yell at him and cuss him out, right? And be like, look, man, I'm not gonna tolerate this shit. I'm trying to tell everybody something. And I told him, I'd be like, man, you old fucking dream killer. I said, if I was a young black man, I would never go up in your motherfucking shop. You just stomped out a young brother who's only 36 years old. He wants to do the fucking job. Nobody wants to be the fucking mayor. I mean, come on, really. I was like, no, baby, please don't run for mayor. And you see how we talk about Hancock? Man, come on, baby, please, man, where we gonna live? How are we gonna live? He said, it's gonna be all right. And it was all right. It was all right. And I was like, man, and every time I heard this motherfucker speak, I said, I'll get on there and be like, yeah, enemy to our fucking people. Anytime you do this type of shit and you create mass confusion and you're only about one fucking thing and that's your agenda, which is to promote this lady who has a seat already and she's gonna get her seat, she's gonna keep her seat, right? And she doesn't have to do this, which is a fucking atrocity in itself, and has these little study meetings and have all these little whack off-brand conversations and allow, if she was any kind of motherfucker, anybody was any kind of motherfucker, they would have stood up right there and said, hey, why don't you calm it down? Because you were doing that. You were doing what he said. You really didn't support him. You see what I'm saying? But nobody has the balls. Except for Jesse. Jesse did it, right?
Make a donation.
Nope.
Kathy, are you still working in Whittier?
Yeah.
Would you stand for a second?
No.
No, I got to. Whittier, if you want to work that in that neighborhood, Whittier,
nope.
Please see
Jesse did enough for this broad to get her elected.
Raphael.
And it wasn't reciprocal. When he asked for help, that brother turned around and said, hey, can you help the sister? And he said, yeah, okay. We'll do that our way. But not because punishment.
Let's get it. Take a sign, put it in your yard, do whatever you can. My passion is in anger. See, that's the problem with black folks. You think other folks think passion is anger, and it puts us in danger.
Put us in danger.
I am angry.
That motherfucker definitely put us in danger.
And I'm passionate about good representation in our
driving around.
You should have a community that works for you and leaders that work for you. You can't say she hasn't been working for us and educating us. So, Candy, I want to say I appreciate you. I'm sorry if I offended anybody, but I'm very good at that. I'm good at that in terms of just, the passion. We as a people cannot be so analytical about a system and don't even have the follow-up to go vote in a political system.
Actually, what we stand on, right? Hold your motherfucking vote like you hold your Swilla. You hold your children. Don't give it up. They're not worth it, especially with the Democrats. It's not worth it. And, it's all about policy over politician. You know what I mean? So come with the right policy, do the fucking work, show us shit. I'm always like, make me a motherfucking believer when you show me shit. Make me a believer that you're on the right shit. We actually did the fucking work. There was no study group talking about, I'm going to take this back and write something that's going to be substanceable so you can digest it, so I can share it with my colleagues and we can make something shake. But I need you to vote. No. No, you don't. You already had the vote. You're just doing extra shit at this point and not having it. Not fucking having it. So, as usual, I have to read this article real quick. This is why that shit popped off. While I'm doing that, let me get over here real fast and pull up all up in Jesse shit. Jesse shit. Hold on a sec. I sent myself a video so we can get this. Okay, hold on. Just so we have receipts, family. This is how it goes. I'm gonna take out my glasses real quick, okay, so I can read. My eyes are. I have a situation with my vision. Okay. Hopefully you can hear me. All right. It says tax on white-led businesses, all in the name of reparations. This is what got your girl hot, right here. This is what got her mad. This is what was giving that council lady the business, so that everybody had to make these invites, right, on the low. And I didn't like that shit either. It's too sick to go. But I'm glad I didn't. First of all, there's no room big enough to hold me. All right. Buckle up for a while. It says, I'm sorry. The name of the episode or the name of the article is Tax on White-Led Business, all in the name of reparations. As you can see, it's a Latin chick. Okay. Hold on. Let me see if I can. I just want to make sure I'm sharing it. Share this tab. Let me see. Let me make sure I'm sharing the right shit. Mm-hmm. Let's see. Oops, wrong shit. 1 second, family. Let me make sure I'm sharing the right thing. To this tab instead. Sorry, family. It's late. So I was really late. It was really late. I was trying to chill. Right? Okay, good. I don't know if anybody's watching. I just imagine y'all was just chopping it up with me. Okay. Put my hair just doing the most. Sorry, so late. I mean, okay, we're on 5. Jesse won't be mad. He won't be mad. This is really important, family. All right. This is what caused it. It's really important that you pay attention, okay? I don't give a fuck what Jeff says. In the city of Denver, Team Paris don't give a fuck what Jeff Fard said. Jeff Fard is an asshole. And what he did is really fucked up, and he's been doing it for almost a whole year, just like that. Okay? And Jesse held his fortitude. All right, here you go. That dude, I don't think he put him in his place. He didn't, okay? What I like to think that was real fucking bitch made of him. Because he could have said, you know what, you're right. He didn't. And everybody could have stood up and said, you know what, we've been watching this shit go on for long enough, and you were doing that. Okay? But instead he decided to make it like he's emotional and all that extra shit. That was real bullshit. It's real girl energy. Okay? Anyway, it says, all right, buckle up for a wild ride through this Denver, Colorado City Council drama. So get this. Those city council geniuses are actually, I think this is an opinion piece, it sounds like. It sounds like it. I don't know. Spaghetti. Well, we'll see. Okay, let me read that. I'm sorry. It sounds like an opinion. Actually considering slapping a tax on white-led business owners to make reparations for Black and brown businesses. No. Yeah, you heard that right. Councilwoman Candy C. DeBaca, bless her socialist heart, hasn't officially proposed this race-based tax yet. Technically, you put it in the newspaper, so you're kind of giving them the heads up. But come on, we all know it would get smacked down by constitutional challenges, right? Meaning, fuck no, the whites ain't having it. Challenges faster than you can say, what the heck? Even Candy herself knows it. But wait, it gets better. Candy C. DeBaca, the Democratic Socialist extraordinaire, took to TikTok to share her genius plan. According to her, Candy C. DeBaca, capitalism, this is a quote, capitalism was built on stolen land, stolen labor, stolen resources. And a check today could not undo the cumulative impact of generations of that stolen wealth in all of those categories. What? Who's the fuck to say that? You don't get to say that. You don't get to say that. This bride does not get to say that. Look. She don't get to say this, okay? Let me scroll back up. Sorry. She don't get to say that, family. She don't get to tell you what your descendants, your ancestors, what they want you to do with what they think is old. Is old. Okay? Old. Old. Need I say more? So she don't get to say that. One more again, just in case you forgot. Just for the people in the back. Capitalism was built on stolen land, stolen labor, and stolen resources. And a check today could not undo the cumulative impact of generations of that stolen wealth in all of those categories. You don't get to say that. It doesn't matter what anybody fucking thinks it is. You don't get to say that. You don't know what people... You don't know. You don't know. You can't speak for it. You don't get to speak for that. You're not the representative. I don't care. You're not the representative. Okay? All right. Let's follow along. All right. Dun, dun, dun. So I think it has to come in the form of ongoing land and labor resources. There are issues that we have that could be flipped to begin to do that decoration symbolism, right? In fact, my opponent here mentioned 5 points in the corridor and what has happened to our businesses there. Part of what has catalyzed that exponential dissemination of Black businesses in 5 points bid, the Business Improvement District, which further steals from the community through taxation. Be that as it may, everybody knew this, but nobody stopped them. Okay? They can't tell me what. I joined I'm not even on the bids. I just sit next to Jesse and, stand in for his godmother because we have to. You know what I mean? She wants us to. So, tell you this though, nobody stopped that shit. Nobody tried to talk that down. Everybody knows if they're stealing from the people, hello. There you go. Hello, everybody. Hi, it's just me. So, hello. The message on Messenger saying wealth. I don't know who you are, so I'm going to assume you're spam. You must be spam because I don't know who you are, and I don't have time to look it up, but don't be sending no fucking spam-like message because we won't open it, okay? That looks like spam, okay? Let me see. Made me lose my spot, spam bot. All right. There is a model that could be redistributed. There's the bids. Further steals from the community through taxation. There is a model that could be redistributed instead of collecting extra taxation from the Black and brown businesses that are struggling. You could collect those extra taxes from white-led businesses all over the city. First of all, let's address that. Why are Black business owners being taxed extra? Other than I'm white and they say something. I just want to know that part. Let's just stop right there. Why are the Black businesses being taxed extra to support the 5-point bids? Why didn't anybody stop this bullshit? Right? Okay, so it says, okay, there is a model that be distributed to collect the extra taxation. All right, it said Black and brown. I'm only asking about the Black businesses, okay, that are struggling. You could collect those extra taxes from white-led businesses all over the city and redistribute them to Black, and she says again, brown business owners or owned businesses, Black and brown owned businesses. I only want to talk about the Black businesses, okay? Everything else is secondary. Let's see. That are not or who are simply just black or brown. It's no such thing. I'm only focusing on just the black, okay? The one way to get back in the business fashion. Okay, so she wants to tax the white businesses and give them, she wants to, not only as the black business owners, she threw in others, but only focus on the black ones being extra taxed. She wants to turn that shit around and tax the white business owners extra and put it into black, and then she threw in, some other shit. Okay. That is one way to get back in the business fashion. Not right here, not right now, not with what the fuck we're talking about, okay? Candy C. Tobacco. I think resources being returned. This is where consumer-owned or municipally, forgive me, family, I cannot say that word correctly right at this moment. Owned resources, municipally owned resources are important because we are locked out of owning or our control over our basic needs like water or utilities or any of those things. There is a way for us to change that structure and put black and brown people in ownership positions over our basic needs. No. That's just another way of us to contribute to whatever the fuck they got going on. And it's not for us specifically. Okay. This is like our talking points that they're trying to use for their shit. Okay. This shit we want to talk about, right? We want fresh, clean air and water. Okay. We want our own resources, right? We want our own utilities. We want our own shit, okay? Taking care of and sharing for a long motherfucking time. Can we? Why not? Why is that wrong? It's not wrong, right? They want to be inclusive because they want some more. They can't stop with whatever the fuck they have. They got to keep taking and taking and taking. They're never fucking satisfied, right? So no. It says we're locked out of owning our control over our basic needs like water and utilities. This is foundational Black American conversations, because if you look at other places this is going on, and even in our city, we have some polluted areas in certain Hispanic communities, right? And they've been polluted, and a lot of things are done by the government, the city, and they're never made right. But that is not what we're talking about right now. And they've had plenty of time to actually fix it instead of lie to these specific areas that are Hispanic, that are in a polluted zone, or where they've pushed those people who were part of the certain parts of the east side or whatever. They pushed them out this way only to pollute them and give them messed up drinking water and polluted air, polluted stuff. There's a lot of growing up over here, especially like in the 90s. A lot of areas was really polluted. You couldn't drink the water out the sink. People were really sick, and it was terrible. But they were in those areas that I knew were really polluted. A lot of Hispanic people live there. They have their representatives, okay? And it's not that I am being insensitive right now. I'm being insensitive. Right? There's a reason. Can't apologize for it. You shouldn't apologize for it. You're going to have to get in your fucking feelings about it. Others, I can't even go in. There's whole states that are Black that don't have water. Okay? Whole areas. The water's so fucked up, they're still boiling it. They have to go get resources, and it's fucking slim. Okay? I don't even want to talk about it. Then there's a lot of fucking fucked up shit happening. And so, just because you see it in a white area doesn't mean that they haven't been practicing over here in the Black areas. Okay? And they gotta kind of even it out a little bit. Stop it. All right. Let's see. Candy C. Tobacco. Another I also really want to point out that the basic income project could be a bit more focused as important way to return a check to as a bit more focused on an important way to return a check to an individual in ongoing fashion. But in its current format, it is not reparations or close to reparations. Okay. One, it doesn't focus on black and brown people. You have to focus on your own shit. True, it doesn't focus on black people. You focus on your people. Okay? We're aware. Can't make this a black and brown plight. It's not right now. This is a foundational black issue. Plight. Ongoing, consistent, religious, the lowest of the lowest. It's like the struggle is just not only a struggle, it's malicious, it's continuous, it's relentless, right? So you can't do this and turn it into your shit, okay? That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying nothing wrong. Let's see. But in its okay, yeah, I read that part. Okay, 2, what they are experimenting with is unhoused people, and it's not a viable or preposterous wage. It is a welfare wage, and we know how that has worked. Those type of checks have not served us well, and we need to go beyond welfare wages and go to preposterous wages or prosperous. Excuse me. I meant to say prosperous. I felt like this whole conversation was preposterous. My fault. The article says prosperous. I'm sorry. I apologize. All right. All right. Prosperous wages, because we don't want to just survive anymore. Reparations goal should not be survival. It should be repairing the harm, which is this entire community. We're not worried about the entire community. We're only focused on foundational Black Americans' plight. We're only focused on reparations for foundational Black Americans and other cute little caveats that we need, necessities, not motherfucking studies and whack-ass conversations. Okay, let me see. Both Candy Da Succa and her opponent, Daryl Watson, the gay black dude, support racial reparations. It's not racial, it's lineage. Daryl wants private business to invest in underserved communities, broad and ambiguous terms from the gay black dude. Well, Candy Da Succa has this brilliant idea of taxing white-owned businesses and handing the cash over to minority-owned businesses. Another broad and ambiguous term. First of all, the Downtown Denver Partnership, which is ran by predominantly all white people, white business owners and shit, that are there to maliciously harm unhoused people, black people, right? Usually it's the unhoused people first. It doesn't matter if they're black or not. Right now, the situation with that is they're unhoused. These are the people that have been living here for fucking well beyond 10 years, go to the shelters, participate in these little fucking town halls, go and protest. They constantly have their shit taken away. They're being blamed for having things because, you know, the apartment owners, apartment renters around the area, you know, they're like, they're so wasteful. They don't give a fuck about no goddamn couch or a mattress. They just throw that fucking shit out. And so, you know, God forbid an unhoused person wants to be just like, you know, a regular human being and have just minor little comforts and whatnot. So they rehouse and refurbish your unwanted belongings that you throw out in the street. So they get fucked with because of that, because they have too much stuff for collecting your trash, right? Too much. I don't understand how you even want me to fathom that. That's okay for you to continuously keep blaming them, right? And then, you know, God forbid, there's a couple motherfuckers that just, you know, they have to survive, and they got to keep their little camps going. And, you know, you might find an item or two that might not belong to them, right? So you got to blame the whole community. And you think everybody's on drugs because you see the occasional one or two, maybe 15 or whatever outside doing it because they're cold and they're trying to stay awake so they're not getting violated or hurt, robbed, beat up, shot. They got to protect. There are women out there in tents and children. We have men that are walking around actively at night protecting the little encampments that have women in them. Okay? You wouldn't know that. You just think everybody's fucking off. It's a narrative you want to sell. Right? So not only do they get a bad rep, they can't protect the little encampment, okay? Because there's a couple of motherfuckers out there just blowing their face off or doing whatever, and they gotta stay awake or they try to stay awake, but instead they're doing the wrong shit and it's fucking up a lot of things that are out there because the police put it out there because the government made them do it. It's a roundabout circle. It's fucked up. Okay. But let me say but. What she's talking about is shit. So what she's saying is she has an underserved communities, right? She says, well, Candy Baca has this brilliant idea of taxing white-owned businesses and handing over the cash over to minority-owned businesses. She's like, hey, let's take the money away from those evil white-led businesses and give it to black and brown folk. You've been overtaxing the black businesses, and now you want to tax the white ones and kind of repair what you've been stealing from the black ones. Come on now, that's stop it. All right. You can't make this stuff up. Oh, spare me the guilt trip, Candy Baca. It's obviously a white person. She thinks a measly check today can't make up for the generations of stolen wealth in every possible category. Seriously? Talk about living in the past. Talk about reverse discrimination in the name of social justice. So this article is very sarcastic, condescending. It's kind of like, this seems like a white person that's kind of like fucking with it, and then also too doesn't want it to happen. And this is very opinionated. There's a lot of opinions right here. Candy Baca even name drops San Francisco's legacy business program, which supports small businesses regardless of the owner's race. Now, I say that that's the alleged reparations type shit we got going on over here. It's not really a reparations office. It's more like a grant fucking small business office, and they really don't vet foundationals. It's reparations. I got a grant. No. You could have got the grant anyway. That's what they have fucking grants for. You could have got it anyway. Fill out the fucking paperwork. Roll of the dice. They give them to everybody. Okay? Well, not everybody. You kind of have to be an American citizen for it. Don't hate the fucking messenger. All right. Let's see. Candy Baca even name drops blah, blah, blah. Okay. Unlike Candy Baca's grand plan, it's funded through the city's general fund and not by milking white-led business dry. But who cares about that? Candy Baca thinks that constitutionality of a race-based tax is a non-issue because, get this, it's voluntary. First of all, is overtaxing black businesses voluntary? I think not. I think it's one of those I'm white and I say so type shit. And you kind of made it so they kind of have to. It's like strong arming them. Okay, what black person is gonna volunteer to pay extra taxes? Nobody. Realistically. Come on, man. There's no benefit of that. You're not gonna get extra. Come on now. Stop it. There's no benefit. There's no fucking benefit in you paying extra taxes. Okay? Not even at tax time. Stop it. Stop it. You know you're doing all this fucking skimming here and doing this there. Stop it now. Right? All right, let's see. Dun, 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 dun. Voluntary. And we're not talking about race-based. We're talking about lineage-based. Okay, is a non-issue because, get this, it's voluntary. If it's collected by these business improvement districts or bids, yeah, like any business is going to willingly cough up extra dough just because Candy says so. Well, actually, the white people say so. She's going to follow through with it because that's what the paymaster is, right? Candy C. Da Succa really fired up about putting black and brown people in ownership positions over our basic needs. She's all about sticking it to the white man. This is definitely opinionated, right? Yeah, I wouldn't willingly, you're not willing me to get me to pay extra anything. I got enough fucking bills and fucking shit I gotta pay for to keep this shit running. Then you think I'm gonna give more money to them? Hey, fuck that. Let alone for businesses that aren't fucking lineage based or whatever the fuck I'm on that day, right? Which is gonna be somewhere around that line. You know what I mean? Why would I give a fuck? 90% of these fucking if we go down Colfax, 90% of the Hispanic businesses, I'm pretty positive, aren't run by actual legal documented immigrants. Pretty, and then they're positive. Well, who am I to question that, though? I'm just coming in, I might have to pay for some shit. You know what I mean? I like certain things. I might have to pay for it. That doesn't mean I don't shop with my African brothers and African sisters, or my Muslim, my Muslim brothers and sisters, my black family. I might just want to fucking something fucking Hispanic over there, like sweetbread. They make some bomb ass sweetbreads. Okay, they're good with milk for some odd reason to me, and I like Nutella. I don't know what that's about, but some things are good. They make these little breads that are fucking great. I don't know why. They're like scones, but they're just a little different. But you think I'm gonna do all that? No, man, nobody's gonna do that. You wouldn't make them do it unless you coerced them into fucking some entrapment type shit about having to pay for it. Stop it. All right. Candy C. Da Succa really fired up about putting black and brown people in ownership positions over our basic needs. She's all about sticking it to the white man. I'm pretty much like that. But of course, when Candy C. Da Succa post went viral and got picked up those right-wing media outlets, like who? Her office had to play the victim card. They claim she's being targeted by a white nationalist mob. Okay, that's probably the fucking in one level, I don't let's put it this way. If the whites are getting involved, it's because you're talking about taking their money and giving it to races they don't want to be fucking with. But I would say this, family. If you're getting any kind of fucking upset, it should be from foundational Black Americans. Okay? That's off top, right? Because that's where this work came from, right? All right. Listen, Candy C. Da Succa is no stranger to controversy. She's always the odd man out in city council, and the Democratic establishment in the city can't stand her. This is true. This is very true. I wouldn't say the city can't stand her. I would just say that they don't work with her because they're towing the line, right? It's the latest thing Jesse taught me. She's like a thorn in their side ever since she defeated former city council president Elvis Brooks in a runoff 4 years. They can't just wait to get rid of her. I think that's just, this person, whoever wrote this, is like definitely being a mark right here. I wouldn't go as far as them saying that, but that is kind of like the narrative from like a Brother Jeff fucking podcast where he's like, they don't really like you. They're just trying to get rid of you. And Bubba took those talking words and spun it around, right? So there you have it, folks. The Denver City Council circus is in full swing. Candy C. Da Succa wants to tax those white-led businesses into oblivion in the name of reparations. First of all, it's not reparations. White people, calm down. Calm down. She's trying to do it for everybody, but we're really asking just for foundationals. And we know you're not going to do it. We know you're ran by we know you're run by business owners in downtown, lower downtown. We know who your real master is, okay? You guys got a whole motherfucking snitching app, triangulates. You don't have a problem locking up fucking black people, unhoused people, children, women. Fucking come on, you got all kinds of little motherfucking entities off your shit. And the mayor supports it because I don't know what you said to him, but whatever it was, it must be so financially lucrative that he had to fucking sell his soul for it. So, and he tried to get the old man to drink the Kool-Aid. We weren't having none of that. Instead, we filmed it and showed it to everybody. You're welcome. Black people should really thank us on that because they didn't want you to know There's like always, it's like, shh, Jesse, don't tell the blacks. I mean, Jesse, like, shh, we're telling the blacks. Whether they listen and get our code is a whole other thing. But we told them, we showed them. Not our job to police that. We put it out there. Kept putting it out there, showed proof and everything. So you don't tell us, shh, don't tell the blacks. We telling. Maybe you want to buck dance and shimmy and shit and ignore it. It's not on us. We did our part. We did the work that you wouldn't do. Okay? Let's watch this little commercial. We don't want to hear shit. Team Paris is over. We're not listening to shit. We're just, especially from over there. Especially for the cultural center in Five Points.
All right.
Fuck you.
Buckle up for a wild ride through this Denver, Colorado City Council drama. So get this. Those city council geniuses are actually considering slapping a tax on white-led business owners to make reparations for black and brown businesses. Yeah, you heard that right. Councilwoman Candy C. DeBaca, bless her socialist heart, hasn't officially proposed this race-based tax yet. But come on. We all know it would get smacked down by constitutional challenges faster than you can say, what the heck? Even Candy herself knows it. But wait, it gets better. Candy C. DeBaca, the Democratic Socialist extraordinaire, took to TikTok to share her genius plan. According to her, capitalism was built on stolen land, stolen labor, and stolen resources.
Capitalism was built on stolen land, stolen labor, and stolen resources. And a check today could not undo the cumulative impact of generations of that stolen wealth in all of those categories. And so I think it has to come in the form of land, labor, and resources in an ongoing fashion. And there are structures that we have that could be flipped to begin to do that reparations. In fact, my opponent here mentioned 5 Points and the corridor and what has happened to our businesses there. Part of what has catalyzed that exponential decimation of black businesses is the 5 Points bid, the business improvement district, which further steals from the community through taxation. And there's a model that could be redistributed. Instead of a bid collecting extra taxation from the black and brown businesses that are struggling, you could be collecting those extra taxes from white-led businesses all over the city and redistributing them to black and brown owned businesses who are not taxed or are simply just black and brown owned. And that's one way.
Yeah, so we weren't hearing none of that shit. Okay, so that was the article. That they, if I knew that, I would have saved myself some reading, right? Who wrote that? Max. Whether it's policy, who wrote that? Max. Who, let me see who you are, cuz. Let me see who you are. You're just kind of all over the place, huh? You just write about different shit. Whatever inspires you, eh? Don't really give too much information. You only got 6 followers. Yeah, you probably ain't shit, but you're not lying. You're not lying, though. Let's carry on. Not lying, but family. Beautiful fucking black family. This is not remix time. 8. This the work. Because ever since
I'm on my personal page.
Didn't know.
Either way, the way shadow banning works, watch it be take it off. Y'all know it's Brandy Marie Majors, aka Lady Che Nkrumah, aka the Seduction Doll. Look, I'm about to read an article, okay? But I want to stress this one thing real fast. Candy C. DeBaca, City Council, District 9. No, you wonder why you're getting all these ugly ass messages? Because I'm about to read to you and tell you why. Okay? I'm about to read you and tell you why. First of all, nobody gets to remix this lineage-based conversation, okay, for foundational black Americans. Not you, ma'am. Definitely not you, ma'am. And here's the real question that we should be asking. Where was this discussion when you was dating or when you was with a whole black woman and you had another black woman with you the previous term? Let's not forget those two black women. Okay, whether one was mixed and one is not. Where was this discussion then? Okay, I just want to know that part. Can we discuss that? Can we be serious about that? Because this is one thing that we will not have a discussion about. We won't be doing that. Okay, let me see. Let me read the article, please. Okay, let me read the article. I'm gonna read the article, right?
The first article, that was
on the Denver right.
Don't worry, I got the receipt right.
It said you're the only one being targeted. First of all your answers, both of you and Daryl Watson, all have the wrong answer. You're not tapped in. You're not tuned in. You definitely don't have a black agenda. None of you are really concerned about what's going on with black people. So stop it, both of you. Both of you. Especially you, Daryl Watson. Like, this is the biggest hypocrite, right? Just stop it. Jesse's gonna read. Well, Jesse's gonna find the article again, but that doesn't matter. You said, black and brown. First of all, brown don't got shit to do with foundational black Americans receiving reparations. This is not a black and brown conversation. This is a lineage-based conversation for foundational black Americans. That's really all I have to say about that. You don't know what that means? Look it up. Lineage-based. Lineage-based. Jesse, you want to explain what lineage-based means? Hold on a second.
I just tried to include him.
Can I explain real quick? Just look at him real fast. Tell him what it means.
That's why when my sister came at him, unless you read the whole article, I read it too.
You have to be able to trace your lineage,
that bitch was mad wrong.
Your bloodline to a specific part of this country, meaning the southern United States, meaning you are a descendant of chattel slavery in the United States of America, not the Caribbean, not Africa, not somewhere else, but here in the United States of America. So they
chattel
remix the damn reparations.
Chattel slavery, not
to make it race based,
right?
Meaning all black people can have access to it. No. Sue your colonizer. Whoever your colonizer is, you non-FBA. I don't want to call you all tethers, but you non-FBA black immigrants, sue your colonizer. You want reparations? Sue your colonizer. You got Latinos, you got Afro-Latinos, sue your colonizer. And so on and so forth. You Afro-Asians, whatever the hell, sue your goddamn colonizer. This is our reparations claim. You're not going to sit up here and do this broad ambiguous language, which is black and brown. Oh, black and brown need reparations. Black and brown. No, black people need reparations. There's no goddamn brown people. So-called brown people y'all think are brown people are claiming white on everything. Yeah, these illegal immigrants that they keep calling migrants, talking about they're asylum seekers, they're claiming white on everything. There is no black and brown coalition. You're not going to sit up here and try to remix reparations. Somehow. It could be in many forms. No, cut the goddamn check.
Okay, there you go, baby. That's it. That's right. Right? Yeah. I'm in full agreement over here. So when you say black and brown, there's no such thing when it's lineage based. Lineage towards chattel slavery, descendants of chattel slavery
in the United States of America.
In the United States of America, okay? Which is me just thoroughly know and avidly talk about being that we discussed the black agenda, we discussed reparations, right?
Yes, we're following it.
So we're all on it. We are on it. You are not on that. You're not even remotely tapped in. So if you were, when you were with the sister, you would have been able to have this discussion, but you're not. You're not able to. You're not qualified to have this discussion. So what makes me qualified? I am. Just on code. Okay, and that means I can have this discussion with you. You're not qualified. But when you keep saying black and brown, that's that all-inclusive ambiguity talk. ambiguous talk. Okay, and that's not happening anymore. That's not gonna happen. Reparations are owed to foundational Black Americans. Period. Okay. The delineation is happening. Let's see. Okay, so let me read it to you real fast. Since Friday, council member Candy C. Da Succa has received messages calling her hateful, racist names and wishing her harm, even death. The vitriol is another foundational Black American word. Right? Of another foundational Black American uses that word repetitively. Okay? So much that we use it because I like to say it's a foundational Black American word. Look it up. All right? Actually, just why don't you do your research who says it the most? How about that? Has been in response to... Yeah, check the algorithms for that. That's true. All right? We know who says it. We're not going to give you the answer because that would be unfair.
Because Wes said it.
Just like tangibles. Again, come from the same place, right? Get on code, but not you. Black people. Foundational Black Americans, okay? Not you. You are considered a brown person. Yeah, but either way, yeah. Thank you, Jesse. Thank you for instigating that. The vitriol has been in response to a short election forum clip of her expressing a reparation strategy that would involve taxing white-owned businesses. Went viral over the weekend. This is a political ploy. You're trying to win your seat. You don't have to try so hard, Candy. It's damn near a guarantee.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, but you don't have to do this. This right here is shameful.
This is like the warning.
Stop it. And this doesn't guarantee you the black vote. They were already going to give it to you. Now stop. Candy C. Da Succa, who is running for re-election for District 9, made the comment at a forum hosted by the Greater Metro Denver Ministerial Alliance, an African-American clergy organization focused on social justice. Y'all. Taping, man. The Thursday forum hosted many of the candidates in the June runoff race, including mayoral candidate Kelly Bruh. Actually, hold on a second. Hold on, family. I gotta hold it with the one hand and the other, okay? Candidate Kelly Bruh, Mike Johnston. Each candidate, including C. Da Succa, her opponent Darrell Watson, were asked a two-part question surrounding reparations. The question was, what is your stance on reparations for African Americans, and would you vote to approve reparations? The moderator also mentioned if reparations should become a combination of such things as historical Black colleges or financial benefits. Watson answered the question, first stating he believes in reparations for both businesses and individuals. Again, because that's not the right answer. Reparations should come in many forms. Specifically, let's look at small businesses within 5 points. Yeah, let's look at the small businesses in 5 points that all sold out to the white man. I remember when all of them were so quick to sell their businesses off, right? That they were so quick to give them away to the motherfucking developer, a white developer at that. They were smiling and talking about it was the best thing on earth. So stop that. And that was just this year. Okay? It happened at a city council meeting. Thank you, Jesse. We were there. We watched the shit happen with our own eyes, and I couldn't fucking fathom that there was black people, actual black people, and this includes that developer forcing the Volunteers of America to sell their shit.
11:16 p.m.
Yeah, thank you, Jesse, for that commentary. That right there, I think that was when they forced the fucking VOA to stop fucking taking care of people and sell their motherfucking shit off. Right? You were there, Candy. I think you voted for that. Mate, you were there. That was the most wrongest shit ever. Because I asked the question, what about the black people that work there who have been serving the fucking poor? But nobody gives a damn about what I think, right? All right, right, okay. Well, I'm telling you what I think now. So, the fact that those businesses need an investment from the city, not just federal dollars from the ARPA, American Rescue Plan Act, or infrastructure dollars by specific dollars dedicated from the city to ensure that our black businesses have support and thrive, said Watson. Okay, Watson, your answers are shit. All right. Candy C. Baca also agreed with reparations and agreed with Watson on focusing on businesses within 5 points. She faulted the structure of the 5 Points Business Improvement District. BIDs are pseudo-governmental organizations that collect additional taxes from the business owners within the designated area. Business owners opt into the bid to a certain number to have joined in.
But I had to prove the risk. I had to feel
Property owners.
to prove what the fuck I was talking about because, yeah, you know, on your shit, that lady was talking to you, over there, she's like, you know, if you would have read, I heard you bringing up the reparations thing at the bids, right? Where you're already getting fruit, and you're like, you're talking to her, and she's like, but if you would have read the article, right?
Yeah.
And I was like, cuz, I stopped it right there. I was like, cuz, I read you the article. Meaning you chimed in. You gave the whole breakdown, right? So you did read the article, but I was checking her on some old other shit. Like, man, what kind of? First of all, how you gonna talk to a man like that and undermine him like he didn't read, like you just know better, and just walk off? You know, she didn't close the fucking question. Like, yeah, I'm gonna go walk around and say hi to other people. You know what I mean? You're just over there getting your little fruit after you checked her, right? And she's like, oh, you know, I'm a pro-black, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, no, the fuck you're not.
Fucking athlete.
Yeah, I was like, no, the fuck you're not. Don't let me find the footage. Don't let me do it. Yeah. And then, you know, every time I saw fucking everybody else over there giving a little work there, calling Marius Weaver a fucking predator, you know, got him fired. Yeah, I'm not sorry. We're not sorry about that. I called him a predator. Then Jeff, finally saw I went in on that too. Yeah. And I'm like, if there were any kind of motherfuckers, first of all, the light-skinned white boy, right, talking about non-economic reparations.
Yeah, Rashawn.
Right? I was like, nah, shut that down, sit it down, white boy. Like, you know, like, I was going in on that because I was like, oh, nah. Are you serious? Another study? Yeah. Is this a group? What the fuck? No. Right? And then I was explaining that I was watching the whole shit now. Because remember, I didn't watch it. Yeah. I was already turned up. Yeah. And then I was like, oh, hell no. Like, if there's anybody who, if they really supported you, allegedly, right? Anybody? They would have got up and told Jeff how wrong he was. Yeah. Because he mocked you through the whole fucking thing. Right? He was mocking and sneak dissing. Like, that's sneak dissing, right? Yeah. I don't think I could refer to that as sneak dissing. Right? Like making all kind of fucking noise because you got excited and, you know, you fucking got pneumonia, cuz. Yeah. So you're going to, like, break these words down a little bit. Right. I'm like, man, this whole fucking buster ass motherfucker. And so I was like, we've been calling you a fucking enemy of the state. And he's like, he showed his fucking agenda. We need to vote her in. Why? She was already guaranteed the fucking vote. Right. We're just doing this work. I tried to save her, but I said, let's save her. But I was like, don't do this. You're about to do. Stop it right now. Yeah. You're making an ass out of yourself. Right? Don't do it. Please don't do it. Baby, where's the? Hey, what the hell? It's 8. I said 5. What time is it?
It's 8.
Yeah.
Yes.
Go home then. You gonna go home?
What time is it to the RVA?
What time is it? What time did it start?
8:00.
The RVA?
The time right now. It's 8:00, babe.
Who would have known, baby? I've been outside all the time.
God, are you still live?
Almost. Yeah, I'm good live. No, let's do this a favor. This is important. This is important work for the future. All right, family. This is the last one. I'm not even gonna show the whole thing because I don't think it will let me.
Show yourself. You got beyond yourself, cuz.
I was mad.
What's wrong with you?
So fucking.
Don't say it's hormonal. You trying to ride the wave.
Oh, man.
You ain't gotta do that. You didn't have to do that.
I was so fucking upset.
Let me tell you why you didn't have to do it. They were gonna give you the vote anyway. It's a selection, cuz. Don't you know?
You've been selected. I get mad and I start cussing.
They're gonna let you ride your seat out.
They don't want to let me do it.
You ain't gotta do all this. You ain't.
Why won't they let me do it, babe?
You ain't gotta pander. Stop it. You officially doing some real raggedy shit.
I was so upset, right? Because I didn't like how she did it, man. You know? I was like, this was going on while he was over there giving them that work. I was over here.
Maybe there's a reason Jesse left me. Yeah, he said it's too cold. He said it's too cold. Because I should take a motherfucking find a way down there right now. Fuck up all that shit.
Let me tell you why I feel like I should. Oh my God, where'd it go?
So should have been ended hours.
Yeah, right, baby.
Sorry, family, it's late.
It's important work.
7 hours show?
Obviously, I'm on my personal page. Either way, it's the way shadow banning works. Watch me take it off. Y'all know it's Brandy Marie Majors, aka Lady Chain
All right,
Queen,
man. I guess he won't let me show
aka the Seduction Doll.
Gotta go. I'm trying to show you guys something really important because they're so
Look,
serious.
I'm about to read an article, okay?
They're so serious, but he won't let me show you because I don't know why we gotta go, but apparently we gotta go.
Been on for like 7 hours.
So like these motherfuckers just do whole shifts. It's important. I don't do an RVA, family. But what we're talking about is going on at city is really fucking important. He should be really. This is really important. Like this is a fucking FBA fucking conversation. And by the way, you just woke up. So family, I don't know why I gotta get off my own goddamn computer, but gotta go. Apparently we got shit to do. I don't know what that is right now. I don't know what he's talking about, so I'm gonna go. Do you want to say goodbye to people? Say goodbye to people.
Yeah.
It's only been 5 hours. Just to calm down.
Okay.
Yeah. So
when I went to sleep, we were getting to Unhoused neighborhood.
yeah, we did that. Go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead, baby. Go ahead. I'm done. I'll pick it up later. Go ahead. Tell everybody.
Thank y'all for tuning in to season 3, episode 6, part 2 of the Front Line Blacc News. I didn't know Lady T was just gonna keep just going. Like
technically, I'm co-hosting about shit. But it family just get passionate, okay? So I felt like you needed to hear all the business. It shouldn't have to go to part 2. We're gonna tip for tap if we want to. Anyway, family, sorry about that. I don't know, but stay black, stay dangerous, stay alert, stop pretending to be asleep. Do what you're supposed to do. Okay.
And check us out Tuesday for a new episode of Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced. Mm-hmm. I don't even know if Lady Chick's gonna do an RBA because she basically turned us into the RBA. But make sure y'all tune in.
I didn't turn it into RVA. This is not an RVA thing. This was strictly foundation. This was a Frontline Blacc News conversation that had to be happened. It had to happen. So I apologize, family. The RVA will come. The RVA will come. Don't worry about it. I'll make it happen. But we won't be talking about that. I just felt like it's something that you should really give your boy props for. I was talking about, you know what I mean? Stay black, stay dangerous, stay highly favored. Shabaka's show comes on a Tuesday.
Yeah, I already did all that.
And call in. Do you know the topic?
We're probably going to crumb bum on DeSantis and Trump.
Probably crumb bumming on DeSantis. And then Friday is Grand Rising with Shabaka. Grand Rising with Shabaka. I'll tap in on the RVA when I can. Anyway, thank you for watching, family. It's podcast diet time. Forgot it is Sunday. Have a good night. Peace out. Thanks for watching. Thanks for tuning in.
Peace.